1. Early summer, 1277, East Anglia, England. Oxborough Castle, home of Fulk of Trent, Earl of Oxborough. Her father didn't like her, but he would never do this to her, never. Even as she swore over and over to herself that it couldn't be true, she couldn't stop staring at the man. The air seemed to stir in seamless folds about him as he stood utterly still and silent. She knew somehow that he wouldn't move, not until he had judged all the occupants of the great hall of Oxborough Castle. Only then would he act. His face was dark, his expression calm and untroubled. Sharp sunlight poured in through the open doors of the great hall, framing him there as he stood motionless. She stared at him from the shadows of the winding stone stairs. She didn't want to look at him, didn't want to accept that he was here at Oxborough, but he was here, and he didn't look like he had any intention at all of leaving. His eyes were as blue as the sea beneath the bright morning sun, yet they seemed somehow old and filled with knowledge and experience a man his age shouldn't possess, and distant, as if part of himself was locked away. She could feel the strength of him from where she stood, feel the determination in him, the utter control, the deliberate arrogance. He looked to her like the devil's dearest friend. His finely made gray cloak moved and swelled about him, even though there was no wind. The black whip coiled around his wrist seemed to whisper in that thick, contained air. But he made no movement. He was still and calm, waiting, watching. He wasn't wearing armor. The whip around his wrist and the huge sword that was sheathed to his wide leather belt were his only weapons. He was dressed entirely in gray. Even his boots were a soft, supple gray leather. His tunic was pewter gray, a rich wool. His undertunic a lighter gray, fitting him closely. His cross-garters were gray leather strips, binding his leggings close. No, her father couldn't mean this. Surely this wasn't the man her father had brought to Oxborough to marry her. Hastings wasn't afraid. She was terrified. Marry this man? He would be her husband, her lord? No, surely this couldn't be the man. More like he was an emissary from Hades or a messenger from the mystical shades of Avalon. Her father wanted to make this man of his line, leave him all his possessions and land, bestow upon him his titles, since all her father had produced was her, a single female, of little account in the long scheme of things, except for this marriage, except to bind her to a man who scared her to her very toes. This was the man her father's longtime friend, Graelem de Morton, wanted her to marry? Lord Graelem was her friend too. She remembered him throwing her squealing into the air when she was not but 7 years old. Graelem was as good as family, and he wanted this unearthly creature to be her husband too? Indeed, it had been Graelem, now striding into the castle's great hall, who said this man was a warrior to be trusted, to be held in respect and awe, and who held honor more dear than his own soul. Hastings didn't know what it meant. Of course, she shouldn't have heard his views, but she'd been eavesdropping 2 months before, bent low in the shadows behind her father's chair. Now, her father no longer sat in his chair. He no longer ate his dinner in the great hall, in his finely carved chair, served by his page and squire, both vying to give him the tastiest cut of beef. Now, he sipped broth in his bed, praying it would stay calm in his belly. The man's cloak seemed to move again, and she thought she'd scream. All the Oxborough people in the great hall were huddled together, staring at the man, wondering what would happen if he became their master. Was he violent and cruel? Would he raise his hand when it amused him to do so? Would he brandish that whip, as her father had done when he had found that her mother had bedded the falconer? Hastings hated whips. The man's cloak rippled yet again. There was an unearthly shriek. She stuffed her fist into her mouth and sucked herself farther back into the shadows. The man slipped his gloved hand beneath his cloak and pulled out a thickly furred animal with a bushy tail. There was a low hiss of fear from all the Oxborough people in the great hall. Was it a devil's familiar? No, no, not that, not a cat. It was a marten, sleek, thick-furred, deep brown in color, save for the snow white beneath his chin and on its belly. She had a beautiful sable cloak made from this animal's fur. She'd wager this animal would never have to worry about being a covering for someone's back, not held so securely by this man. What was this warrior doing with a marten? The man brought the marten to his face, looked directly into its eyes, nodded, then very gently slipped it once again beneath his cloak, inside his tunic. She smiled. She couldn't help it. The man couldn't be all that terrifying if he carried a pet marten next to his heart. Graelum de Morton stepped up behind him and slapped the man on the back, as if he were just a man, nothing more. The man turned and smiled. That smile transformed him. In that moment when he smiled, he looked human and very real. But then he wasn't smiling, and he was as he had been, a stranger, a dark stranger, with a marten in his tunic. The two of them were of a size, both taller than the oak sapling she'd planted 3 summers past, big men, too big, taking too much space, crowding everyone around them. She'd never feared Graelum, though. She knew from stories her father had told her since she'd been small that he was a warrior whom other soldiers backed away from if they could, that her father had once seen Graelum sever a man in half with one swing of his sword and kill another 3 men with the same grace and power. She had never before considered that a man could be graceful while he butchered other men. "Graelum," the man said, his voice as deep and rough as a ship pulling at its moorings in a storm. "It has been too long since I have tapped my fist into your ugly face and watched you sprawl to the ground. All goes well with you." "Aye, too well."
"I don't deserve what I have, the luck God has bestowed upon me, but I give thanks daily for my life. I caution you never to call my face ugly in front of my wife. She has a fondness for it. She may be small, but she is ferocious in her defense of me." The man said, "She is a special lady, unlike any other. You know why I am here." "Naturally," Graelum de Morton said, "I regret that Falk of Trent is very ill and cannot be in the great hall to welcome you. Hastings should be here to greet you, but I do not see her. We will sup, then I will take you to him. I wish to see him now. I wish to have this over with as quickly as possible." "Very well." Graelum nodded to her father's steward, Toric, so thin, Hastings had once told him, that she feared he would blow away whenever there was a sharp wind off the sea. Graelum then motioned for the man to precede him up the winding stone stairs that led to the upper chambers. Then he said to the man's gray-cloaked back, "You will want to meet his daughter." "I suppose that I must." When they were out of sight, Hastings drew a deep breath. Her future would be sealed at her father's bedside. Her future and the future of Oxborough. Perhaps the man would refuse. She walked into the great hall. She called out to the 30-some people, "This man is here to see Lord Falk. We will prepare to dine." "But who is he?" she heard over and over. People were whispering behind their hands, as if he could hear them and would come back to punish them. Their faces were bright with curiosity and a tinge of fear. This was the sort of man who would wage a siege and show no mercy. She said aloud, "He is Severin of Langthorne, Baron Luges. He, Lord Graelum, and their men will dine here. Macdair, please return to the kitchen and keep basting the pork with the mint sauce. Alice, see that the bread remains warm and crisp. Alan, fetch the sweet wine Lord Graelum prefers." She shut up. They were all staring at her, all filled with questions. She raised her hands, splaying her fingers in front of her. "I believe," she said finally, "that Lord Severin is here to wed with me." She didn't listen to the babble. She was frankly surprised that everyone, all the way to the scullery maids in the kitchen, hadn't known who he was or why he was here. A well-kept secret. She knew he had just returned from France to find his older brother murdered, his estate beggared, his peasants starving, nothing there but devastated fields destroyed by marauding outlaws. Aye, he was here to wed her, the heiress of Oxborough. She'd heard this when her father had asked Graelum what he knew of the man, what he thought of him, and his honor and his strength. And Graham had praised Severin, told him how King Edward had requested Severin ride at his right hand when they had been in the Holy Land during those final battles with the Saracens. He had stood beside Edward on the ramparts at Acre. "He is called Severin," she'd heard Graham say. Then he would add, as he rubbed his calloused hands together, "Aye, Severin, the grey warrior." Severin is here. Falk of Trent, Earl of Oxborough, wished he could see the young man more clearly. But the film that had grown over his eyes was thicker than it had been just this morning, blurring everything, even his daughter's face, which was good since she looked so much like her mother, and it pained him to his guts to look at her. Too much pain, and now death was coming to him. He hated it, yet he accepted it. At moments like this, he welcomed it. But first, he had to see this through. "Severin," he said, knowing he sounded weak and despising himself for it. The young man gripped his wrist, his hold firm and strong, but it didn't hurt Falk. It felt warm and powerful, a link to both his past and the future, a future of many generations, and his blood would continue to flow through those warriors who would come after him. "You will wed my daughter?" "Aye, I will wed her," Severin said. "I thank you for selecting me," Graham said. "I have told you she is comely, Severin. She will please you just as you will please her." Falk of Trent sensed the young man freeze into stone when he said in that damnably weak voice of his, "All I ask is that you take my name. I have no son. I do not want my line to die out. You will own all my lands, all my possessions, collect all my rents, become sovereign to all my men. You will protect 3 towns, own most of the land in the towns, accept fealty from 3 additional keeps. I have nearly as much coin as King Edward, but I have told him I am barely rich, for I don't wish him to tax me out of my armor. Aye, you will wed my daughter." "I cannot take your name, Falk of Trent," Graham said. "Severin, you need not efface your own name. It is long known, and you will continue to wear it proudly. Nay, what is to be done is that you simply add the family name of Trent to yours, and the Earl's title to your current one. You will then become Severin of Langthorne-Trent, Baron Luges, Earl of Oxborough. King Edward agrees, and has given his blessing to this union." It would serve, Falk thought, wishing again that he could see the young man clearly. His voice was deep and strong. Graham had assured him that he was of healthy stock. He said, "My daughter will be a good breeder. She is built like her mother. She is young enough, just 18. You must have sons, Severin, many sons. They will save both our lines and continue into the future." Oddly, Severin thought of Marjorie. He remembered clearly the glory of her silvery hair, her vivid blue eyes that glistened when she laughed and darkened to a near black when she reached her release. Then her image dimmed. He had not thought of her in a very long time. She had long since been married off to another man. She was buried in a past that he would no longer allow to haunt him. He said to Falk, "Graham has told me her name is Hastings. Surely a strange name for either a male or a female." Falk tried to smile, but the muscles in his face wouldn't move upward. He felt the deep weakness drawing on him, pulling him toward bottomless sleep. But he managed to say low, "All firstborn daughters in my line since the long-ago battle have been named Hastings in honor of our Norman victory, and our ancestor, Damon of Trent, who was given these lands by William in reward for his loyalty and valor, and, of course, the 100 men he added to William's force." His eyelids closed. He looked waxen. He looked already dead. He said, voice blurred with pain and weariness, "Come to me when you are ready. Wait not too long. 2 hours." Graham motioned for Severin to follow him from the chamber. He nodded to a woman who went in and sat beside Falk of Trent to watch over him whilst he slept. "Aye, if we can find Hastings, it will be done in 2 hours," Graham said. "She is usually working in her herb garden. Aye, it must be tonight. I am afraid that Falk won't survive until the morrow. As you will. Trist is hungry. I would feed him before giving my name to this girl Hastings." Severin reached his hand into his cloak and pulled out the marten. He raised the animal to his cheek and rubbed his flesh against the soft fur. "No, don't try to eat my glove, Trist. I will give you pork." He raised his eyes to Graham's face.
No other of his species eats much other than rats and mice and chicken, but when I was captured near Rouen last year and thrown into Louis of Melifont's dungeon, he had more rats on his dinner plate than a village of martins could eat. He didn't have to hunt them down. All he had to do was wait until one came close, kill it, and eat. After I escaped, he wouldn't hunt another rat. I believed he would starve until he decided that he would eat eggs and pork. It is strange, but he survives, and grows fat. Graham said, "He poked his head out a few moments ago. It seemed to me he didn't like being in Falk of Trent's bedchamber." He quickly withdrew again. He remembers the smell of sickness and death from the dungeon. Not many of us survived.
Well, now he will eat all the pork he wishes. Graham paused a moment on the winding stone stairs. Severin, I have known Falk and Hastings for a goodly number of years. Hastings was a clever little girl, and she has grown up well. She knows herbs, and over the years she has become a healer. She is bright and gentle. She is not like her mother. As the heiress of Oxborough, she will fulfill her role suitably. I will have your word that you will treat her well. Severin said in an emotionless, cold voice, "It is enough that I will wed her. I will protect her from the scavengers who are already on their way here, just waiting for the old man to die so they can come and steal her. That is all I promise that, and to breed sons off her. If she were not here to be wed, then you would have to become another man's vassal. You would still be baron lodges, but you would watch your lands turn hard and cold with no men to work them. They are already hard and cold. There is naught left there. You will have the money to make things right. You will have Hastings as your wife. She will oversee the management of Oxborough when you are visiting your other estates. My mother wasn't able to oversee anything. When I arrived at Langthorne, she was huddled in filth, starving, afraid to come into the sunlight. I doubt she even recognized me. She is a woman with a woman's mind, and now that mind is mired in demons. She is quite mad, Graham. She could not hold Langthorne together. She could do anything save whine and huddle in her own excrement. Why would I expect anything different from this Hastings? From any woman? What do you mean she isn't like her mother? Her mother was faithless. Falk found she had bedded the falconer. He had her beaten to death. Hastings isn't like her mother. He thought of the girl Severin had wanted to wed, this Marjorie. He had spoken of her long ago, with a dimmed longing. Did he think little of her also? We will see. Severin was a hard man, but he was fair. At least he was fair to other men. Graham knew there was nothing more he could do. He missed his wife and sons. He wanted to leave as soon as these two were married. He rather hoped Hastings would approve her father's choice, though that didn't particularly matter. 2. Sedgwick Castle. Richard de Lucy's stared down at his wife's vomit-stained night shift. He wished it was a shroud. When would she die? Damn her. She moaned, her back bowing upward. Pain rippled the slack flesh of her face. Her mouth twisted and opened. He wished he could just throttle her right here and now, but the priest was standing at his elbow, 4 of her women hovered next to her bed, and his steward hadn't left the odorous chamber for 3 hours. He knew that Severin of Langthorne must be drawing near Oxborough. He knew of the negotiations and that King Edward had given his permission. But once he had Hastings of Trent, it wouldn't matter if the Pope himself had given his blessing. The man who took her first and wed her would be the victor. He flexed his fingers. Why hadn't he just poured all that white powder into her wine? Surely that would have felled her immediately, not brought her puking to this bedchamber, lying in her own vomit and filth for the past day and a half. If she had complained that she didn't like the taste of the wine, he could have simply ordered her to drink it, pouring it down her throat if necessary. She'd been reciting one of her interminable prayers as she sipped at the wine into which he'd stirred that wondrous white powder the gypsy had slipped to him. In return, Richard had parted with the red silk scarf he had given his bride when they'd married 7 years before. What if she didn't die? He twisted his hands together, so hard the knuckles were white. Damn the bitch! He would hunt down that gypsy and gullet her. She moaned again, lurching upward. "Lie still, my child. Lady Joan, lie still." The priest pressed her back. She was heaving now, sucking hard for breath. Richard hoped she couldn't find any. He hoped she would choke to death on her own vomit. "Hurry it up, damn you!" he wanted to scream at her. Then, suddenly, with no warning, with no more retching and gagging, she was dead. The last gasp for air caught in her throat, leaving her mouth gaping open, her eyes wide, staring up into his face. "It is over, my lord," the priest said. He closed Lady Joan's eyes and tried to press her mouth shut, but her lips parted again. He stood and pulled the cover over her head. "It is done," he said. "The poor lady suffered so with the grip of her belly, but now she is with our Lord, her immortal soul free of its fleshly agonies. I am sorry, my lord." Richard de Lucy realized the man wanted him to do something, to say something. What? Fall over her meager body and moan his grief? He said to his wife's women, "Prepare her for burial and clean away the filth in this chamber." Then he forced himself to bow his head a moment at his wife's bedside. But a moment later he strode from the bedchamber, nearly crashing into his small daughter, Eloise, who was crouched beside a chair near the doorway. She shrank back beneath the chair. For once he did not notice her. At last the bitch was dead. Joan of Rotham was gone. He was free. He shouted for his men as he walked quickly through the hall of his castle. Such a small number of soldiers in his employ. But soon he would have more than he could count. He had to hurry. That damned Severin of Langthorne had to be close now, very close to Oxborough. He was away from Sedgwick Castle within the hour, his war horse fresh, ready to gallop the 17 miles to Oxborough Castle on the coast of the North Sea. She was to marry the devil who wore that gray cloak. In 2 hours. Soon she had to return to the castle, bathe, and let her women dress her in the lovely saffron silk gown with its beautiful embroidery that Dame Agnes had been sewing since Hastings had reached her 12th birthday. No, not just yet. She was riding Morella, her palfrey, with the white star on her forehead. Her mare was gray. She wondered if he would take her horse, this man who seems to wear no other color. She wasn't using a saddle, only the bridle she'd slipped over Morella's bobbing head before she led her from the stables that were built against the thick curtain wall of the outer bailey. Once mounted, she passed by Bemis, her father's master-at-arms. 3 knights and their squires were all responsible to him, and 50 soldiers. They lived in barracks that lined the outer bailey. It was immense, the only grass and trees in the huge open space in the east corner where an apple orchard stood. Bemis raised his hand to her. He was going to call her back. Then Squibbs, the armorer, caught his attention. Hastings let her mare pick her way through the crowd of men, women, and children, as well as animals in the outer bailey. She lightly kicked her sides as they went through the portcullis of the 8-foot-thick curtain walls onto the drawbridge that spanned a chasm dug by her great-grandfather in the last century. There was another wall beyond, this one not as thick as the curtain walls of the outer bailey. 2 miles beyond lay the village of Oxborough, nestled about the mouth of the narrow river Marksby that flowed into the North Sea. It was a small trading town, walled, protected by Oxborough for well over 200 years, most of it owned by her father. In less than 2 hours, it would become the property of Severin of Langthorne. The walls weren't as thick here, but they surrounded the entire enclosure and the village of Oxborough below. Just beyond was a small line of trees, then the decline worn smooth over the years that led down into the village. Here the air was fresh and sweet. She didn't want to greet any of her friends in the village, but she didn't see a way out of it when Ellen, Thomas the baker's daughter, waved madly at her from near the archery range. "It is chilly today," Ellen said, patting Morella's nose.
"My pa says there will be a storm off the sea this evening." "I didn't know your father ever brought his nose out of his ovens to see if there would be a storm outside," Hastings said, and Ellen obligingly laughed. She was a comely girl, 16, with nice teeth and a pale complexion. "He comes out when he's swept all the ashes from inside the ovens so he can sneeze." "You will marry this day, Hastings?" "Aye," Hastings said, and that was all. Not an hour before no one had known, but now Ellen knew, and that meant that all the village of Oxborough knew as well. I heard he was impressive, this man who wears naught but gray, mayhap handsome and well-fashioned in the way of strong men who are warriors. Hastings just smiled, watched the wife of the goldsmith throw a pail of slops out of an upper window, heard a man curse, then said, "I must go back. There is no more time." "Godspeed, Hastings," Ellen said, and backed away from the mare. Hastings rode beside the long curtain wall, waving to her father's men on the ramparts above, and let Morella make her way down to the beach. The water was turbulent and dark. Waves hurled against the mass of black rocks at the base of Oxborough Castle. The air was so sharp it nearly hurt to breathe it. The tinge of salt burned her skin. The wind whipped her hair and slapped against her cheeks. There were many waders, rushing forward when the waves receded, only to race back to the dry sand when the waves crashed in again. Oyster catchers, curlews, and redshanks shrieked and wheeled about above her head. She'd forgotten to bring them scraps. She had to return. There was no more time. She breathed in deeply, wondering when she would next be able to come here, to feel the freedom of the sea, to draw the salty air into her lungs, to hear the wind whistling strangely through some of the hollowed rocks strewn haphazardly below on the beach. Tuggle took Morella's reins as Hastings slipped off her mare's back. He said in his soft, deep voice, "The Lord is ready. You weren't here." He did not yell or curse, just spoke low, yet all knew he was not pleased. He asked Lord Graelum if you had run away, rather than wed with him. Lord Graelum assured him that you were not such a blockhead. Why would anyone believe I would run away from my home? I'll go in now. Thank you, Tuggle. Please rub Morella well. She's run hard. He had missed her, but she had time, nearly an hour. She picked up her skirts and ran toward the wide wooden doors that gave into the great hall. They were thrown open, warming the hall, and she slipped inside, pausing a moment so her eyes could adjust to the dimmer light. He was standing directly in front of her, as if he had known that she would be coming in at that moment, his gloved hands on his hips. "You are Hastings of Trent. You are the girl I am to wed." She thought she would swallow her tongue. Her head felt blank with fear at the harshness of that dark, cold voice. Then, suddenly, the marten peeped out from beneath his tunic. She couldn't help herself. She smiled, reaching out her hand. Nay, he isn't always friendly. He could bite you. But Trist didn't bite the girl who would soon be Severin's wife. He lifted his head higher when she rubbed the soft, thick fur, all white, beneath his chin. Then, just as suddenly, he pulled back and slipped beneath his master's tunic. "I'm Hastings," she said, her fear now gone. If the marten didn't fear him, then why should she? "You are Severin of Langthorne. You are the man my father has selected for me to wed." "Aye. You smell of horse. Your gown is dirty. Your hair looks like it's been culled from your head and thrown back on by a careless hand. Go to your chamber and ready yourself. We will wed by your father's bedside as soon as you are prepared." With those tender words, he turned on his heel to stride away. "It is my greatest pleasure to meet you," she called after him. "Perhaps Lord Graelum could tutor you in manners to be accorded a lady." He paused, his body still, so very still. Then slowly he turned to look back at her. "You will prove to me that you are not your mother's daughter. Then I will treat you like a lady. Go. The sight of you doesn't please me." He turned away again. Her heart pounded with the words that had come out of her mouth. Then the marten's head appeared behind Severin's head. He stared at her, his head bobbing up and down. It looked so funny that she laughed. Severin whirled around and stared at her. "You don't please me either," she said, flipped her long ratty braid over her shoulder, and walked up the solar stairs. "I don't like gray," she called back, but only when she was out of sight and, she hoped, out of his hearing. She heard laughter. From Severin of Langthorne? No, it was Graelum de Morton. She stood beside her father's bed. His eyes were closed, his breath shallow and quick. "Father, I'm here. It is time." He opened his eyes and looked at her. He drew away, crying out,
"You're here. Ah, Janet, you're here. How?" "I'm Hastings' father, not Janet. I'm not my mother. I'm her daughter. Your daughter." He was sweating, his gray flesh greasy and slick. He was breathing hard now, still not believing, for she knew he couldn't really see her with the white film over his eyes. She'd ground up cornflower blossoms, called hurt-sickle by the healer, boiled them in water, and used it as an eye wash. It gave temporary relief, but it hadn't improved his vision. His sight remained blocked by a slick veil of milky white, and it worsened by the day. He turned away from her, saying not another word. She stared down at him. Graham de Morton said at her elbow, "Father Carrick is here. Did my groom come as well?" "Aye, I am here if you would but turn to see me." She turned to see that he was garbed exactly as he had been earlier in the great hall, all in gray, but he'd removed his sword and the whip. The marten was wrapped around his neck like a thick, soft collar. "You look better," he said, his eyes on her face, then moving down to her breasts and lower to her belly. "I do not want this," she said to Graham, her fingers clutching at the rich velvet of his sleeve. "Truly, I don't want this. I don't know him. What is he? Who is he? Is there not another way? You will speak to me, madam, since in a very few minutes I will own you, as I will own everything, even to the gown on your back and the slippers on your feet. Very well, I do not know you. I would prefer to wait. You know that isn't possible." He paused, then shrugged. "We must be wed before your father dies. There are greedy men who would do anything to capture you and force you to wed with them. Your only protection is to be my wife." She'd heard this argument spewed several times from other mouths. Her father had spoken of Richard de Lucy, a man she truly feared when she had met him at a tourney 2 years before. She said, "But Richard de Lucy is married. He is no threat to me." "A wife would not slow him," Severin said, his voice uncaring, curt. "I imagine that his wife is now dead. I'll whip you as I whipped your mother if you do not do as you're bid. Do it, now." They all stared at Falk of Trent. He had managed to pull himself up on his elbows. He was looking from his daughter to Severin of Langthorne. "Do it, now. My end is near. You must wed each other to save my lands and to give my name permanence." And I am little of nothing, Hastings thought. Her father had ignored her since he'd had her mother whipped to death, a deed that her nurse had prevented her from witnessing. But she'd heard her mother's screams. Her mouth felt dry. She licked her tongue over her lips. "I am ready," she said. She thrust out her hand, and Severin took it. Father Carrick was quick. As he spoke the words from the Latin parchment that he himself had penned, his eyes darted from Severin back to Falk of Trent. He quickened, and Hastings knew that he had skipped parts of the ceremony. Her father breathed his last, just as Father Carrick gave them his blessing.
Father Carrick gave a sigh of relief and mopped the sweat from his forehead. "I have given him last rites," he said to Hastings. "I will pray over him now. Make your goodbyes." "It is done," Severin said. He leaned over and gently closed Falk's staring eyes that hadn't seen much of anything in weeks. Hastings watched him, feeling numb. Her father lay dead, and she was married. What goodbyes should she say? "Thank you, Father, for wedding me to a man who could be as violent as you were?" She lightly touched her fingertips to her father's cheek, then drew back. The marten stirred for the first time, stretching, his thick tail brushing Severin's face. Then the marten froze, making soft mewling sounds deep in his throat. "It is death," Graham said. "The marten hates the smell of death." "See to your father's laying out," Severin said to her. "Then come to the great hall, and we will sup. I would have more pork for tryst. He appears to like the way the cook prepares it." Father Carrick said, "My lord, I have instructed everyone that your name is now Severin of Langthorne Trent, Baron Louges, and Earl of Oxborough. The name matters little. I am now their lord. That will suffice." He turned and left the bedchamber, the marten wheezing until it was beyond the door. "I trust him," Graham said, and drew Hastings into his arms. He is a good man. My father is dead. Aye, but he had a good life, Hastings, a full life. He was a good friend to me. We will mourn him. Must I bed this man on the same night my father has died? Nay, I will speak to Severin. He will leave you alone tonight. But attend me, Hastings. He is a man, a warrior. He is now the Lord of Oxborough. He must spill his seed in you, not only to protect you, but also to seal the union. It is the way things are done. You know that. I like the Martin. Aye, Trist is a wily fellow, smarter than many men I've known. He travels everywhere with Severin. Severin told me that you touched Trist and he didn't bite you. It took me months before the Martin would allow my hand near his head. Now, your women will lay out Falk. You will come with me to the great hall. This is your wedding feast. We will do it properly. How old is Severin? Graham cocked his head to one side, even as he was warming her hands between his. Young, but 25 summers, I believe, not an old man of 31, as I am. She paused, looking back at her father. 2 women were already preparing to bathe him. "Goodbye, father," she whispered, and turned to Graham. "I remember when I was very young. My mother told me that my father was pleased when I was born, because I was the first-born girl, and thus the name of Hastings was carried on. But then there were no boys. I think he came to hate me for that." "Come," Graham said, having no answer, and led her away. 3. The Martin looked at her several times during the long evening, but made no move toward her. He remained very close to Severin, never more than a paw length beyond his right hand. Hastings, well aware of the cautious conversation coming toward her from all the Oxborough people, was sipping on her wine, staring at the peas on her trencher, when Severin suddenly leaned toward her. "Graham tells me you don't wish me near you tonight." They were the first words he'd spoken to her since Father Carreg had finished their marriage lines, and Severin had left the bedchamber. Her fingers tightened about the goblet. It was pewter, as cold a gray as the thick band he wore on his left arm. She wondered what the band was for. She simply couldn't imagine this man, this stranger, touching her, taking her, as men did women who were their wives, because it was their right to do so. She supposed it was his right to do anything he wished to do. He was a man. He was born with the right to own his wife. Hadn't her father killed her mother? She doubted even Father Carreg had uttered a single rebuke. "No," she said at last, "I wish to remain as I am, for as long as I can. Tonight, then. I give you tonight. My father will be buried tomorrow. Tomorrow night seems too soon as well. Tomorrow night it must be done. You do not sound like an enthusiastic bridegroom." "I'm not," he said, and stretched, rubbing his neck. "I am weary. I pushed my men and myself to arrive at Oxborough before your father died, so that I would be controlled with you. I even bedded several wenches on our way here. But now, seeing you, I do not believe you even know how to assist me to enthusiasm. So, it is likely that I will have you lying blank-eyed and cold beneath me, and that will bring me no pleasure. Sleep in your bed, Hastings, but tomorrow, whether I wish to take you or not, it must be done. Nothing is safe until I have breached your maidenhead and spilled my seed in your womb." She looked at the Martin. He was lying along the length of Severin's arm now, looking sleek, his belly stretched with all the food he'd eaten. He is fat. Aye, he doesn't hunt much. Not enough time has passed since he suffered so in Rouen. He will improve. Lord Geralem told me of your captivity and why Trist eats pork. He shouldn't have. It is not your affair. Evidently, he didn't agree with you. Since we are married, isn't it right that we know something of each other? He stared down at his pewter plate, that still held its slice of thick bread with meat chunks on top of it. The thick gravy had congealed. He saw that she hadn't eaten much either. Not that he cared. He said aloud, "It isn't important to me. You are my wife. You belong to me. You are an obligation. I will protect you as I will protect all else that is mine." She'd been an obligation to her father, keeping her distance, treading quietly around him, seeing to his comfort. But still, she was her mother's daughter, and thus to be despised. She remembered hearing one of the other women say to Dame Agnes that Hastings' mother had cursed when she'd borne a girl rather than an heir, even though the girl child would be named Hastings and thus carry on the tradition. No, Janet wanted an heir because she knew Fawk would make her go through pregnancy again until she bore him one. But Janet had come to love her daughter. Hastings was more certain of that than she was certain of anything else in her life. Aye, her mother had loved her dearly until she had died, beaten to death by order of her husband. Hastings shook away the memories. She looked at her husband, another who saw her as naught but an obligation. "You said you had bedded women before you arrived here." A black brow went upward. "What is there to understand? I am a man. I told you I wanted to have control with you." Because the marten was lying fat and replete along his arm, because she couldn't fear a man with an animal lying on his arm, she said, "When I was 15, the jeweler's son kissed me. I liked it. I supposed I should have enjoyed him more before I wedded you." His arm must have locked, because the marten raised his head, readying himself to move quickly. Severin drew a deep breath, then rubbed the animal's head with his finger. Both his arm and the marten eased. He speared a chunk of beef with his knife, looked at it a moment as if it would perhaps poison him, then ate it. He chewed slowly. Finally, he said, "You are not meek. That is a requirement in a wife. You will hold yourself silent. You will obey me. You will not mock me with an eye to angering me." "I am not mocking you, merely jesting with you." "Well, mayhap there is irony to be gleaned from my words. Do not misunderstand me, my lord. I see that you are a man. I am assured that you are a strong and an able protector, a warrior. I accept that. I will even accept you as my husband, since I have no choice, but I will not become one of the rushes for you to tread upon. Even my father, who had no affection for me, did not expect that of me. A husband is not a father." She felt as if she were battering herself against the curtain wall of the outer bailey. "No," she said quietly, "I believe you are right."
You are not grieving for your father. I have grieved for the past 2 months. I could ease his pain, but nothing more. I couldn't cure him. Not that he wanted to accept anything from my hand that would ease him. You are truly a healer? I try. Sometimes I succeed. Sometimes the illness overwhelms the victim and all my efforts to heal. Lord Graelum cleared his throat as he rose. Listen all. Let us all drink to the new Lord and Lady of Oxborough. Everyone did drink and cheer, but it was an effort. No one knew this man who was their new master. All were wary. Most, she knew, were worried for her. Even Bemis and her father's men-at-arms had kept their distance, but she saw they now seemed more at ease with Severin's men. She left the great hall as soon as she could. Tonight would be her last night of freedom. Tonight would be her last night to be herself. Dame Agnes, who had sewn her gown and had been her mother's nurse and hers as well, accompanied her to her small bedchamber. "It is kindness on the Lord's part," the old woman said, "that he not come to you tonight. But tomorrow night, my little pet, you must allow him to take you. I will pray that he won't hurt you, but know that it will hurt a bit the first time. But it isn't important. You lie still and let him do what he must. Later we can speak of other things." "What other things?" Hastings wondered. She said, "I know what he will do, Agnes. I've heard that some women even enjoy the act. My mother must have enjoyed Ralph the falconer since she willingly went to his bed. You are not your poor mother. She was unhappy for a while, but then Lord Fawk gave her no chance to change. It is a tragedy." "What do you mean? She wanted to return to my father?" Dame Agnes tightly seamed her thin lips. "Come, my mother has been dead many years now. My father is dead. There is no one here to feel their pain anymore. Tell me, Agnes, don't you believe I deserve to know?" "Hold still," the old woman said. Hastings said nothing more.
just raised her arms and moved this way and that until Agnes had removed the precious saffron silk gown. "You will keep it safe for your own daughter," she said. "I doubt I will be here to sew her wedding gown for her." "Of course you will. I grow more efficient with my herbs every day. You will see, by next month I will be able to cure the plague, mayhap even old age." Dame Agnes smiled. It was a nice smile to Hastings, even though the old woman was missing most of her teeth. "You keep your head about you, Hastings. You hold firm. A woman bends, that you must remember, but she can still keep her place unto herself. Our new lord, he is a mystery, but he is still just a man, and no man I've ever heard of can hide himself for very long. I dare say his marten won't let him. Ah, the marten, a strange companion for a warrior. Now, little pet, let me assist you in your night shift. It belonged to your mother. I have been keeping it safe for you. Why should I wear it tonight? He will not come. He swore to me that he would not. Ah, I had forgotten that. Just wear your shift. There's my little pet. You will sleep now. Hear the storm. You have always loved the storm blowing in from the sea. Let it give you sweet dreams." Dame Agnes leaned down, pulled the soft wool blanket to Hastings' throat, and kissed her cheek. She pulled her fingers through her thick hair. "How beautiful you are, Hastings, with your lovely chestnut hair, just like your mother's. And those green eyes of yours? Aye, they're more vivid than the moss in the Pevensey swamp. And now you are my lady. I will inform the servants that they are now to curtsy when they see you, and not just sing out your name as all of them have done since you were a tiny little mite." Hastings just smiled. It was difficult to believe all these changes could occur overnight. The bedchamber was dark. The rain pounded against the closed wooden shutters that covered the only window in her room. She listened to the roiling waves crash against the ancient rocks some 60 feet below. She was lucky, all in all. She wouldn't have to leave her home, as did most girls when they wedded. So she was beautiful, was she? She wondered if her new husband believed her beautiful. He probably didn't care. The last thought in her mind as she fell asleep was of the marten, lightly snoring, his face cupped in Severin's hand. A large hand, calloused and strong, the nails clean. She shivered. The dream wasn't sweet and vague as her dreams usually were during a storm. She felt someone pull down the blanket. She heard someone breathing close to her face. She was cold. She shivered. Hands were touching her, untying the ribbons of her shift. Her eyes flew open. There was a single candle burning next to her narrow bed. She looked up into the eyes of her husband. "You're awake. Good. Hold still so I can take off your shift." He was no dream. He was here, in her bedchamber. "What are you doing? You said you would leave me alone tonight." He said nothing, and she began to struggle, hard, and soon she was panting. "What are you doing here? Damn you, you lied." She jerked away from him, but only for an instant. He grabbed her arm and pulled her back. She yelled again, "You lied. You aren't to be here. You swore you wouldn't bother me this night." He was pulling on the ties of her shift, but he was clumsy. With a growl, he grabbed the soft cotton in his hands and yanked it apart, the ripping sound obscene in the small bedchamber. He grunted as he stared down at her breasts. He whipped away the blanket and looked down the length of her. He leaned down to pull off her torn shift. "Nay," she shouted, and jerked up her legs. She struck him squarely in the chest. It knocked him off balance, and he careened backward, flailing the air with his arms until he regained his balance. She saw his anger. Indeed, she felt it, and knew she wouldn't like what he would do. She knew she should lie upon her back and just let him have his way. But she couldn't. She struggled up onto her knees. She flung out her hands to ward him off. "Why did you lie to me? I didn't lie. I meant what I said to you. But now everything is different. I now have no choice. Hold still. Stop fighting me." He was on her, pulling her onto her back, lying by her side, holding her still with an arm over her chest and one of his legs covering hers. He jerked up the shift, bearing her to her waist. He stilled. But just a moment. Then his hand was prying open her legs. She felt his fingers touching her, pushing into her, and she cried out. He cursed, low and long. He probed more with his fingers. She flinched and struggled. Suddenly he left her. He walked to the small table with its narrow mirror. He was looking at the jars on top of the table. He opened one, smelled it, then nodded. She watched him smear a goodly amount of the cream on his fingers. Then he turned back to her. God, what was he going to do with that cream? Stuff it down her throat? He would poison her now that he had what he wanted? Since she was fighting him, he no longer cared if she lived or died? She leapt from the bed and ran to the door. She heard him curse her, but she was fast. She got the door open and was into the corridor, the hard stone cold and sharp beneath her bare feet. In the next instant, she ran into someone. Strong hands went around her upper arms. Hastings, stop it. It was Lord Graelum. He shook her, then pulled her against him. She realized dimly that she was wearing only a shift that was nearly ripped from neck to hem. She jerked back to see him in the dim light. She was shaking violently. All rational thought fled from her brain. Graelum, please listen to me. He lied. He is here to hurt me. You must not let him, Graelum. He promised to wait. Please. Hold still, Graelum said. He looked to see Severin standing in the open doorway. You plan to hurt her? Severin raised his hand. Look you, Graelum. My fingers are covered with cream to ease my member into her. She's drier than the Saracen desert.
He took a step toward her. No! She managed to jerk away from Graelum, but he caught her quickly enough. You are nearly naked, Hastings. Now listen to me. Go with Severin. He must take you tonight. We have word that men, probably Delusis soldiers, are very close to Oxborough. There is no choice. Just allow him to get it done. It won't be bad. She felt Severin's arm come around her waist. He lifted her and carried her beneath his arm back into her bedchamber. He said over his shoulder, I won't hurt her overly, then kicked the door closed with the heel of his boot. He turned the key in the lock, carried her to the bed, and threw her down onto her back. Don't move. We will get it done if you will but stay there. If you struggle, it will just hurt you more. She looked at him, at his 2 fingers covered with her special cream. What will you do with that cream? You heard me tell Graelum that you are dry. This will ease my way. Damn you, don't you know what I must do? You will leave my bedchamber. You have not my leave to be here. I will hold you to your promise. Those men, they cannot enter Oxborough. Oxborough is a fortress. If you have any honor, you will hold yourself to it. He sat down beside her. Listen to me, my lady. I'm certain that it is Richard de Lucy who is outside the walls, hiding in the forest. His wife is dead, doubtless murdered by him. He is here to take you. I must get this union sealed. I must rend your maidenhead and spill my seed in your body. I have tonight. Tomorrow I might be in battle. Do you understand? That drew her back into her mind. She calmed. Why didn't you tell me that instead of just silently forcing yourself upon me? I told you I had no choice. He shrugged. Besides, you are my wife. What need was there to say more? He made no move, just stared down at her. Her father lay in his shroud in the chamber below. Richard de Lucy was close. There was no hope for it. She said, Very well, I won't fight you any more. I would ask that you not tear any more of my clothes. He grunted, then pulled the shift off her and tossed it aside. Now you're naked. There are no more clothes to tear. Part your legs. This was more difficult than she'd thought it would be. She parted her legs. She also closed her eyes. Bend your knees. She bent her knees. She knew he was looking at her where no one had ever looked. She swallowed. She felt his fingers touching her. She felt his fingers parting her. She felt his fingers, coated with the thick cream, shove into her. She felt his fingers rubbing the cream into her cold flesh, pushing deeper. She tried not to move, but her body recoiled and tried to jerk away from him. It hurts. You are doing well. You will bear it. Soon it will be over. He left her. No, leave your legs open for me. She opened her eyes to see him opening his trousers. His man's sex was there. Surely too big, surely. But then he rubbed the rest of the cream on his member. Lie still and it will be over quickly. He came over her, the wool of his tunic rubbing against her breasts, and it hurt. He pushed her legs wider, and she watched him hold himself as he pushed into her. She tried not to move, but suddenly she couldn't help herself. It was too much. She cried out and jerked away from him. His palm flattened against her stomach. He drove into her, and the scream swallowed itself in her throat. She lay there, as motionless as a dead woman, while he heaved over her. It was over soon. He hadn't lied about that. He made some strange sounds in his throat, flung his head back, jerked into her, then he stilled. In the next moment, he was gone, standing over her, panting, his breath jerking and deep. She didn't look at him. She stared toward the tapestry on the wall opposite her narrow bed. It was lifting lightly as the storm winds buffeted against the keep walls. He said, his breath still fast and harsh, "It is done. Now you are safe." "Safe? You just treat me like I am worth nothing at all, and you bray that you have made me safe." She turned to face him as she spoke. He was still standing there, breathing hard, his member now lying flaccid against his body. It looked shiny, wet with his seed and her blood. "I hate you," she said with great precision. "You're not more than a rutting animal. I will never forgive you this. Never." He began to straighten his clothes. "An animal doesn't use cream to ease his way. I spared you what pain I could. A virgin has a maidenhead. I had to force my way through it. The next time it will not hurt you." He had used the cream. Should give him that. "You are still wearing your boots. You tear off my clothes, yet you keep yourself clothed." He was done. He looked down at her and shrugged. "I just wanted to get it over with. Now, draw the cover over yourself. Your legs are sprawled apart like a trollop's. Don't bathe my seed from your body. The sooner you are with child, the more secure will be my possessions." With those words, he leaned down, picked up the key, and opened the door. He turned in the doorway. "You will remain within the keep tomorrow. I will find Richard de Lucy. If he is a reasonable man, I won't kill him, though I fear he is just the first of many. Until you are with child, you are at risk." Aye, she thought, Severin was sorely tried. The poor man, marrying an heiress, was the very devil. He was gone, his boots sounding loud on the stone floor. He had still been garbed in his gray clothes. She lay there, her legs still sprawled wide, feeling as though she'd been ripped inside, which, she thought, she had, since he'd torn through her maidenhead. She hurt. She lay her hand on her belly. She was no longer herself, no longer just Hastings. No gentleness from him, no soft wooing, just the cream, which cost him no kind words. She had been married for 6 hours, and she had no kind thoughts for the man who was her husband. 4. She is gone. Severin blinked down at the old woman. "What did you say? Who is gone?" "Hastings, my lady, your wife, is gone." "What did you do to her? Hastings is never imprudent, yet I cannot find her. She is not within the keep. What the devil is this?" Graham demanded as he strode to Severin. "Hastings is gone? Aye, my Lord Graham. There was blood on her bed, and bloody water in the basin. The Lord broke his word to her. Her father is to be buried today. Surely he should have left her whole last night." Severin said, "It was not possible. Richard de Lucy nears. He will try to take her. Now you say she is gone." He cursed. "I should have locked her in her bedchamber. You say she is never imprudent. If she has tried to leave the castle, he will take her. That is stupidity beyond anything I can fathom." He hit the heel of his hand against his forehead. "I expect wisdom from a woman? I am a fool. I believed she understood. I believed her cowed. Well, Graham, all is changed now. I must find her before Richard de Lucy does. Damnation. I will punish her for this. Never again will she go against me." Graham turned to Dame Agnes. "It is only 7 o'clock. Did you only go to her bedchamber?" "I have looked everywhere. If anyone has seen her, then they are lying fluently." "Did you go to her herb garden?" "Nay, I have looked just within the keep. I will go there now." "I will go," Severin said.
I told her she was to remain within the keep. She must be taught obedience. He felt more relief than he was willing to admit when he saw her on her knees, garbed in an old woolen green gown, sweat between her shoulder blades, working the soil in her herb garden that stood fenced in beside a small pear orchard. All around the fence were blossoming flowers. He recognized the blood-red roses, tall, the blooms incredibly large, and the daisies, with their bright yellow centers and stark white ray flowers, and so many more he couldn't begin to put a name to. As for her herb garden, it was neatly plotted, the different plants carefully set inside a rectangle, all of them healthy, many ready to harvest. He shook his head.
Who cared about her herb garden? The storm had blown itself out. The morning sun was brilliant, the sky clear. She hadn't heard him. He supposed, with all the noise surrounding her nearly every hour of the day, it wasn't surprising. But she would learn to hear him. Soon, when he came to her, she would be on her feet, her eyes lowered, ready to curtsy when he drew near enough. Her hair was braided into a thick, single rope that hung down her back. He stepped over the protective wooden fence and stood over her, his shadow cast long and dark. She looked to be working furiously. Hastings loved the damp earth on her hands, the feel of it, knowing her precious herbs would thrive. She sat back on her heels for a moment, looking at her patch of thriving rosemary. The pleasure she felt working in her garden helped just a bit to ease her soul-deep anger at the blow he dealt her. It was absurd, this excuse of his that Richard de Lucy could somehow sneak into Oxborough and take her. She heard movement behind her and said without turning from what she was doing, "Is that you, Tuggle? Please bring me Morella. I would ride out in an hour or so." "I think not." She whipped about so quickly she fell on her bottom. "You," she said, and if that was too much, she quickly added, "Watch where you step. That is rosemary beside your foot. Don't crush it." He moved away from the rosemary. "I care not about this rosemary. It is a silly name, a female's name. Why is the rosemary so valuable? It makes your martin's pork very tasty. If you have a cramping belly, it will ease you. A man should drink it for 9 days if he has debilitated himself with venery. Perhaps you would care for some right now? Do not mock me again." He came down on his haunches beside her. "The other women were days ago. I took you only once. I doubt I'm debilitated. I told you to remain within. I am within. Look about you. There are scores of my people. My people. I am lord here now. Very well. There are scores of people who would yell down the heavens if someone came too close to me. She should be safe enough here, he thought, yielding the point, since there was a much meatier bone to pick. You thought I was Tuggle. You told me to ready your mare. You were going to leave, weren't you? Aye, but just for a short time, and I would have asked Bemis to send several of his men with me. I must go to see the healer, a knowledgeable woman who lives deep in the Pevensey forest. I have learned nearly everything I know from her. Even she could not save my father." He threw up his hands. "Then send a man to bring her to the castle. Have you no ability to think? She won't come here. She never leaves the forest. I have asked her many times. Then you won't see her for a while." He reached out his hand and cupped her chin. She stilled instantly. "You will listen to me now, lady. You will remain here, in this garden, or within the keep. You will go no place else until I have taken care of Richard de Lucy. Do you understand me? Since you are near to yelling, it would be difficult not to. Nay, that simply means that you hear me, but not necessarily that you understand me. I will have no more disobedience from you. Why did you wash my seed from your body? I told you not to." She reached for the trowel. She wanted to strike him as hard as she could. She wanted to smash his head. His gloved hand hit the trowel hard, her fingers just inches from the handle. "How do you know what I did?" she said, staring at that handle, at his fist covering the trowel. "Your old nurse told Graham and me. There was blood in your water basin." She watched him rise. Her fingers closed over the trowel handle. I scrubbed myself clean of you," he said, even as she raised the trowel. "You dared to raise a weapon to me?
He made no move toward her. He remained utterly still. It was that same stillness that had made her want to cross herself when she'd first seen him standing in the great hall, the sun framing him through the wide doorway. He was again garbed all in gray. She felt the rage pouring from him. It happened so quickly, neither had a chance to react. A shadow fell. Then there was a blur of movement. It was Hastings who saw the dagger in the man's hand, and it was but moments from Severin's back. She yelled and threw herself against Severin, knocking him off his feet and onto her patch of time. He fell onto his side. The man's hand flashed down, and the knife sank into Severin's shoulder. She didn't think, just jumped to her feet, flinging herself at the man, even as he raised the dagger again to strike. She knew he wouldn't dare hurt her, else his master wouldn't gain her, and would thus lose all. She struck his head as hard as she could with the trowel, but it just seemed to bounce off his skull. Her fingers went to his eyes. He managed to jerk back, but not in time. He screamed in pain. She felt ribbons of his flesh wet beneath her fingernails. He covered his face with his hands, groaning. She threw the trowel at him and kicked him in his groin, sending him to his knees. 2 men were running toward them, but they weren't Oxborough men or Langthorne men. She grabbed the dagger from the man's lax hand and rose to meet them, even as she yelled as loud as she could, "Graelum! À moi! À moi! Bemis!" They were on her in a flash, but she kept slashing that dagger in front of her. Filthy cowards! Are you afraid of one woman? Come on, my fine warriors, come. Aye, a voice came from behind her. Come and let me cut your gullets. It was Severin. She almost whirled about to see him, but knew she couldn't. If he wasn't wounded badly enough to stand, then he could save both of them. She saw the flash of his sword, heard the scream of one of the men, saw the blood spurt from his chest, even as he lurched forward to fall not an inch from her feet. The other man wasn't a fool. Oxborough men were coming, and soon he wouldn't have a chance. He turned on his heel and ran. She turned to Severin, who stood there, sword dripping the man's blood onto his hand. He was holding his other hand against his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. "I had believed you safe here," he said. "I do wonder how they managed to get within the keep. Are your men so slack?" She had no time to answer. There was yelling, a man's scream. Then Graelum and Bemis were there, men piling behind them. Bemis was pale, his eyes on his new master. "I don't know how they got in. I don't, but it won't happen again, my lord. If it does, I'll flail the flesh from your back," Severin said. "I want the other man alive. He's alive." "Good," Severin said. "I will question him." He looked at Graelum, then down at the blood oozing between his fingers, opened his mouth, looked astonished, and fell right on top of her rosemary and horehound. His right foot landed on the small patch of mugwort. Severin felt the deep, twisting pain before he opened his eyes, but it was pain, nothing more, and he knew from long practice that he could control most pain. He'd fainted. Like a damned female, he'd fainted. He'd had to be carried and laid on his bed. He felt shame curdle in his belly. He couldn't help it. Then it wasn't shame curdling in his belly. He lurched up and vomited in the basin she held for him. He drew a deep, steadying breath and said, "You will go away. I don't wish you near me." "Why not? Had I not been here, had I not known that your belly would probably rebel, you would have puked on yourself." He wanted to kill her. "Do you still have that trowel?" "Nay, I threw it at the man I felled." She had saved herself. Damn her. And she'd saved him as well. Curse her to hell and beyond. A girl who was half his size, and she'd hurled herself at him, knocking him off balance. Perhaps he would have seen the man in time. Perhaps. He'd seen her rip the man's face with her fingernails, kick him in his groin. Who had taught her that? A lady would have swooned, surely, not knocked him out of danger and flung herself upon the attacker.
His voice was sour as he said, "What are you doing to me? Ah, a reasonable question. It's about time. But your mood is foul as your breath. Don't mock me, lady." He felt the bed give when she sat down beside him. She wasn't looking at his face, but at his shoulder. He reached up and grabbed her wrist. "What are you doing?" He sucked in his breath at the pain. He closed his eyes a moment, gaining control.
He had to. She was watching him. Drink this. She held a goblet to his lips. He tasted the sweet, crisp liquid, felt the foulness ease in his mouth and through his body. Good. Now hold still. She added in a matter-of-fact voice, I'm cleansing the wound with a paste I make of eringo root and bandaging it. You will survive, my lord. What is this eringo root? Many call it sea holly. It grows just above the tide line. I mix it with pearl barley and water boiled with just 3 leaves from the gentian plant. Don't fret, my lord, it won't kill you. Finish your bandaging and leave me be. I must question that other man. Keep on your back for a bit longer, Severin, Graham said from just beyond Hastings. She has got the bleeding stopped. I have spoken to the man. Severin felt a movement on his belly. Trist poked his head from beneath the covers that were pulled to Severin's waist. He realized he was still wearing his breeches, but not his boots. He said gently, as he brought his hand to lightly touch the marten's head, I am all right, Trist. Don't fret. The marten made a strange, soft purring sound, then flattened his chin on Severin's belly, staring up at his master's face. He wouldn't leave you, Hastings said. He did leap away when you vomited, but you felt too wretched to notice. Then he crept back. He wasn't with you this morning when you came to my herb garden. When Graham and Bemis and your man Bonlook carried you in, he leapt onto you, yowling, sort of. I could not make him leave, and I did ask him very politely. This damned wit of hers, where had it come from? Why had she hidden it from him? It annoyed him. He looked at her then and said, This would not have happened had you obeyed me. No, she said, surprising him, it would not have. The man, Graham said, looking from one to the other, won't speak of anything to the point. He won't even admit to being Richard de Lucis's man. He just keeps whining that he's from the village, here to trade furs. Indeed, he did have 4 or 5 pelts fastened to his belt. I will rise soon. I will make him speak. I learned much in the Holy Land. As all of us did, Severin. You needn't torture him, Hastings said. I will have him willing to tell you his deepest secrets within minutes. Severin grunted, making Trist raise his head and stare at Hastings. She reached down without thinking and lightly stroked the marten's head. To Severin's shock, the marten closed his eyes and lowered his head again to Severin's belly, stretched out his short legs to Severin's navel. Just how will you do this? I will give him some sweet ale to drink that will cover the bitter taste of the mandrake and the yarrow root. Within a few minutes, he will begin puking up his innards. No man can withstand it. I will offer to give him the cure for it if he will speak the truth. I don't believe you, Severin said. What would you give him to cease the vomiting? Columbine and just a bit of gentian. I grind up the flowers and mix the powder into sour beer. The gentian seems to add calm to the mind, and thus to the belly. Aye, you just had a bit of gentian to calm your belly. Ah, Graham said, you mean bitterwort. My Cassia uses that. She was complaining when Harry had a bellyache that her recipe wasn't effective enough. She smiled at him. I will send her mine. I learned it from the healer last year. Severin cursed. Both turned to him. Graham's eyebrow arched. Calm yourself, Severin. Because Hastings is seeing to you, you will be well much sooner than you deserve to be. Now, Hastings, would you like to mix up your belly poison for our prisoner? Gladly. I must do some grinding and boiling. It will take me a while. No, I forbid that you do this. I wish to see him. And what? Pull out his fingernails? Lash him until he bleeds? Mayhap kill him without finding out anything? It is none of your affair, damn you. I am lord here. I will do just as I deem right. I will have nothing more out of your mouth. And suddenly, Trist inched up Severin's chest, rubbed his chin on Severin's chin, then laid himself over Severin's mouth, his long tail curling around Severin's ear. Drink this, Hastings said to him. It is more gentian to calm you. But it was Graham who gently moved Trist and held the goblet to his mouth, not moving it until Severin had drunk it all down. The witch will poison me, he said, then closed his eyes.
"No, I shan't poison you. I would rather hit your head with the trowel." His eyes closed. His breathing deepened. Hastings said, as she stared down at him, "He's a very big man, Graham. That first bit of gentian I gave him wasn't enough." Graham said slowly. "The man retched violently for 5 minutes before he begged her to cure him. He lay on his side in pools of his own vomit, clutching his belly, whimpering, 'Please, lady, please save me. I will tell you what you wish. Please.'" Hastings smiled at Graham and Severin. She looked thoughtful. If she didn't know of the deep wound in his shoulder, she wouldn't guess there was anything wrong with him at all. She waited, swirling the liquid about in the goblet. It smelled foul, but tasted sweet, the flour mixed with the ale. The man was staring at that goblet. She didn't blame him. Still, she just waited. It was Severin's decision. She wondered if he would simply slip his dagger into the man's chest. Severin said, "Give him the potion, Hastings." She came down on her knees and gently tilted the goblet into the mouth. "Drink slowly," she said, "very slowly. Then the men will carry you into the shade and you will sleep for a while. When you awake, your belly will be calm." When the man slept propped up against the side of a pigsty, Severin said to all the men, "I am releasing him. He will take a message to Richard de Lucy. Graham, come with me whilst I write the message." He knew how to write. She wasn't really surprised. She supposed nothing he did could surprise her. Actually, she was relieved. It meant that she wouldn't have to keep a close eye on her father's steward, Torek. Her father had also known how to write, and he'd been proud of that fact, telling her that a man shouldn't be at the mercy of another man, particularly when it came to goods and money. She trailed after the men into the great hall. She wondered if she would have released the man or stuck a dagger in his gullet.
His father would have killed him with great relish, denying him the curing potion, very probably taunting him with it until he stuck his sword in his chest. It was late that day when they released the man. He looked toward Hastings, his eyes bright with gratitude. Had he already forgotten that it had been she who'd brought on his vomiting in the first place? "I expect an answer from your master on the morrow," Severin said. "If he refuses to exercise his reason, I will kill him, and then I will raise his castle," Graham said. "Before Severin dispatches Richard de Lucy to hell, Our Lady here will force a potion down his throat that will make him vomit until his head bursts open." The man paled and nodded. After he rode from Oxborough, they buried Lord Falk of Trent, Earl of Oxborough, in the plot beside the wife he'd had killed 8 years before. Father Correg spoke the words. The men were silent. Chickens squawked in the background, pigs rutted in the midden, cows mooed from beyond the wall. Then Father Correg raised his voice. "I hereby give Lord Falk's sword to his heir and successor, Lord Severin of Langthorne Trent, Baron, Luages, and 3rd Earl of Oxborough." Severin drew the sword from its sheath. He raised it high over his head as he spoke in a loud, clear voice. "I accept my responsibilities and hold them as dear as I will hold my possessions. I will accept fealty from all my men before the end of summer." There was loud cheering, not just from the men, but from the women as well. She could even hear shrieks from the children. Several dogs barked loudly. The entire Inner Bailey pulsed with sound and life, and acceptance of him. For the first time, Hastings realized to the very depths of her that her life would never be the same again. Everything had changed. There was no going back. There was a new master. He was her master. All owed fealty to him now, and to him alone. She knew he would travel to her father's 3 other castles, now his possessions, accepting oaths of fealty, determining which men would act in his stead during his absences. She wondered if any of her father's vassals would object to Severin's rule. 5. Severin paused a moment outside the bedchamber door. He'd had her father's large bedchamber thoroughly cleaned, surprised even as he'd given the order to Dame Agnes that Hastings hadn't already seen to it. Regardless, he did not doubt that her women had told her about the cleaning. But still, she hadn't been there awaiting him when he'd left Graelum. No, she wasn't there, and it enraged him. His shoulder hurt, but not so much that he wasn't going to take her again, as he knew he must. Mayhap this time she wouldn't call him an animal, or mayhap she would. He didn't care. He was a man set on his course. He opened the door and strode into the small chamber, silent, his boots clipping lightly on the bare stone. She was standing in front of the small window, the shutters open, a crisp night breeze blowing in, ruffling her hair. She still wore her gown, a soft green wool with long fitted sleeves, but her hair was free down her back. She had lovely hair, filled with colors, from the palest blonde to a dark brown, rich-looking hair, and soft. Perhaps he would touch her tonight, feel its texture in her hands and against his face. He liked a woman's hair, if it was clean and sweet-smelling. He reached out his hand, then dropped it at the stab of pain in his shoulder. He clenched his teeth, focused hard on her, and controlled the damnable pain, the way Gwent had taught him when he'd been knifed in the leg by a street bandit in Jerusalem. She didn't turn, though she sensed a presence. "Agnes, I'm glad you have come. I have no wish to go to bed yet. Stay a moment with me, and let us share a goblet of the sweet Aquitaine wine Lord Graelum brought. I am not Agnes. I passed her on the solar stairs and dismissed her." He was still displeased that the proud old woman had not immediately obeyed him, but had looked at him with doubt and opened her mouth to object. But she'd kept still, wisely, unlike her mistress. She turned slowly to face him. "Why are you here? What do you want?" He took another step toward her and smelled the heady scent of some herb he couldn't identify. He said slowly, very precisely, as one would speak to an idiot, "I am your lord. I am your husband. Why are you still here in this maiden's bedchamber? It smells of strange things, all these herbs you collect and grind. You will come to the master's bedchamber. If you please me, if you obey me, I will consider letting you use this room for your herbs." "Ah," she said, and then she had the gall to shrug. "You forget so quickly that it was my skill with herbs that took care of your wound. I doubt you would be stupid as to do away with them." He wanted to strangle her, his hands fisted at his sides. She saw it, and he knew that she paled. Good, she should fear him. He wouldn't accept anything from her except gentleness and submissiveness. He'd expected it from the moment he'd wedded her, but it hadn't happened yet. Very well, she will be submissive, as of now. Then Trist peered out from his open tunic and reached a paw toward her. She laughed, waggling her fingers at him. "I have wine. Does Trist like wine?" His damned Martin. He'd forgotten he was sleeping in his tunic. Why must Trist poke his head out of his tunic and make her laugh, just when Severin had his boot nearly settled on her neck? He would deal with Trist later. Just how he would deal with him, Severin wasn't certain. He wanted to shove the Martin back inside his tunic, but his hand stilled. Trist was making a soft purring sound deep in his throat. It had been nearly 3 months since they'd been rotting in that dungeon in Rouen. The Martin had made no pleasurable sound since then, until now. My Martin has never tasted wine. What was happening here? No, he drinks only ale. Why were they speaking of Trist and wine? He shook his head. "I asked you why you are here. You will answer me, and you will do it immediately. You will not try to distract me again." "I gave it no thought," she said, her eyes still on the Martin. The animal, all stretched out, at least 10 inches of him hanging down the front of Severin's tunic, gave her courage. "Why would I wish to share a bedchamber with you? I do not care," he said. "Come with me, now. It is time."
Slowly she shook her head. "Nay, you took me last night. There is no more need, surely. I have no wish to be hurt again." He cursed and plowed his fingers through his hair. It sent a sharp pain through his shoulder. He ignored it. He would not back down, Mao. "Damn you! I did not want to hurt you. I used the cream. I eased you. Your yelling has disturbed Trist." The marten had twisted onto his back and was now looking up at his master's face. He looked ready to fall out of Severin's tunic. "If you do not wish to have wine, I bid you good night, my lord. I have some drying chamomile to see to." So that was the scent he smelled so strongly. What do you use chamomile for? For many things, but most desire it when their head aches after they've drunk too much ale. She started to take a step toward him, then stopped. "Also, you should be in your bed. Are you not weak? You must give your shoulder time to heal. It is not too late for a fever to come upon you." She turned away from him, back to the open window. Very gently, while her back was turned to him, he lifted Trist from his tunic and laid him on her bed. Ah, it freed him. He strode to her and grabbed her shoulders. He jerked her around to face him, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. He was pleased to see her pallor. She was wary of him, at least part of the time. It was a good beginning. It probably meant also that her father had punished her when she had deserved it. He was twice the size of her. She should tread warily around him.
The courage came from seeing Trist hanging off his neck, and he knew his marten had charmed her, and because of his charm had bestowed upon his master an easiness that didn't fit him at all, at least with regard to her, his damned wife. But this misapprehension on her part would pass. He would see to it. He shook her for good measure. "Listen to me, wife. You will come with me now. I will take you again and again until you are with child. It must be done. Understand, it gives me no pleasure, save a man's quick release for his lust. I must do it. It is my duty to my line." He raised his hand to the neck of her gown. "Don't rip my clothes. Then do as I tell you now." Her pallor changed to a dull red. That dull red seemed to climb to her hairline. What was going on here? "You are no longer a maiden. Why are you flushing? I have already seen you naked, Hastings. I've seen you with your legs sprawled wide apart, my seed and your blood on your white flesh. It makes no matter to me. All women are the same. All have breasts and a belly and a passage for a man's sex. You are nothing out of the ordinary. You have no reason to be embarrassed, if that is what you are." Her eyes fell. She hated him desperately. She said very quietly, "Let me go. Stop shaking me. Stop yelling at me." He drew a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Then obey me, or I will tear your gown off you and take you here against this tapestry." "You cannot," she said, her eyes on his boots. "You cannot," she repeated when his hands tightened on her upper arms. "I can do anything to you that I wish to. That you are an heiress makes no difference. You are nothing more than what I choose to make you. Very well, I won't rip your gown. I have no wish to listen to your woman's plaints." He reached down and gripped the hem of her gown and pulled it up. She shrieked. He was so surprised he let her gown drop. St. Andrew's teeth, what is the matter with you? She tried to back away from him but couldn't move. He had her pressed against the tapestry her grandmother had woven more than 30 years before, a grand hunt with beautifully gowned ladies looking on. She flattened her palms against his chest. "You cannot, Severin, you cannot. Oh, I wish you would leave or fall in a heap with a fever. You have the feelings of a damned toad." What was this? She was railing at him? Where was that lovely pallor of hers that showed him clearly that she was afraid of him? What was this nonsense about feelings? Of course I have feelings, and not those of a toad. When that knife drove into my shoulder, think you not that I felt it? I don't mean those kinds of feelings. I mean that you don't care what I feel. You don't care if I'm upset or frightened or angry. I do care, sometimes. It's just that a man doesn't have time to dwell upon such things. Believe me, I've remarked upon it every time you look at me pale with fright.
It shows proper respect, aye, a good thing for a wife to feel for her lord and husband. She had never doubted his feelings on that, yet she couldn't prevent her incredulous stare or the shock in her voice. Are you a brute? Do you like to hurt those with less strength than you have? You like it that I fear you? She had said quite a lot, and all of it annoyed him. How dare she question him? Make him sound like a mindless, brutal savage? On the other hand, a woman who feared a man perhaps could do him in. That woman could put one of her noxious herbs in his ale and make him retch up his guts. He had seen her do it. Sometimes it is right for you to stand in awe of me. Leave me, Severin. You anger me now. Go away. You will never give me orders. Now you will cease your insults. He reached down to grab the hem of her gown. She yelled, "It is my monthly flux." He straightened, stiff as a bow. Her monthly flux. What lie is this? She shook her head, her forehead touching his chest, because she still wouldn't look at him. I don't lie. You cannot touch me. The good Lord give me patience. It matters not to me if you bleed. You will bathe me after I take you. She looked up at him now, her face pale and set. If you force me, if you humiliate me, I will never forgive you. You already swore that you wouldn't forgive me. This is more. This is humiliation, and I will not bear it. Leave me be, Severin. Does your belly cramp? What do you know of that? Damn you, do you think me ignorant? I did not believe men knew of such things, and if they did, they didn't admit to it, because they find it distasteful. Men do not want that sort of knowledge about women. They do not care in any case. I have no belly cramps this time. I do not find you distasteful. Come with me. I would bed you. Whenever I wish to bed you, you will come willingly and arrange yourself the way I wish it. He was ready to sling her over his shoulder when he felt Trist's claws dig into his leg. He looked down to see the marten climb up his leg, skim as light as a feather over his wounded shoulder, and settle himself near his neck. He was mewling loudly. He was rubbing his whiskers against Severin's cheek. Severin cursed. This goes beyond what I will stand, he said, but he made no move to pull the marten from his shoulder. He looked down at her. Slowly, he released her arms. Your arms will be bruised. Do you have a potion for that? She nodded. Good. This is why you believe I have the feelings of a toad. I didn't comprehend quickly enough that you bled. I didn't care if you bled while I took you. He shrugged. You're right. A man doesn't care about that. Why should he? A woman's blood comes naturally from her body. It makes no difference. I told you before, it isn't. He felt a groan deep in his throat and managed to swallow it. Pain was lancing through his shoulder, trying to twist him in on himself, but he wouldn't let it. He wondered if he would even be able to take her now. Aye, better to wait. Tomorrow night, when he had more energy, when his shoulder wasn't hurting like the devil's own tail, when he had enough lust to stiffen his rod, then he'd take her. He couldn't imagine trying and failing in such an effort. He would give himself tonight. He was not giving her a reprieve. He turned on his heel and left without another word. She stood there, staring at the closed door, wondering at this man. She knew, deep down, that he would not have hesitated to humiliate her had the marten not climbed his leg to stare him down. She would prepare a special pork dish for Trist on the morrow. She knew that martens never ate all their food, but stored some away for lean times. She prayed she would never find a mess of rotted pork in some corner of the keep. She wondered how badly his shoulder hurt him. She hoped it would hurt him a good deal during the night. It was Grallum who awoke her when the sun was breaking over the horizon. Hastings, you must hurry. Severin has the fever. She merely nodded and rose. She had wished it on him, but now, with the reality of it, she was afraid. She walked quickly to the wooden chest with its myriad drawers, each exquisitely sketched with the herb that was within. She said over her shoulder, I will make an infusion of gentian. She picked up a handful of a dark brown herb from one of the drawers and rose. Go downstairs and have Marguerite, she assists MacDear as much as he allows anyone, boil some water. I'll be along quickly enough. He nodded and left her bedchamber. When Hastings came into the large bedchamber some minutes later, her old bedrobe wrapped around her shift, she paused, unable not to smile. The marten was seated on the pillow next to Severin's head, his paw outstretched as if he would stroke his master's face. He looked profoundly worried. He looked over at her and mewled softly in his throat. "Don't worry, Trist. Your master will be all right. I truly believe he is too spiteful to sicken more. At least, she hoped he wouldn't. If he died, she couldn't begin to imagine what Graelum and the king would do. They'd probably deliver her up to a man more offensive than Severin. At least Severin was young and comely. I've brewed it to the count of 200. Now I will strain it, and he will drink it whilst it is hot." Graelum held Severin's head as she slowly poured the liquid into his mouth. He was raging with fever, so hot that he'd flung the covers away from him, and the single blanket came only to his belly. He was quite naked. She sat down beside him and continued the slow business of getting the potion down his throat. When at least he'd drunk all of it, she said, "Now we must wipe him down with cold water. The healer taught me that last year when one of the men-at-arms was ill." "Did he survive?" She shook her head. "No, he was too ill of other things as well as the fever." Hastings wrung out the cold cloths and handed them to Graelum. When Graelum started to push the blanket to his feet, she said, "No, it is not necessary." "He's big," Graelum said after nearly an hour, standing up to stretch his back. "Aye, nearly as big as you are. I hope for the sake of your wife that you never become fevered. Now, let me look at his wound." She unwound the bandage. "This man is amazing. Look at the pink flesh. I have never seen such speed of healing." She took dried bramble blossoms and laid them on the wound, then wrapped it again. "Then why did he get the fever?" "I don't know. I don't think anyone knows why it strikes some and not others. Mayhap it is his foul humor. He was very angry with me last night. He came to my chamber and made threats. Mayhap he'll believe I cursed him, and the result is the fever." "Aye, I like the sound of that. What do you mean he came to your chamber? He said naught to me of going to you again, and we played chess in here until well after midnight." "Ah," she said, "and nothing more? You're turning red, Hastings. What happened? What were his threats? Was he rough with you? Did he hurt you?" "I think he wanted to, but he didn't. He left me alone after he raged at me." "Aye, his own nastiness brought on the fever." The marten mewled, lifting its paw toward them. Severin was shivering now, the burning heat turning into a wasteland of cold, freezing him from the inside. He felt the weight of blankets, so many of them, and they were but pressing him deeper into himself, into that frigid wasteland. He hated the weight of them, but he didn't have the strength to throw them off. He heard a strange noise. It was close, too close. He realized then that it was his own teeth chattering. He hated this, the helplessness, this endless devil's cold. But there was naught he could do, because his mind spun away, leaving him awash in the misery and with no ability to control it. Suddenly, he felt a spurt of warmth and turned his face into it. Trist was curled next to his head, his fur thick and soft, but he didn't feel heavy, not like all those deadening blankets. His thoughts returned as the cold slowly lessened. He heard her voice and knew she was close. She felt her hands on him, easing the weight of the blankets off his shoulder. He didn't want her hands on him. He didn't want her to know that the blankets were grinding him into frozen pulp, making the pain in his shoulder unendurable. He didn't want her to see him helpless. "He's quiet at last," he heard Hastings say, as she and Graelum stood over him. "That's a good sign. If he gets the fever again, I just might let him drown in his own sweat. I would rather fight the infidel than wipe down his big body again." She laughed. "Do you know," she said after a moment, "it is said that when a mandrake is uprooted, it shrieks and will bring death to the one who has destroyed it. The healer told me always to have a dog do the uprooting." Graelum smiled. "I will tell Cassia the tale. Mayhap she will believe it. She has a streak of witchiness in her. Aye, she just might believe it. You have put me off long enough. Did Severin hurt you last night?" Severin wished he had the strength to snort. Hurt her? Of course he hadn't hurt her. He'd shaken her, naturally. She'd deserved that. St. Peter's thumbs! He was the one who was hurt. Couldn't Graham see that? Nay, Graham, he didn't hurt me, not really, but know that he doesn't like me, truly. He believes me an encumbrance, nothing more. I am part of this prize of his, very likely the only part he doesn't want. He is a warrior, ruthless and hard. He wants to treat me like a possession. He probably sees me as less desirable than his bathtub over there. That bathtub does what it is supposed to do. That is what he expects of me. I'm to be humble as that damned bathtub, do his bidding without question or argument, and do it without thought. He is very angry with me. Do you think he will kill me once he has secured my father's possessions? So she believed him a murderer of women as well as an animal. He cherished evil thoughts before the pain in his shoulder made his mind go blank. Don't be foolish, Hastings. You are tired. You are not thinking correctly. Severin won't kill you, but I fear that you will not mind your tongue when he angers you with his orders and commands. And you are right, of course. Severin hasn't known much easiness or softness in his short life, but he is a man to trust. Trust, you say? Well, we will see about that. At least he won't be giving any orders today. His mind came back into his body when she spoke those words. As soon as he had the strength, he would give her more orders than her feeble brain could take in, and it would be today. If it killed him, he would give her all those orders today. Was it still today? Now, I need to give him more gentian mixed with a bit of poppy. Then he will sleep for many hours. He didn't want to sleep through the day. He wanted to think about what he'd heard. Graham had said he was a man to be trusted. Naturally he was. He was a man of honor. She doubted even that. Perhaps he wasn't a model of the minstrel songs of the chivalrous knight. He was a man and a warrior, and he would rule his possessions. She was one of them. But, damn her, she could trust him. Kill her? Mayhap he wanted to thrash her, but not kill her. He wanted to tell her so. He wanted to give her at least one order, but he simply had not the will to open his eyes and tell her that he resented her speaking so plainly to Graham. Graham wasn't her husband. He wished Graham would tell her that he, Severin, didn't have the feelings of a toad. There was something else. He wanted to tell her that he could mend himself without her damned potions. He did not want to have to show her gratitude, not that he had any intention of doing so in any case, but the goblet was at his lips, and he felt her fingers prying open his mouth. He had not the strength to fight her. When it was done, when Hastings was satisfied that he would rest easily, Graham called for Severin's man, Gwent, to stay close to him. Gwent was a giant of a man, larger even than Lord Graham. There was a wide space between his front teeth, and a very deep dimple on his chin. He had large hands, a rough tongue, and, she saw, a gentle manner with both Severin and Trist. But what relieved her mind was that the Martin liked him. That satisfied her. I will bring you some ale and bread, Gwent, and Trist, well, I will find something to interest him. The little lordling likes eggs that are lightly boiled, not firm on the inside, just very hot, the yellow and the white a bit clingy.
Once the yolk was too hard and Trist spit on the back of my hand, I thought I should warn you. But the Martin is not spoiled, not really, and it amuses Severin to please him. Little lordling, indeed, she thought. You've been with Lord Severin long, Gwent? Since he was a lad of 17, just arrived in the Holy Land. He saved my life in a Saracen ambush. My master had been killed. I swore fealty to him on that day. I have never known boredom with Severin. Of course, Gwent hadn't ever known boredom, Severin thought, feeling as though his brains were as sand trickling through a sieve, except for those hideous weeks in the dungeon in Rouen. Why was she asking Gwent all these questions? When he was himself again, he would see that she kept her woman's curiosity to herself. He wanted to tell her that Gwent would protect her while he was still lying flat on his back, but why should he bother to tell her anything? No, he thought, he would remain as silent as the night. He breathed deeply, feeling the inexorable blankness seep into his brain.
Hastings wished she could stay and ask him to tell her of every happening in his master's life since his 17th year, but she couldn't. It was late. The servants needed instruction. She needed to speak with MacDear, the cook, a brawny Scotsman who had a special way with roasted capon and honeyed almonds. His use of spices rivaled her own knowledge of them. She leaned down and lightly touched her fingers to Severin's cheek, felt the coolness, and left him with Gwent. He was sleeping deeply now. He would live. 6, I know, said to Graham. You must leave. You and your men grow restless. I will leave on the morrow, when I am convinced you will have the fever no more. Hastings has told me you won't, but she isn't always right. I must visit Edward in London to tell him that all has gone well. I hope that horseman Richard de Lucy rides away from Oxborough. Graham said as he smoothed on his gauntlets. The man you spared will tell him the Oxborough heiress is both wedded and bedded. That is certain. There is nothing for him here. I worry only that he might try to assassinate you, for he is a mangy coward. So greedy, it is said, he dug the gems from his father's sword handle before he allowed him to be buried. Northbert told me he'd heard it said that de Lucy poisoned his wife, but that she didn't die speedily enough. Thus he was late getting to Oxborough before your wedding to Hastings. It was also said that de Lucy would have gladly assisted her to a quicker end, but the priest stood by her bedside throughout her ordeal. He should be dispatched to hell, Graham. When I am back to my full strength, I will do it. Do you know that Hastings made Tryst an egg that was boiled just until it was congealed on the inside? How do you know that? He brought it to show me. She had cracked the top of the egg so he could easily shuck it aside. He ate it on my chest. He even let it cool a bit so it wouldn't burn me. Graham was still laughing when Hastings came into the bedchamber, carrying a tray on her arms. Severin saw her smile at Graham, a full, easy smile, a lovely smile that showed straight white teeth. Then she looked at him. Her smile fell away as she neared the bed. He didn't care if she ever smiled at him, damn her. She would fulfill her role, the one he would assign her as soon as he was on his feet again, and that was all he wanted from her. She said nothing, merely set the tray down on the bed beside him, then leaned down and gently laid her palm on his forehead. He brought up his hand and wrapped his fingers around her wrist. I am not fevered. No, she said, withdrawing from him even though she did not move a finger. I can see that you are not. Damn you, do not treat me like a puking old man who has not the wit to gainsay you. She straightened. He released her hand. I have brought you food. MacDear is the Oxborough cook. He is excellent. He has prepared you barley broth. You will eat the broth, if it pleases you to do so. If you do not wish to eat it, why then, throw it into the rushes. My lord, Graham, Northbert wishes to speak to you. Graham stared at the two of them. Hastings, that confiding girl he'd known for years, warm and laughing, always humming and singing, rarely showing fear, because her father usually ignored her, had struck her only in moments he lacked control. Perhaps it would have been better had Falk thrashed her more often, even threatened to beat her as he had his wife. Then she would treat Severin with more deference. She would tread more warily around him. Now she was dignified as a matron and stiff as Severin's onyx-handled sword. She didn't look like she'd even bend in a strong wind, much less bend to a man's will, much less a husband's will. But no, Graham thought, he didn't want her to be any different. He prayed that Severin would not hurt her. Perhaps he would mention it to him, tell him privately that to strike his wife just might kill her, and then who would see to his comfort and to his meals? Who then would bear his children? Graham wondered, as he met Northbert, his master-at-arms, in the inner bailey below, what Severin had done to her the previous evening. The tension coming from her was like the swirling, cold winter winds coming off the North Sea. Yet she had not hesitated to save Severin's life when de Lucy's man had tried to stab him in the back, nor had she hesitated to attend him, not leaving him until he slept. He doubted he would ever understand the workings of a woman's mind. Not that it mattered, not since his own wife adored him, not minding his bad habits, not berating him when he was testy or sore from bruises he'd gained on the practice field. Ah, but she would leap upon a stool so she could yell in his face when he was an oaf.
He realized he was grinning fatuously, seeing her as she kissed his mouth whilst he held their babe, stroking the soft black hair, his black hair, whilst Cassia cooed at both of them. He listened, at first unable to believe what Northbert told him. He rubbed his hands together. He thought of Severin, then shook his head. No, he would deal with this. It would be his last act here at Oxborough. He felt his blood stir. Aye, he wanted to do this. It wasn't a duty, it was a pleasure, making his blood stir. Hastings watched Graham ride out with Northbert and his dozen men not long thereafter. He had not come back into the keep. That meant Severin had no idea that he had left. She ate some soft goat's cheese and some warm bread fresh from MacDear's oven. She sipped at her milk, watching two of her women clean down the trestle tables. She knew she would have to return to Severin to see if he was continuing to mend, if the fever stayed away from him. He had to be still asleep. She would work first in her herb garden. She knelt first to weed the Canterbury bells and the lupines, both blooming wildly. One tall pink lupine was leaning over the hyssop planted at the far edge of her herb garden. She sat back on her heels, wondering what to do. No need to think about it, really. She pinched off the tall spike and tossed it over her shoulder. She needed the hyssop and the savory that grew beside it. Both needed sun and a lot of air. She hummed as she worked, as she always did. She felt calm flowing into her. She plucked off a good dozen ripe strawberries to grind up. They were excellent for whitening teeth. It was mid-afternoon before Graham rode back through the giant gates of Oxborough, past the thick curtain outer walls to the heavy iron portcullis of the inner wall that the porter had to raise since it had been locked down from the moment of the attack on Severin. He and his men rode into the inner bailey, chickens, goats, pigs, dogs scurrying from the path of the destriers' hoofs. Children of all ages grouped together watching the 12 warriors. It was Severin who met Graham on the deeply hollowed stone steps leading into the great hall.
Graham saw him immediately, standing on those steps, garbed all in gray, as was his habit, looking strong and fit, and very angry. He couldn't yet be all that fit. Graham had left him sleeping. Hastings could not have agreed to allow him to leave his bed, not that Severin would listen to anyone when he had made up his mind about something. Graham wasn't fooled by his stillness. That was just a part of him that baffled his enemies. No, Severin was going to want to bring his mace down on his head, particularly once he heard what Graham had done. His hands were on his hips. He didn't realize that Hastings was standing behind him. Graham met her eyes and smiled. "You left without telling me anything," Severin said, that deep voice of his soft and low. "You left me filled with the drug she poured down my throat. I do not know what you have done, but I know it is something I won't like. I am not pleased, Graham." Graham grinned and slapped him on his unwounded shoulder. "Come inside and I will fill your ears to overflowing. Hastings, can my men have ale? Also, there are some wounds for you to see to, if you do not mind." Severin turned to see her standing there, the early summer breeze ruffling the hair around her face. "See to Lord Graham's men. Fetch them ale. Graham and I will have the Aquitaine wine if you and Dame Agnes have not drunk it all. Ah, yes, I will see to Graham. You will not hurt Graham," she said. Severin looked as if he'd spit at her, but Graham laughed. "See you, Severin. I have a protectress. Harm me not." "Go, mistress," Severin said to his wife, and turned on his heel. She hoped his shoulder hurt. She called out to Northbert. "Keep your sword sheathed," Severin said easily as he wiped his hand across his mouth. "Else I might call upon your wife to protect me. Nay, don't growl. This is excellent wine I brought you. Cassia's father lives in Brittany, you know. He has vineyards in Aquitaine. Graham, whatever you did, I know I will not like it. But I am ready. Tell me, what did you do? The man you sent back to Richard de Lucy, well, he was grateful to you for not torturing him." "Not torturing him? Christ's bones! Hastings made him puke up his toes. He wanted to die. He was a pathetic scrap. All he did when he wasn't puking was lie there on his side, his knees drawn up to his chin, moaning. Aye, but then he was well again, and his body was intact. No broken bones, no bashed head, no cracked ribs.
As I say, he was grateful to you. He believed you would slay him after he told you what you wanted to know, but you didn't. You sent him back to his master. It was Richard de Lucy who nearly killed him, since he had failed to dispatch you. But the man, Osbert is his name, he survived. When he had the strength, he came here, asking for you. When he heard that you were still abed, he asked for me. In short, Severin, I have done my best by you. You have one less enemy now." Severin felt the blood pound in his temples. "No, you would not do this to me, would you, Graham? Tell me you did not kill that damned whoreson. You did, didn't you? You dared to kill my enemy. He wasn't your enemy, Graham. He was mine. And yet you had the gall to kill him. And you said nothing to me about it. Nothing, Graham, you bastard." Hastings heard Graham laugh. She saw the fury on Severin's face. She knew he was enraged, even though his voice was low and steady, and he did not move. Her father had always yelled his head off when he was angry. Always. It gave everyone time to run, because right after he yelled, he struck. But not Severin. Would he strike? Northbert had told her what had happened. Men, she thought, were they born wanting to hack and maim and destroy? Well, mayhap it was wise to destroy Richard de Lucy. She eased closer. Severin was red in the face, the pulse in his throat pounding so furiously she could see it. But that was all. He is dead. His holding is without a master, and he has a daughter, I am told, who was now his heir. There are no sons. Severin said, as he clutched the wine goblet so hard his fingers showed white, "You were wounded. There is a binding around your arm." "Aye, but 'tis nothing. I imagine Hastings has already seen to my men. I lost no men, but 4 were wounded." Graham leaned back in Hastings' chair, drank down the rest of his wine, wiped his mouth, and grinned hugely. "Ah, it was good. We ambushed the whoreson with the information Osbert gave us. They were eating their dinner. There were not but 20 of them. We took the guards, then the rest was easy." Graham rubbed his hands together. "Aye, it was good to exercise my arm. Bloodletting always clears a man's brain and makes him forget any pains he has." Severin rose, calmly and slowly, took the end of the trestle table in his large hands and upended it, sending it crashing into the silver laver that stood close by. The laver sent scented water flying on the sleeping wolfhound, Edgar, whose eyes flew open. He leapt up, growling, ready to tear out an enemy's scrot. "Enough, Severin, enough. Hold your temper. I do not want you to destroy the keep." Severin turned to see his wife of 2 days on her knees, picking up the laver, that thick hair of hers cascading over her shoulder, nearly to the rushes. She looked up at him even as she cradled the damned laver against her chest. "You have dented the silver. It belonged to my grandmother. I prized it. I polished it. He cursed long and loud, then shouted, something Graham had never heard him do. "Shut your mouth, Hastings. This has nothing to do with you. Fetch my sword. I will gullet this mangy villain, this villain I believed my friend." The wolfhound growled. Servants and men-at-arms were standing silent along the walls, wondering what would happen, wondering if they should do anything. "Why?" she said, rising to her feet, righting the laver. "Because he acted without your lofty permission? Because he knew you would demand to fight, and he feared you would become fevered again? Tell me, my lord, why are you angry? Are you not an intelligent man, a reasonable man?" He was on her in an instant, his hands under her armpits, lifting her and shaking her. "You will hold your tongue, else I will take you right here on this trestle table, and that damned wolfhound can smell your blood." She turned whiter than the soft bread she had eaten to break her fast. He shook her yet again. "Let her down, Severin." Graham's hand came down on his shoulder, his wounded shoulder, and squeezed. "Let her down." "What mean you? Would you shame her here in the great hall amidst her people? Would you wound her so that she bled? Is that what is in your mind?" Hastings couldn't bear it. She went completely limp. The wound in Severin's shoulder ripped pain through him at shaking her. That and the weight of Graham's hand on his shoulder. He lowered her slowly to the rush-covered stone floor. She looked up at him, her eyes nearly black with rage. She kicked him as hard as she could in the shin.
He sucked in his breath, jerking back, leaning down to scrub his hand over his shin. "You will pay for that, madam," he said, between teeth gritted so tightly she barely understood him. She knew she probably would pay. She just didn't know him well enough to judge the manner of payment. She turned on her heel and ran from the great hall. "Severin, you will sit down now, and you will close your eyes and think about your shoulder and your shin. She could have kicked you in your groin, but she didn't. She spared you. She didn't kick me in the groin because she knew I'd kill her if she had. Besides, I move quickly. I would have turned away from her knees in time. Possibly, but Hastings is fast." Graham sighed. "You know you wouldn't have killed her. I doubt you would have raised your fist to her, would you?" Severin brushed his palm over his hair. He was tired. His shoulder hurt. Damn her. He had feelings. He was not a toad. I would have made her believe that I would crush her beneath her herb garden.
Sometimes she does believe that. However, as each day passes, she grows more brazen, more bold, and it has only been 2 days. What will she do when a fortnight has passed? I will not tolerate it, Graham. You are weaving where you stand. Sit you down. Aye, that's it. Now drink the wine. It will calm your ire. I wonder if I fell into rages as do you when I had 6 fewer years to my life. Graham paused a moment, then nodded. I believe that I did act the outraged fool, and that was only 3 years ago. My dear wife left me. I was such a bastard to her. Cassia left you? He had gained Severin's full attention. Now was the time to deliver his small moral. The younger man was staring at him as if he'd found a snail in his broth. Cassia? She truly left you? I do not believe that. I had to go to her father's keep, Belter, in Brittany, to fetch her home. Did you thrash her? Graham smiled and shook his head. Nay, I begged her to forgive me. If I had ever struck her, why, it would have killed her. Certainly you know that you cannot strike a woman, Severin. A woman is slight, weak, helpless. Nay, Severin, tell me you have never struck a woman. Damnation, Graham, this is all nonsense. You are weaving a fine tale. I believe you not. No, I have never struck a woman. All I have known have obeyed me without hesitation, without question. But now I am married, and what I fully expected, I did not get. My wife is ordered by God to obey me. She ignored God's will. Will I discipline her? I doubt that not. The how of it, however, I have not yet decided on that as yet. That was something, Graham thought. What am I to do now that you have taken my manhood and hunted down Delucy yourself? You will take your men to Sedgwick Castle and put Sir Alan in charge. He is a good knight, a fair man, and more than that, you can trust him. He can be your castellan until the king decides what is to be done with Delucy's daughter and his property. I would also suggest that you remove the girl child and bring her here. Hastings can look after her. I think that King Edward might make you her guardian, to protect her from greedy men, just as you married Hastings to protect her. On the other hand, the king might well appoint himself as her guardian and send his own man to control Sedgwick. Aye, it depends on the wealth of the property. The king is no fool. Did you kill Richard Delucy yourself? Actually, he slipped on a pile of rabbit bones and fell, striking his head against the rock upon which he'd been resting. He died right there. We left some of his men alive to see to him and the others that we killed. I would not have let him slip on a rabbit bone. I would have fought him, knife to knife, and I would have slit it into his belly. Graham just smiled. I suppose these things happen, and we must swallow our wounded vanity and be relieved that we are alive to tell the tale of our dead enemy. Think you, Severin, do you believe this Richard Delucy is pleased to be in hell, dispatched by a rabbit bone and a rock rather than fighting to the death with an equal? There was no hope for it. Severin grinned. Then he laughed. He righted the fallen trestle table. He looked up to see the servants talking again, not in whispers now, not since they heard his laugh. Edgar snored again on the hearth, his huge head resting on his folded paws the size of bulls. The silver laver was dented. He frowned at it. She said it had belonged to her grandmother. It was old, and now it was dented.
He would ask the armorer if he could pound out the dents. His shin hurt. Yet he laughed until Graham said, all sober and cold behind him, "You lied to me, didn't you? You wouldn't have really forced her here in the great hall? You wouldn't have really hurt her so that she bled?" "No," Severin said, and turned on his heel. He said over his shoulder, "It was the only threat I could think of that would bring her to heel. I would not have wounded her. The blood is hers. It is her monthly flux. Ah, your threat to bring her to heel. It worked. I had wondered why she fled. How is your shin?" 7. Hastings didn't touch the little girl, just crouched down in front of her. "What is your name?" The child just stared up at her, pale as a bolt of undyed cotton, her blue eyes wide and unblinking. "My name is Hastings. Come, what is yours?" The child's lashes fluttered. "My name is Eloise," she whispered, her eyes on Hastings' neck, no higher. "A lovely name, much nicer than mine. But Hastings is a good name, the name of the firstborn girl in my family since Lord William's famous battle." "I know about that," Eloise said. "Mama said that Lord William was sent by God to redeem the savage Saxons." Hastings had never before heard that particular opinion on God's use of William. Her knees hurt. She rose and held out her hand to the little girl. "Would you like a cup of milk? Gilbert the goat has blessed us today, and you can taste some of MacDear's almond buns. They're quite delicious, you know." The thin little girl with large blue eyes just stared up at Hastings and slowly shook her head. Her skinny brown braids didn't move. "My mama said gluttony was a special sin." St. Osbert's elbows! What was this? "I won't let you eat more than just one of MacDear's almond buns. No, just a small bite of one, all right?" The child looked very worried. She tugged on her ugly, faded green wool gown that was several inches too short on her, showing small, scuffed slippers and baggy woolen stockings that had been mended many times. "I can't ask my mamma if it is all right. She went to heaven." I know, and I am sorry, Eloise. I don't think she would think just one almond bun. Your mamma would quickly pronounce it gluttony, and you know it, Eloise. I'll thank you, my lady, not to tempt the child." Hastings turned to the older woman, who wore a very ugly black gown, her black hair pulled back in a severe knot at the back of her head. Her face was severe, a black mustache on her upper lip, her expression cold. She gave the woman a look she would give to a servant who had spoken out of turn. "You are?" One of her eyebrows arched up. That was always a good effect, one her mother had taught her so many years before. The woman fidgeted. That was a good sign. She fidgeted some more, saying finally, "My name is Beale, my lady. I am Eloise's nurse, and was Lady Joan's nurse as well." "Then you will go with Dame Agnes. She will show you Eloise's chamber. It is small, but no matter, so is Eloise. As for you, Beale, you will sleep with the other female servants." She nodded and turned back to the child. "Come, Eloise, let us look at MacDear's almond buns." She heard the woman Beale suck in her breath. She waited, but the woman held her tongue. Severin came into the great hall some minutes later to see Hastings seated at a trestle table, the girl child seated beside her, staring at an untouched bun. Her fingers seemed to crawl toward the tray, then stop and back up. The child was pale and skinny. Severin frowned. She was a child. She should be stuffing those buns into her mouth. He left Sir Alan, his own man, and a good dozen of Trent's men-at-arms at Sedgwick. No, he had to remind himself that they were his men now, every last one of them. They'd all sworn fealty to him the day he'd wedded Hastings, 3 days ago. He'd had his men bring the child and her nurse back here to Oxborough. "Let her eat, Hastings," he said, striding up. The little girl's fingers fell away, and she seemed to shrink in on herself. Very slowly, as if hoping Severin wouldn't notice her, she slid off the bench and crawled under the trestle table. "Eloise, what are you doing?" There was no sound from Eloise. Hastings frowned at Severin. How very odd. At first she was frightened of me, but at least she didn't crawl under the table. "Did you perhaps yell and rant when you were at Sedgwick?" "Of course not. There was no need. Everyone was glad to see me, after they realized I wasn't going to butcher all of them."
Besides, I don't frighten women and children. Ha! Nay, don't yell at me. You'll just scare her more." Hastings got off the bench and went down on her hands and knees. The child had wrapped herself in a tight ball, pressed against the far leg of the table. It's all right, Eloise. Come, Severin is very big, but he is also very nice. He won't hurt you. The child seemed to tuck herself into an even smaller ball. Hastings looked up over her shoulder to see Severin standing there, looking baffled and impatient. Then Trist slithered out of his tunic and jumped onto the table. He smelled the buns, then backed away. He doesn't like sweet buns like that, Severin said. Eloise, would you like to meet Trist? He isn't a man, he's a marten. The child lifted her head. What is a marten? He is an animal, long and furry and very soft. He likes to eat eggs that are boiled just enough so that the insides are clingy. Slowly, the child inched out from under the trestle table. Severin had sat himself down so as not to frighten her. He was eating an almond bun. Trist was sprawled out next to his hand, his head on his front paws. That is Trist. He belongs to Severin. Isn't he beautiful? The child stared at the marten. As if he knew he was being watched, Trist cocked an eye open and looked at the child. Does he eat almond buns? Nay, he does not, Severin said, as he reached for another one. But he would like to see you eat one. He just said that you didn't eat your breakfast. The little girl blinked and took a step back, bumping into Hastings' knees. Hastings lightly laid her hand on the little girl's shoulder. Eloise, this is Lord Severin. He is my husband and the master of Oxborough. He will protect you. You are not to be afraid of him. My father hit me. Severin isn't your father. He will see that no one will ever hit you again. I swear it to you. Severin will swear it as well, as soon as he has swallowed the last of his bun. I swear it, Eloise. You will remain here at Oxborough until King Edward decides where you will live. My lady will look after you. She is very young, Eloise said, staring hard at Trist. Beale said she was too young to know anything at all about children. Trist stretched out his full length, which was nearly 1.5 feet. Then he stretched out his paws. He looked at the little girl. She said in a whisper, Beale won't like it. She won't like any of it. Beale has no say in it, Hastings said. I was a little girl like you not at all long ago. I'll wager that Beale can't even remember when she was a little girl. Is she that sour-faced old woman dressed in black with the black hair on her lip? Severin asked. Aye, Hastings said shortly. Here, Eloise, try a bit of the bun. But the child backed away. Even Trist, at his most charming, didn't move her now. Hastings could feel her retreating, even though she was standing very still now. I cannot. Beale is right. Mamma will look down from heaven and curse me. So be it, Hastings thought. She said matter-of-factly, Then what would you like to eat? Surely your mamma would not want you to starve. Bread and water. That's what Beale said I should eat. Why? The child hung her head. She twisted her foot about in the rushes. Because I am not good. Hastings looked at Severin. He was staring hard at the little girl. She saw he would speak and shook her head. She smiled at Eloise. Very well. I shall have Alice fetch you some bread. But the milk is better than water, particularly Gilbert the goat's milk. After you drink the milk, you will feel very virtuous. I remember Father Carrig told me that. Eloise blinked up at her. Trist mewled. He stretched out a paw toward the child. But Eloise didn't move. She swallowed. You are right. Trist is very beautiful. My mamma said that beauty was sinful. Trist is not beautiful, Severin said. He's an ugly varmint. He rose. The marten looked up at him, stretched again, and leapt gracefully onto his arm, scurried up to his shoulder, and wrapped his thick tail around Severin's neck. Severin said to Hastings, I know not what has been done to the child, but I do know that Richard de Lucci was an animal. You will fix it, Hastings. He nodded to the little girl and strode from the great hall, Trist's tail swinging around his neck. Ah, here is your bread, Hastings added. Eloise, this is Alice. She is very virtuous. You will like her. Alice enjoyed the men-at-arms, and surely that must hold virtue, for she made them smile and sigh. Hastings waited with Eloise until she had eaten a thick slice of Mactadair's bread smeared with butter and thick honey. She thought to leave her and work in her herb garden, but she chanced to see the woman Beale standing in the shadow of the solar stairs. No, she wouldn't leave the child to that horrible creature. She held out her hand. Come, Eloise, Lord Graylem is going to leave.
I wish to say goodbye to him." Very slowly, faltering, Eloise finally put her small hand into Hastings. Graham looked down at the little girl, drew off his gauntlet, and laid his huge hand beside her cheek. "You will be a good girl. Hastings will take care of you. When you are older, perhaps you can come to visit me in Cornwall." Hastings watched this with a smile. She also noticed that Eloise was too terrified to move. She stood there, her eyes wide with ill-disguised fright on the warrior who was leaning over her. It was as if Graham noticed it as well. He sighed, smiled, patted Eloise, and straightened. He said quietly to Hastings, "Her father brutalized her. Her mother evidently treated her like she was the spawn of the devil, which she is, I suppose, but it isn't her fault. Several of the servants told me Lady Joan had the child on her knees for hours every day before her prydio. The Sedgwick people are glad their master is dead. I could see very little mourning for Lady Joan either. Did her husband poison her so he could kidnap and wed you? There is no doubt, but that is all in the past now. I don't think Sir Alan will have any difficulty with any of the servants or the men-at-arms. Severin probably told you that there were several cheers when the people realized he was to be in charge. Even some of the farmers were cheering. Richard de Lucci was a despicable man," Severin said as he strode up to them. "I have tried to find where they buried Richard de Lucci. No one could or would tell me." "That seems odd," Hastings said. "Since the Sedgwick people had no love for him, why would they not tell you? Why would they care?" Severin shrugged. He looked down at the little girl, who was, in truth, a scraggly little crumb. When she grew up, he imagined she would be the kind of heiress a man would have to take to wife to gain her holdings. Unlike Hastings. He frowned at that. "You will send me a message when the king decides what to do with the child?" Graham nodded. He hugged Hastings, saying against her temple, "Be patient, Hastings. He is young. You will help him become as he should be." "And what would that be, my lord?" "A man who cherishes his wife. A man who looks upon her and sees peace and love and lust." She tried to laugh, but it caught in her throat. "You speak of yourself, Graham. This is very different. I am not Cassia, and Severin is nothing like you. I see similarities, at least between Severin and me. As I said, be patient. You might consider holding your tongue on occasion, just to surprise him and throw him off guard. For the most part, a man needs a woman's sharp tongue. It keeps him in good form." This time she did laugh. She hugged him. She didn't want him to leave. Graham was known to her, loved by her, and now he would leave and it could be years before she saw him again. She felt tears swim in her eyes. "God go with you, Graham." "Aye, God and my man Northbert." Hastings, holding Eloise's hand, watched Graham and his men ride out of the Inner Bailey, Severin and several of his men riding with them. "It is time for her prayers." Hastings turned slowly to face the woman Beale. "What did you say?" "It is time for Eloise's prayers."
She must pray for 3 hours before she can eat her evening bread. It is what her mother wanted. "Come, Eloise." The child was leaning one way and then the other. It took Hastings but a moment to figure out what was wrong. First, Beale. Eloise must visit the Jakes. It was in the Jakes that Hastings saw the raw sores on the child's knees. "Hold still, Eloise. This won't hurt. In fact, it will make your knees feel cool." Very carefully, Hastings laid the soaked bramble blossoms on Eloise's raw knees. She hadn't felt such anger in a very long time. Well, she had, but this was a very different anger from the sort she felt at Severin. She wanted to hurt someone. She wanted to hurt the child's dead mother. How could a mother do such a thing to her child? Severin had said it. Lady Joan believed her own daughter to be the devil's spawn. Eloise didn't make a sound. Hastings wrapped her knees with strips of soft white wool. "There, you will be doing no praying on your knees for a good long time. Try not to bend your knees so that the bandages will stay tight. But I must pray. My mama said I would go to hell if I didn't purify myself each day. What did your mama say when she saw your knees?" The child hung her head. She didn't know. I never told her. She wanted me to pray. She wanted it so much. Beale must have seen them when she helped you to dress and bathe. Eloise just nodded, her face still down.
Beale told me it was God's punishment because my heart had black spots on it, black spots from my wicked father. Hastings turned at the sound of her chamber door opening. Beale was standing there, peering into the room. The child must be at her prayers, my lady. I have come to get her. We will be in the chapel. Hastings slowly rose. I don't think so, Beale. I have seen Eloise's knees. I have treated them. They will heal, but she will do no kneeling for a very long time. You have no say in this, my lady. Beale came closer. The black mustache on her upper lip quivered. I am the child's nurse. It is I who must see to her soul now that her mamma is dead, poisoned by that devil. Eloise carries his blood and his foulness. She will be cleansed. It matters not if her knees are a bit scraped. Hastings turned to see Eloise standing tall and straight beside her. I will come with you, Beale. I don't want mamma to suffer if I am wicked. Your mamma is in heaven, Hastings said. She suffers no more. She turned again to Beale, who was looking at the child as if she would beat her. No, Eloise, you will stay with me. I will teach you about herbs. You will learn how to use them to help people. Beale, have you ever considered that Eloise is Lady Joan's child, that she has the goodness of her mother and not her father, that she has no need for all this purification? She looks like him, just like him, with those sly blue eyes and a tongue that twists with lies. She must be purified or she will become like him, evil and remorseless. She will die and none will mourn her. That did it. Hastings said, even as her hands fisted in the folds of her gown, I have decided that you will no longer tend to Eloise. I will see that you are returned to Sedgwick. You cannot do that, lady. Your lord said I would see to her as I always have. He will see that you do not go against me. All know that he had to marry you, that he had no choice in the matter. He will protect me. Would Severin turn Eloise back to this wretched woman? If he even considered it, she would simply have to talk him out of it. You will leave tomorrow morning, Beale. Your very presence offends me. You will have no more sway over Eloise. God doesn't wish for children to be tortured. God allowed my sweet lady to die in agony. God allowed her swine of a husband to murder her. That is quite enough. Hastings turned to Eloise. Listen to me. Here is Dame Agnes. I wish you to go with her. She will show you my flowers and my herb garden. You can meet Gilbert the goat. You can help feed the chickens. She will show you the armory, and you will meet Giles. He will make you a bow and arrows. I will teach you to shoot. Dame Agnes didn't wait. She strode like a conquering warrior into Hastings' chamber, took Eloise's hand, and led her out. The child was clearly uncertain. She looked up at Beale. The woman said, If you do any of these godless things, you will burn in hell, Eloise. Your mamma will see to it. God will show you no mercy, for he will listen to your mamma. God will listen to me. God always listens to me. Hastings waited until she heard Dame Agnes and Eloise's footfalls on the solar stairs. She then walked to the woman and slapped her hard, making her head snap to the side. She grabbed her skinny neck between her hands. Listen to me, Beale. You are the wicked one here. You will never speak to Eloise again. Go now to your chamber and ready your clothes. You will leave early on the morrow. Your lord will not allow this, Beale said. Hastings' handprint stark on her cheek. She was panting, not from the blow, Hastings was certain, but from rage. You will pay dearly for this, lady. All men are the same. When he hears ill of you, he will believe it, and he will strike you down. I could see it in his face. Even though he is young, he is debauched and hard. He will grow harder and more brutal as he gains years. You will learn that you have no power. You will learn that you cannot treat me as you have. You are young and foolish. You will die young and foolish. I suppose you will see that I die. God gives us tools to help ourselves. I will see that you pay. Hastings wanted to strike her again, but she didn't. Beale was the first person she'd ever hit in her life. No, she remembered poking Tim the blacksmith's son in the arm when she'd been all of 10 years old and grown so quickly. He'd called her a maypole. "Get away from me, Beale, before I vomit. Stay out of my sight until you leave in the morning. I will watch you leave to make certain it is done." After Beale had finally left the bedchamber, her venom still hanging in the still air, Hastings replaced the bramble blossoms in their marked drawer. She ground hyssop and savory. She worked slowly, careful not to spill any of the precious herbs. She began humming. Time seemed to slow, and the very air around her seemed to become softer and warmer. She calmed. She worked until the door opened and Severin looked in. He looked healthy, strong, his face and arms darkened by the bright sun. He was dressed all in gray, as was his habit. For the first time, she saw him as a man, a young man in his prime, his body as solid as the keep walls. He was not at all displeasing to look at. She remembered that first time she saw him, the utter fear she'd felt when he'd stood in that bright shaft of light, large and mysterious, hidden, really, perhaps not really a man, but the devil's messenger. She smiled at him. He stopped short, staring at her as if she were a stranger. He looked down at her neat piles of ground herbs and frowned. Her smile fell away. No, he wasn't like Graham, and she wasn't a bit like his Cassia. She was herself, and it was obvious she didn't please her husband. "How is your shoulder?" As he walked toward her, she noticed a tear in the sleeve of his gray tunic. He merely shrugged, saying, "It is sore, but healing well. You saw it yourself this morning. What is happening, Hastings?" "That sour woman Beale with her black mustache accosted me and accused you of interfering in the child's religious lessons. She said she was the only one to take care of Eloise, that Eloise's mother had placed the child in her hands. I wish you could have seen the child's knees, Severin. They were raw from all the hours she'd been forced to kneel on the stone floor to pray. You're right, I interfered. I gave Eloise over to Dame Agnes, who will begin to teach her about how to run a household. She will also teach her to play, perhaps even to smile eventually. I told Beale that she was leaving on the morrow. She said you struck her. I did. I slapped her as hard as I could, and I did take her scrawny neck between my hands. I wanted to strangle her, and I wanted to hit her again. I really did. But I managed to gain control. She is a frightening woman, Severin. I cannot trust her around Eloise." To her immense relief, Severin nodded. "I have 2 men going to Sedgwick on the morrow. They will escort her back." "Thank you." He paused a moment, looking down at the row of wooden drawers. "I remember my mother picked daisies at the full moon, crushed them, mixed them in some kind of oil, and laid them on her face. I remember that my father just laughed and told her that her freckles wouldn't fade. But, I remember that they did. Were the daisies white? I do not remember the color. How much longer do you bleed, Hastings?" How quickly she had become used to his frank speech. 4 more days. A day longer than she'd known him. A day longer than she'd been wedded to him. "My shoulder is nearly healed now. I do not like waiting. It isn't wise. Richard de Lucy is dead. Who else is there to fear? I am your wife, and no one can possibly know that you aren't with me 10 times a day." He laughed at that. "Your ignorance is piteous. You claim to be a healer, yet you know nothing about men. A man can't take a woman that many times in a single day. 4 times, perhaps. 5, if the woman is sufficiently skilled and enthusiastic. Beauty helps as well to stir a man's passions." She was shaking her head. "Nay," she said. "Nay, it would be too great a punishment. 5 times? She actually shuddered. Even you would not force me that many times." She saw him over her, felt him, shoving into her, felt the grinding pain. No, it wasn't possible. If 5 times is too many in your ignorant mind, then why were you braying about 10 times? Her hands fluttered and fell to her sides. It was difficult to face him. "I don't know. It was just a number I lifted from the air. I meant nothing by it, not really. I just said it. Besides, even 5 times would not be possible for you. Now you insult my manhood." He took a step toward her. She said quickly, taking a step back,
Nay, I mean no insult to you. The insult is to myself. I have no skill, no enthusiasm, and I am not beautiful. You said that I was very ordinary. He did not like this quickness in her, this logic. He said with natural perversity, I will teach you to be skilled. You are not ordinary. I said that simply because I did not want you to believe that since you are an heiress, what beauty you possess places you above me. She'd never believed there was a vain bone in her body. She said, You think I am beautiful? 8. Severin stared at her a moment. Nay, he said slowly, wondering what was in her mind. I would not extend myself that far, but you are comely for a wife. All know that wives are not meant to be anything above the ordinary. If they happen to be heiresses, as you are, then it is a joyous thing if they don't have rabbit teeth, no more than one chin, and no hair sprouting off their lips like the woman Beale. In this you have pleased me. It is not painful to look upon you. But still, it doesn't matter. Wives are not made for a man's pleasure. They are made to bear a man's children. Lord Graelum loves his wife. He believes her beautiful. I believe he feels a great deal of lust for her. He told me that he missed her and their sons. I do not understand why Graelum has fallen into this snare. I have met his wife. She is small, her smile is sweet, yet she jests with him, and he smiles. She adores him. Perhaps it is this worship she has for him that has softened him toward her. Aye, that must be it. That is ridiculous. You are ridiculous. He stared at her mouth. She knew he must be wondering how this mouth of hers could say such things to him. She wondered as well. She didn't know him. She wasn't stupid, and thus she took a quick step back. Aye, you'd best keep your distance, Hastings. I dare say that Cassia never spoke thusly to Graelum. None of this matters. I have told you how things will be between us. I will not tell you again. I will give you your 4 days, Hastings. Then you will not leave my bed until I tell you that you may. You will bear a child in 9 months. You will do it. I will not hear you say nay. But becoming with child isn't at all certain, Severin. Even I know that. There are women who never bear a child. Something is either lacking in them or in their husbands. No one knows what makes this happen, but you cannot be certain that we will be lucky. You will become quickly with child. I know it. How can you know that? Have you sired many bastards? Nay, that isn't possible. You are too young. He laughed. A man can impregnate a woman each time he spills his seed in her. Years have naught to do with anything. But no, I haven't sired many bastards. None here in England. All the women who came to me were skilled in preventing conception. Regardless, 3 of them became with child. There was stark pride in his voice. It amazed her. What did you do about your children? None of them survived. I was sorry for it. 2 were sons. But there is all the proof I need. My seed is potent. Your belly will swell by the fall. Don't argue further with me. You will have your 4 days. He paused a moment, staring toward her herb drawers. You will use nothing to prevent conceiving my child, Hastings. She could but stare at him. I would have no idea how to, even if I wished it. Do you think I have no honor, Severin? You are a woman. Naturally, you have no honor. Such a notion is beyond you. Then why did I save your life? Why did I shove you out of the way of the assassin's knife? He knew he was being unfair, but he didn't care. He'd had to wed with her to gain enough wealth to bring Langthorne back. He had sworn to protect her from vermin like de Lucy. What else could she expect from him? He said sharply, You didn't shove hard enough, did you? Next time, I will not shove at all. Very well, you showed bravery. I will grant you that. And you healed me. But in all other things, you haven't pleased me. I ask not that much of you. See to the keep. See to the child. See to my shoulder. Obey me. There is nothing else for you to do. She actually smiled up at him. And what will you do, Severin? Whenever your woman's perversity keeps you from me, I will take Alice to relieve my lust. She is comely and enjoys men. I have remarked several comely women here in the keep. They will see to me. Without thought, with all her strength, Hastings threw the 3-legged stool at him. It struck his belly hard. He winced. She saw it, and it pleased her.
until he was striding toward her, and then she ducked around him. But she wasn't fast enough. He grabbed her arm and jerked her back to him. He grabbed her other arm and shook her hard. He lifted her off her feet and brought her nose to nose. "You dare?" His breath was of the sweet ale MacDear made for the men. She prayed that Trist would poke his head out of Severin's tunic. That was why she'd thrown the stool low. She'd been afraid she would hit the marten. Trist wasn't with his master. He shook her again. "You struck me. You struck your husband, your master. You threw that stool at me. I would kill a man for a lesser assault." Even though she was afraid, she heard the outrage in his voice. He simply could not believe what she had done. He shook her again. "You will not shame me," she said, knowing well that he could kill her with but a single blow from his fist. In the next instant, it would matter, but in this instant, it didn't. "I am your wife, that is true. Thus, you will not take any of my servants to your bed. That is your responsibility to me. Just ask Father Carreg. You think I cannot do precisely as I wish? You believe I am somehow bound to you and only you? That is lunacy. If you do not become properly submissive, then after you bear me my son and heir, I will have you confined as a madwoman should be." He released her and pushed her back. He streaked his large hand through his dark hair. He cursed. "I did not come here to argue with you, yet within a very few moments you throw a stool at me, and I am shaking you as I would the branch of an apple tree. Perhaps I will let the Beale woman remain at Oxborough. Perhaps I will let her garg you. What say you to that?" Hastings was rubbing her arms. They were bruised from the previous night. They ached. She looked at him, seeing the anger in him, but more than that, she saw confusion writ on his face. "What do I say to that?" she repeated slowly. "If you do what you threaten, then I will mix allium with fellwort. I believe that the two together, slipped into your wine, will make your bowels so watery you will have to sleep in the bailey." He turned on his heel and left her, slamming the door behind him. Actually, she had no idea what to mix with what to make a man's bowels watery. She knew how to stop it, though: ground borage mixed with rose petals, violets, and anchusa. She wondered, as she returned to her herbs, how Severin would look in a tunic that wasn't gray. Perhaps a light blue. She would gather some purple stock. Aye, it made a wonderful pale blue dye. MacDear cooked an egg and pork stew for Trist that evening. Hastings saw many of her people looking at that stew, wanting it at least as much as they wanted the chunks of beef that floated in a rich brown gravy. There were peas, fresh from the Oxborough garden, onions that were fat and sweet, and a brace of partridges for the Lord. Eloise sat beside Hastings, looking at the food but making no move toward it. Hastings served small portions of everything on the brightly shined pewter plate. She smiled at the child. "I have prayed, Eloise, with Father Carreg. He told me that God wants to see his children well fed, and thus you must eat to please God." As a lie, it would serve, but not for all that long. Hastings had already spoken to Father Carreg, a man who surely loved God, and loved a well-baked pheasant as well. It would take time. She looked down to a trestle table where Beale sat, her head bent. Suddenly, the woman raised her head and stared at Hastings. Hastings drew back, her back pressed against her chair. The look of pure malice made her tighten all over. "What is wrong?" Hastings just shook her head. The woman would be gone early the next morning. She would forget Beale's venom in time. She said, "MacDear bakes the pheasant in special herbs. He will not tell me the recipe. I always try to guess, and he will tell me, mayhap, if I am right, but he will just shake his big head when I am wrong. He tells me I am ignorant and must keep studying before I learn what he knows. I have known him all my life. I remember how he would let me help him knead bread in the bread trough. I sunk nearly to the top of my arms in that dough." This, Severin thought, as he cut off a chunk of the partridge with his knife and slipped it into his mouth, must be how a husband came to know about his wife. He didn't mind her speaking of things of this nature to him. He found himself picturing her as a small child, but only for a moment. He said, "It is very good. I taste basil, do I not? Aye, and fennel. There is also a goodly amount of salt, and that is what makes it so tasty. We have always been lucky at Oxborough. My father loved salt, and thus was willing to buy it, even when it was in short supply and the price very high. I once went without hair ribbons so he could buy salt. He thought, as he ate the peas, he would have no difficulty with this husband business. He turned to watch Hastings as she coaxed another bite of peas into Eloise's mouth. The child was fidgeting. She kept looking down the trestle tables. He followed her vision and saw the woman Beale. He tore away a chunk of bread and chewed on it as he watched her. She looked up then, and he was smitten by the longing in the woman's eyes. At that moment, Severin could not imagine Hastings striking her. Surely she had been overly harsh. The woman looked very alone and sad. Perhaps he should allow her to remain at Oxborough. Perhaps Hastings would come to deal well with her. He would speak to Hastings about it. No, he would tell her what would happen once he had made the decision. He said to Hastings, "We will continue to buy salt, no matter how high the price." "Very good, my lord." He wondered briefly if she laughed at him, but no, that wasn't possible. He nodded and turned to Gwent, who sat on his right. He'd taken the steward's place, and the man, Torrick by name, looked as sour as the woman Beale. He wasn't old enough to look so pinched, his mouth so seamless and tight. Even his shoulders were stooped forward. As for the rest of the Oxborough people, they were less wary of him now. They behaved as people did in most large keeps. There was laughter, arguing, shouting, children leaning against their parents' sides, already asleep, dogs chasing bones tossed to them, fighting with each other, growling and leaping about. He felt good. He was the master here. He finally belonged. His line would follow, even though he had to share her name. Langthorne Trent, Baron Loges, Earl of Oxborough. That was his and his alone. He leaned back in the former Earl's elegantly carved chair with the Oxborough crest beautifully etched into its back. A lion stood tall on its back legs, its claws sunk deep into a griffin. Behind was a bower of roses, blossoming wildly, and he could tell that the lion would return to that bower once he'd killed his prey. The motto carved beneath the crest was "En avant," forward. He turned as Gwent said, "The steward was not pleased when I told him that you were learned, that you read and ciphered. His eyes shifted to and fro when I told him. I fancy he mayhap has lined his pockets with pilfered gains. I will see to it on the morrow. If the man has cheated, I will find it out and kill him. I will let you punish him first, Gwent. I know well your hatred of thieves. Keep him under your eyes tonight so that he has not the chance to change his records. I will keep close to the mangy little squirrel." Severin didn't long remain in the great hall after Hastings had taken Eloise's hand and led her up the solar stairs. Just long enough to drink another goblet of Graham's Aquitaine wine. Just enough time so she could see to the child's needs and put her to bed. He yawned hugely, aware that his men were looking at him, grins on their ugly faces, knowing that he would bed his new bride. They would be drunk on laughter were they to know that he wasn't bedding her because of her monthly flux. Let them believe that he was plowing her belly. He'd been soft with her. He should not have allowed her to dictate what he did. She might be an heiress, but she still belonged to him. He'd been as weak as a puking timid lad. She wasn't in his bedchamber, not that he'd expected her to be there. No, she would be in her own chamber, and he would have to order her to come to his. When he came into her bedchamber, holding a lighted candle high so he could see her, Hastings was pressed hard against the mattress of her narrow bed, the covers drawn to her chin, staring at him. "No, give me no arguments. You will accustom yourself to being with me, to lying next to me in bed, to hearing me breathe in sleep. When I take you, it will be as nothing. You will not even care that I look at you. Hastings, you will accustom yourself." He strode to the bed, picked up her bedrobe, and said, "Stand up." She didn't want to, but she knew she had no choice. She pushed back the covers and swung her legs over the side of the bed. Her shift slid up her thighs. She grabbed the bedrobe from him and wrapped it tightly around her. She'd known he would come. She'd known. "Come," he said, and held out his hand. It was a large hand, long, blunt fingers, darkened from the sun, the backs covered with black hairs. She pictured Eloise finally slipping her small hand into her own and smiled.
She thrust out her hand, felt his enclose hers, and walked beside him to the large bedchamber. He did not ask her to remove her shift, just the bedrobe. She had never before slept with another person, not even her mother when she'd been a little girl. It felt strange. At least the bed was large, the covers sweet-smelling, since Dame Agnes had had the servants wash them in lavender water after her father's death. He did not touch her. She lay stiffly on her back. Suddenly, she felt soft fur against her cheek, and she smiled. "Good night, Trist," she said. The marten rubbed his whiskers against her chin. She laughed. Severin cursed. "I am surprised that Trist is here. He was missing for 2 hours today. I believe he prepares to return to the woods to mate. He did not eat much for dinner. Perhaps he hunted in the forest and fed himself. I have told him that he may stay within the keep walls. I have told him that I mind not feeding him, but he does not attend me. He is like you. I don't like it." Trist mewed louder. "When you spoke to him, Severin, did he answer you back? Don't mock me, woman. Trist understands me well enough. Just listen to him. His sounds are louder than a soldier's snoring." Suddenly, the door was thrown, and Gwent burst into the chamber. "My lord, the woman Beale, she has the child. She is at the gates, swearing she will kill her if Allard doesn't allow her to leave." "St. Peter's teeth," Severin said. "This is idiocy. I will be there in a moment. Distract her, Gwent. Don't let her harm the child. Go." He was naked, prowling the chamber, gathering his clothes. But Hastings didn't notice. She grabbed her bedrobe, flinging it on even as she dashed past Gwent. "Hastings, damn you, come back here." She paid him no heed, just sped down the solar stairs, the indented stone hard and cold beneath her bare feet. Servants and men-at-arms were milling about in the great hall. She ran through the great doors to the keep and into the inner bailey. Gilbert the goat looked up, an ancient discarded gauntlet in his mouth. A chicken, disturbed from its sleep, raised its head and squawked. A horse snorted. The moon was high. She stopped short, breathing hard, about 20 feet from the portcullis. She saw Allard gesticulating wildly at the woman Beale. She heard him saying, "I cannot, woman. I cannot let you leave without the Lord's permission. He would kill me if I did. Where is the master?" Hastings heard Severin close behind her. She didn't know how she knew it was him, but she was certain. She turned. His feet were bare, as were hers. St. Egbert's elbows, I don't believe this. Look, she has a knife at the child's throat. "Don't move, Hastings. You'll just make things worse." "How could I make things worse? What can you do that I cannot?" She turned as she spoke, but he had already eased past her and appeared as only a dark shadow against the bright moonlight. Then Gwent appeared beside her, and he called out, "Beale, I have spoken to the master. He will be here soon. He will allow you to leave. Do nothing that would displease him, else you will regret it." "What am I to do?" Allard shouted. "Hold to your place," Gwen said. "The master will be here soon. He is clothing himself. The rest of you men, stay back. Make no move toward the woman." It was as if they had planned this, but Hastings knew they hadn't had the time. No, they had done this before. Severin was now within 20 feet of Beale. He was as soundless as the night itself, blending into the shadows as would a specter made of spun darkness. Gwent turned to her and said low, "Speak to her, distract her." Hastings called out, "Beale, listen to me. I was wrong. It is true that you belong with Eloise. Listen to me. Bring the child back into the keep, and you and I will speak of this. Stay away, you lying bitch." Hastings lurched back at the venom in the woman's voice. "Don't hurt Eloise Beale. Hurt me instead. You want to, do you not? What if I come to you? What if I agree to do whatever you wish? You lie. I will kill you later. I will make you suffer just as Richard de Lucy made his poor wife suffer. Aye, for 2 days she was in agony, and he watched, furious because we wouldn't leave her alone and let him finish killing her.
I will make you regret that you tried to take my place, that you corrupted the child." Severin's left arm went around Beale's neck. His right hand squeezed the knife from her fingers. His grip tightened. She didn't make a sound. She went limp. Eloise flew toward Hastings, great sobs tearing from her throat. Severin eased his hold. To his astonishment, the woman's bony pulbo shot back into his belly. He didn't release her, but it hurt. Had she hit him lower, he would be rolling on the ground, holding his groin. He tightened his hold and heard her gurgle deep in her throat. If he kept the pressure for just a few more moments, she would be dead. He cursed, released her, and shoved her away from him hard. She went sprawling to her knees on the cobblestones. Her dark hair hung loose on either side of her head to the ground. "Gwent, come take the woman to the barracks. Lock her away until she returns in the morning to Sedgwick. Sir Alan can be responsible for her then." Gwent picked up Beale beneath her arms. She shrieked at Hastings as Gwent hauled her toward the barracks. "You'll go to hell, just as Eloise will, my proud lady. Aye, both of you will die. Both of you will return to the devil." Gwent slapped his hand over the woman's mouth. She kicked him, but his hold didn't loosen. He just dragged her faster. Hastings was holding Eloise against her side, watching Severin stride toward her. His legs were bare. He was wearing only his tunic. Is the child all right? Aye, but she's frightened. As am I. To Hastings's surprise, Severin went down onto his knees. He lightly touched Eloise's shoulder. The child slowly turned to face him. "I am sorry, Eloise. Had I believed she was as mad as my own mother Shirley is, I would not have left you alone. I promised you that no one would ever hurt you again. Because I was careless, someone did. Forgive me." The child just stared at him, frozen in fear. Then, slowly, she stretched out her arm and lightly touched her fingertips to Severin's cheek. "You saved me," she whispered, choking down tears as she spoke. "I forgive you." Severin said nothing, just smiled at her. He didn't move until finally she dropped her arm. "Will you let me carry you back to your bedchamber? Nay, I have a better idea. You will sleep with me and Hastings. I have found that it is not good to be alone after a nightmare, and this was surely a nightmare." And thus it was that Hastings spent her third married night in her husband's bed, Eloise, daughter of Richard de Lucy, between them. Trist on Severin's pillow, his tail fluffing against Eloise's cheek. Now, Eloise, allium, is also called lily-leek. It's said that it kept Ulysses from being turned into a pig during his travels. Who is Ulysses? He was a man who took many years to return to his home. He lived many hundreds of years ago and had more adventures than many men ever have in 3 lifetimes. Was he a sinner? Had this been the only point in the child's life? Well, actually, he lived long before people worshipped our God. Eloise didn't understand that at all. Hastings was smart enough to keep her mouth shut. She gently clipped off Columbine, saying, "If you ever have a sore throat, I will grind this up and mix it with just a bit of hot water. You will be shouting about within a day." "You know so much," Eloise said. "I do not know anything. I'm glad Beale is gone. But I'm afraid too, Hastings. She will not be allowed into the Bailey if she returns. Allard knows her, and he will keep her out. Besides, how could she return here? God would fly her here on clouds. I don't believe God thinks too highly of Beale, Eloise. Now, here's Dame Agnes. She told me that today you would learn about making bread from Mactadeer. What do you think of that? Mactadeer is very big. Aye, but you are not to fear him."
"He likes children. You will see. Go now, and I will see you later." Hastings watched the child walk away with Dame Agnes. She'd been here 4 days now, and it seemed to Hastings that her step lagged a bit less, that she took a person's hand more quickly than before. She still did not eat enough, but she was improving, so Hastings held her peace. Tonight, she thought, all thoughts of Eloise fell from her mind. Tonight, Severin would come to her. She wasn't afraid, but she did wonder what would happen, if it would hurt as badly as it had the first time. Severin had looked at her some hours before as she sat at the trestle table breaking her fast. He'd said, "I have not forgotten, Hastings, and neither have you. I can see it in your eyes. Do you believe my eyes are as ordinary as the rest of me? Do not test my temper. I have told you that you are less ordinary than many ladies, particularly heiresses. Nay, your eyes are a nice green, at least when you are smiling. When you are mocking me, they turn quite dark and ugly. Could that possibly be true? Your eyes, Severin, they become darker than the inside of one of MacDear's cooking pots, as dark as a moonless night, regardless of your temper or mood. That is enough, Hastings. My eyes are a simple blue, not a Moorish black. I wish a good meal to sustain me, then I will see to my duty." A duty. She was not but a duty. It was disheartening. She had watched him stride from the great hull, drawing on his gauntlets as he walked. Trist was nowhere to be seen. Well, he would get an excellent meal. Hastings rose and wiped the dirt off her hands. She went to the kitchen to see MacDear. It was a large chamber attached to the keep. It was always hot, what with the fireplace and the 3 ovens billowing out their heat into the room. Alan, one of MacDear's helpers, was taking fruit pies out of the oven. Nan was chopping herbs from the garden to make sauces for the beef and pheasant. A joint of beef was on a spit, turned by Hugh to cook evenly. MacDear was bellowing and sweating, as always, no matter the season, no matter how hot or cold it was outside. She heard MacDear suddenly laugh his big, booming laugh and saw that Eloise was smiling. Excellent! Is this saffron I taste, MacDear? She lifted a spoon again to taste the stalk from a roasted capon. It was thickening nicely. You think it is, Hastings? I know. Next you will say that mayhap I am right. You vex me, MacDear. Ah, Eloise, you are learning to separate the egg yolks and whites. You are doing it well. Alan, you miserable whelp, you nearly dropped that peach pie. By St. Thomas's nose, ill clout you, boy. Eloise turned as colorless as the egg whites she had separated into a wooden bowl. Alan just tossed MacDear a cocky grin, but he was watching more closely now. He was shoveling ashes out of the open oven so he could put in more pies. "Ah, little one," MacDear said, before Hastings could open her mouth. "Don't fear that I'll clout you. It is just the Spittlecock's boys who need threats and roaring, never lovely little peahens like you." "Aye," Hastings said, coming to stand beside Eloise. "MacDear never even yelled at me when I was young. He waited until I gained my adult years. Don't fear him, ever. I see you are making barley bread. I spent hours mixing the dough, Eloise. MacDear is a stern taskmaster. I will leave you now. The smells make me so hungry I would eat my dinner now were I to remain." She met Severin when she went into the great hall. It was already filled with men-at-arms, squires, servants, children, and 4 wolf dogs, Edgar, the leader of the 4, chasing a stick a little boy threw for him. The noise was deafening. Everything was normal. She smiled. It was difficult to believe her father had died but a week ago. She tried to mourn him, she truly did, and she did say prayers for him, but in her heart there was little regret, for in his life he'd never paid her any heed, never showed her any particular fondness, clouded her when the mood struck him, or, more likely, when the ale wasn't to his liking. She said to Severin, even as she grabbed up her skirts when Edgar the wolfhound bolted toward her, intent on the stick that had landed just beside her, "Eloise is with MacDear in the kitchen. He is showing her how to make barley bread. Are you hungry, my lord?" He looked down at her. "Aye, mayhap I am. You have not yet attended me in my bath. Will you do so?" She'd seen him naked for the past 3 nights. "Aye, if that is your wish. Go to our bedchamber and await me." He turned away from her then to speak to Gwent. Hastings went to her bedchamber. No, now it was their bedchamber. She called Alice to fetch her bathwater. She waited and waited more. She turned to the bed and saw a lump beneath the covers near Severin's pillow. She lifted the covers and pulled out the jar of cream he'd used that first night. He'd remembered. He had thought about it and decided not to take any chances that he would hurt her again. Perhaps, she thought, as she replaced the cream, he did care, a bit.
Mayhap it would be nice, this mating. She waited some more, but still he didn't come. She shrugged and climbed into the wooden tub herself. She was lathering herself with sweet lavender when he strode into the room. She stopped in mid-lather and stared at him. He walked to stand over her. "When you are finished, I will bathe. You will wash my back. I waited for you, but you did not come. Do you wish me to wash you? Oh, no, I can manage it well enough. What is that smell? It is nice. Lavender. The Romans brought lavender with them when they invaded Britain many 100 years ago. I believe it comes from the Latin lavare, that means to wash. Where did you learn that? I am not ignorant, Severin. It is from Leech Book of Bald, written some 200 years ago. I have also read the Physicians of my Diffi. If you will leave me now, I will finish and then fetch you." He just shook his head, walked to the bed, and sat down. He began unwrapping his cross garters. She washed her hair and rinsed herself as best she could. The drying cloths were on a stool 3 feet from the tub. She looked at him, now pulling his tunic over his head, at the cloths, and quickly climbed out of the tub. She had just wrapped the cloth around her when she heard a low laugh. "You move quickly, Hastings. I like your legs. They are long and smooth. They will go nicely around my flanks. Why would you want my legs there? You will see. There was a knock on the door. "Enter." He frowned at her for speaking so quickly, but said nothing. It was Alice carrying a bucket of hot water, 2 lads behind her carrying more buckets. Hastings gripped her bedrobe and held it in front of her. The lads, however, just hefted the tub and carried it out. "Thank you, Alice," Hastings said. Then saw that Alice was looking at Severin, a very soft smile on her face. A smile? Then she remembered. He'd said he would take Alice if Hastings continued to vex him with her monthly flux. She just stood there, watching Alice, a girl but 3 years older than she, sweet-natured, a good worker, a girl who loved to laugh and jest, a girl who'd explained to Hastings why she was bleeding that first time when Hastings was 13 years old. Had Alice been with Severin, her husband? "Alice, come here and help me with my boots. My squire is still on the archery field. I doubt your mistress could make a good job of it." Hastings didn't say a word, merely watched as Alice walked quickly to Severin, bent over, and grabbed her boot, laughing even as she backed closer toward Severin, who was looking at her bottom. He reached out his hand, then frowned down at that hand and pulled it back. But Alice didn't have any reticence. She actually wiggled her bottom in his face. She saw Severin staring intently at Alice's bottom. Would he take her right here in front of his wife? His wife, whom he was going to bed this very evening? He had never looked at her so intently.
He appeared utterly absorbed. "The knave! You lecherous bastard!" she yelled at him. Hastings didn't think. She grabbed up a bucket of hot water and threw it on him. He yelped. Alice jumped away, one of Severin's boots in her hands. "Hastings, I did not know you were still here. I thought you had gone behind the screen to dress. Why, get out, Alice. I thought you were my friend, yet here you are, wiggling your bottom in Severin's face. He is my husband, Alice. I will not allow that." Alice looked perplexed. "Aye, Hastings, I know that he is your husband, but he is just a man. What does that have to say to our friendship?" Severin had his tunic over his head and was wiping himself off with it. His hair was plastered to his head, the bed cover was wet, and there was Trist, his beautiful coat sticking up in wet clumps. There was murder in Severin's eyes. He rose, tossing his tunic to the floor. He was quite naked. "Leave us, Alice." Alice frowned from one to the other. "My lord," she said very softly, her voice gentle as summer raindrops, "my lady does not understand the ways of men. She is possessive. She does not realize that play is nothing more than that, just play. I've seen you smiling at me, looking at me the way a man looks at a woman he wishes to bed. Your man Gwent told me you found me comely and wished to dally. As for my mistress, none of that matters. Get out, Alice, else I'll thrash her in front of you." Alice looked at Hastings, saw her pallor, saw that she had only a drying cloth wrapped around her.
Alice had meant no harm. She'd not lied about that. Had Severin asked her, she would have willingly run her hands over his body, enjoying his strength and hardness, probably sat on his lap, easing his sex up into her. Why, they would have laughed and groaned, and had a fine time. But now Hastings had displeased him. By St. Peter's knees, she'd thrown hot water on him. She had shown jealousy. Alice nearly shuddered. She couldn't imagine such a thing. Hastings jealous? Alice knew her duty to her friend. She drew herself up. "I think I had best remain, my lord. If there is punishment to be meted out, then I should receive it, not my lady." Severin looked at the sweet-faced Alice, whom he'd planned to take during the past 4 days, but had never seemed to find just the right moment, with Hastings and Eloise, and tryst in his bed with him, and so much to be done during the days, with new men-at-arms whose skills he had to measure. She had backed up to stand next to Hastings, her hands on her hips. "I, my lord, I cannot allow you to hurt my mistress." Hastings was staring at her naked husband. She'd seen him naked, but just parts of him, and for brief moments. But here he was, furious at her, standing there, his legs parted, not moving, his hands fisted at his sides. His sex was flaccid in the nest of thick dark hair at his groin. She wished at that moment that time could reverse itself. Just 20 minutes. Of course, time remained moving as it always did. She found her mouth was very dry. Still, she said, "Alice, you will not try to protect me. This is ridiculous. I did not realize that men and women took each other whenever either wished it. You are right. He is just a man, and we have been friends for years. Please leave us now. If he wishes to strike me because I threw water on him, then he will, whether you are here or not. Go, Alice." Tryst shook himself hard, then leapt gracefully off the bed, and ran to Hastings. He grabbed the drying cloth and climbed up until he sat upon her bare shoulder. He rubbed his whiskers against her cheek. "The little lordling will not allow the master to strike you, Hastings," Alice said very quietly. "All know that the master would do anything for the marten." Severin was just standing there. At least he could shake her. And Alice was trying to protect her, and now his damned marten was trying to protect her. Again. His damned marten, whom he'd raised from a scraggly little lump when he'd found him freezing and nearly dead next to the stump of a tree some 2 years before. It wasn't to be borne. He strode to Hastings, grabbed her arms, and lifted her to eye level with him. He found himself looking into Tryst's eyes as well as Hastings. He shook her. Her drying cloth fell off. She squeaked, trying to grab it, but failed. He shook her again. "Get out of here, Alice. I think I'll take your sweet mistress right here, right now." Alice didn't move. "Get out." Alice knew when a man was serious. The master was very serious. She looked at Hastings, at that marten, whose face was between the master's and Hastings, and fled. "Now, let me look at what I'd have purchased with my honor." "Honor? You purchased something? Not here at Oxborough. Your honor didn't purchase you a single chicken. All you did was ride in with your men, marry me, and become the lord. You have angered me beyond my limits, and my limits have stretched more and more with you with each passing day. I will take no more of this from you. No, I will not hurt you, but I will use you so that finally you will come to understand that it is I, not you, who allows you to be what you are. You have no say in anything. No, hold still." He dropped her to her feet, then hauled her by the arm to the bed. Both Hastings and Tryst went flying back onto their backs. Severin stood at the bedside. She was sprawled, her legs apart, and he knew immediately that he needed no sermons about his duty to mount her. She was white and very nicely shaped. Her skin glowed with health. He wanted her badly, very badly. She'd thrown water on him. She didn't deserve that he treat her other than as a disobedient wife. "It is you who have pressed me, Severin." She rolled to her side, wringing the covers over her. "Nay, I do not want you to touch me now. You are angry. You will hurt me." "Hurt you? Nay, Hastings, I won't hurt you, though you well deserve it." He leaned down and pulled the jar of cream from beneath the covers. "Now, turn on your back and show yourself to me." She didn't move. He roared at her, neither did Trist. He just mealed loudly, staring at Severin. Adequate. Severin touched his hand to her breast. You adequately fill my hand. You will adequately suckle our sons. She tried to pull away from him, but he held her down, his leg over her belly. I do not like this. You do this to punish me. Let me up, Severin. I must go downstairs to see to your evening meal. Shut up, Hastings. The cream is inside you. When I come into you, it won't hurt. His hand moved to her other breast, cupping it, lifting it, squeezing gently. Adequate. Then he looked down her body. He splayed his hand wide over her belly. I can barely reach your pelvic bones. You're made to bear children. At least you have some worth. Without another word, he grabbed her arms, lifted her, and shoved her down onto her stomach. She reared up, but he just pressed his hand against her waist. Don't move. She felt his hand stroking over her hips. She wasn't afraid of him, hadn't been afraid even when he'd lifted her up and shaken her. When he touched her breasts, she still didn't fear him. His calloused fingers scratched at her smooth flesh. It felt odd. But now he was staring down at her bottom, feeling her. She realized that he was measuring her again to see if she would carry his children. It was too much, far too much. 10. She couldn't bear it.
Suddenly, his fingers eased between her thighs. He touched her woman's flesh. She reared up, sending Trist to scurry down her back and up Severin's arm. Don't fight me, Hastings. He pulled her onto her back again, bent her knees, and opened them. Now, he said, staring down at her. Now. Without another word, he came into her fast and deep. She felt the fullness of him, felt herself stretching, but the cream made her slick, and it didn't hurt. She felt him deep and hard inside her. She closed her eyes, seeing him. She wondered what he felt when he pushed into her, when he moved inward, then pulled out again. She said, "What are you feeling when you do this to me?" Severin's eyes opened. He stared down at her even as he moved, for he couldn't stop himself, couldn't bear the thought of stopping. "It is beyond words," he said, his voice hoarse and raw, deep in his throat. Trist mewled loudly, but Severin didn't stop. His eyes closed again. He felt her womb. He shuddered, but he rested there only for a moment. She wasn't moving. He wished she would. He wished in those moments that she would wrap her legs around his flanks. But of course she wouldn't. She was just lying there whilst he heaved and jerked over her. She didn't care. She hated him. The only reason she wasn't fighting him was because she knew she couldn't win, not with him inside her, holding her down. He stiffened above her. He could feel her squeezing him, and he knew he couldn't keep control much longer. She froze, watching his face, watching his intent expression when he looked down at her, looked down at where his body joined hers. Then he threw back his head and yelled. He was jerking over her like a palsied man. She didn't move. She said very clearly, when he finally stilled above her, "You are an animal. I hate you. If another assassin comes after you again, I will smile and invite him to come closer. If you become ill, I will leave you to yourself. Leave me, Severin. Surely I am not skilled enough, nor enthusiastic enough, nor beautiful enough for you to want to do this to me even one more time. Leave me. I pray you'll leave Alice alone. She doesn't deserve this. No woman deserves this." He came out of her quickly, coming to his feet beside the bed. He was still breathing hard. His Martin was staring up at him, motionless beside Hastings' shoulder. She was very pale, her eyes dilated, but her hands were fists. He turned from her at the knock on the door. He shouted out, "Who goes?" "My lord, we have brought back the bathing tub." Severin grunted, went to the door, and opened it. He didn't allow the servant into the chamber. He lugged the tub into the bedchamber himself, slammed the door, and dumped in the other buckets of water. He looked over at Hastings, who hadn't moved, then climbed into the tub. His sex was covered with the white cream and with his seed. He hadn't heard her. He said over his shoulder as he lathered the lavender soap on the bathing cloth, "Dress yourself and see to my evening meal." She said very clearly, "No." He twisted around, astonishment writ clear on his face.
"What did you say?" I said, "No, I will have nothing further to do with you. You do not deserve me, nor do you deserve Oxborough. My Lord Graelum and King Edward made a grave mistake. My father probably saw right through you, saw the kind of man you really are, and recognized a kindred evil. I will have nothing more to do with you, Severin, nothing. You will come here and wash my back. I will put a knife in your back." At that, he rose, water pouring over the sides of the tub. "You threaten me? You, a woman, dare to threaten me?" He struck his palm against his forehead. "I just took you. I probably should not have used the cream. I went easy with you. Do you never learn restraint, woman?" She simply shook her head, rose from the bed, and walked slowly, bent like an old woman, to where the drying cloth and her bedrobe lay on the floor. She looked weary. He watched her pull on the bedrobe. "You are very white. If you would but moderate your speech, if you would but tend me when I tell you to, there would be no need for cream, no need for me to have to force my way into your belly. You are supposed to enjoy me, yet you refuse to?" She looked up at him with blank surprise. "Enjoy you? That is a cruel jest. No woman would believe after the first time." "Aye, you're right, Severin. It is all my fault. I think you should have hurt me, because what you did was your punishment. Aye, you showed your weakness by using the cream. You should have showed me how very merciless you are, what a powerful warrior you are, how I am nothing compared to you. Am I truly supposed to enjoy you? Am I truly supposed to scream with delight when you drag me to the bed, insult me, and stuff yourself into me?" She turned on her bare heel and left the bedchamber. He yelled, "Don't you dare leave! I did not give you permission." But she didn't turn. She closed the door very quietly. Slowly, Severin sank back down into the water. He finished bathing himself. There was only the drying cloth she had used. It was damp. He dried himself as well as he could. Then, slowly, he began to dress. Trist made no sound. He just looked at his master, his eyes dark and clear. "She continues to fight me, Trist. I did not hurt her. You saw that I did not hurt her. She just lay beneath me like a sacrifice. Aye, she was soft and warm, but she wasn't there, Trist. She cared not. I did not wish to marry Trist. We made our way quite well until we returned to Langthorne, and there was naught but devastation. And you know I had to have an heiress then. Ah, and now I have everything a man could wish. I am a man of substance, a man of worth. What is a wife? An annoyance, nothing more. I will take her, be she an unmoving log." The marten kept staring, making no sound. "She is but a woman, a wife. She must learn to obey me. She threw water on me, all because I was looking at Alice's bottom, and you saw how Alice was sticking her bottom nearly into my face. And then even that one turned on me. Alice said I was just a man, but that she and Hastings had been friends for a long time. Surely that makes no sense at all. Of course I am a man. What did she mean, just a man? A man is a complete man, not just a man, whatever that means. And I am the master here, not some sort of low villain. All that is here is mine. What is going on, Trist? Mayhap I could have gone more gently with her, but I doubt it would have mattered. Besides, she deserved my force. And still she won't obey me. Still she called me an animal. I saved her from Richard DeLucci. Well, perhaps not exactly, but I would have if his assassin hadn't stabbed me before I could hunt the bastard down. Damnation, Trist, what have I done to deserve her woman's spleen?" The marten closed his eyes and rested his head on his front paws. Severin grunted and dressed in clean clothing, his tunic a rich pewter gray. He wished his damned squire, Mark, would come to help him. Mark treated his every word, his every request, with deference. Mark never goaded him or pushed him off his verbal course with wit. He would have to do something about Hastings. He just didn't know what yet. Hastings remained in her chamber, sorting and mixing herbs, humming, as was her wont, for it calmed her. She wiped her brain clean of him, concentrating on the blossoms and stems on the flat board in front of her. Dame Agnes came in some moments later. "You will eat something, Hastings. I will not have you sicken just because you do not know how to handle your husband." Hastings was so startled she knocked over 3 foxglove stems, the blossoms thick and beautiful.
She was on her knees in a moment, picking them up. She said, without looking at her old nurse, "Did you know that the ancient Druids considered foxgloves their own flower? They believed that each blossom looked like a Druid hat." Enough of that nonsense, Hastings.
You use your herbs and their lore to distract both yourself and the person you're speaking to, particularly if it isn't something you want to hear. I'll wager you even treat Lord Severin that way. He says something, and you tell him a brief story about one of your plants. Dame Agnes frowned. Why are you being so careful with the foxgloves? They're not good for anything. You know that. Why do you have them here with your healing herbs? They're beautiful, no other reason. Dame Agnes shook out her skirt, moved to smooth the cover on Hastings' bed, and turned, saying, "Listen to me. Everyone knows that Severin forced you. Alice informed even Eric the falconer, and you know that his mouth flaps looser than Belle's breasts. The lowest servant in the kitchen knew before the evening meal. There is no laughter, no loud conversation, no arguments below in the great hall. Severin's men have tried to be normal, but they are met with sullen silence. It is like someone has died. Their only sounds are slurping, chewing, and belching." Hastings straightened. "I suppose Severin told you to fetch me down?" "Oh no, I suspect your husband would just as soon leave Oxbrow. Surely it is a great holding, and he is now a man of wealth, but there is no pleasure in it for him. He eats, he even speaks occasionally to Eloise, but nothing else. The marten is stretched out beside him and stares at him, unblinking. There," Hastings said, "there is the truth for you. You act as if this is all my fault, but Trist knows better. He knows his master's cruelty, his lechery. If you were a child, I would slap you. Unfortunately, you are now a grown woman, indeed, the mistress of Oxborough and the 3 other keeps that now belong to Lord Severin. Listen to me, Hastings. You are a woman. You are not stupid. Alice told me how you have no notion of how to maneuver a man like Lord Severin into paths that are pleasing to you. She told me it smote her to see you floundering about like a fish in a net, insulting him for no good reason, and raging him until he had no choice but to punish you. And of course, he did. Did he hurt you badly when he took you?" Hastings felt the stiffness in her legs. She still felt a soft pulling deep inside. A man had come into her body. He'd touched her womb. He'd felt her belly and her hips to see if she would easily bear his children. The bastard! If only she'd told Dame Agnes what he'd done, she wouldn't be blaming Hastings for all this. But he had done so much more, and Alice had told Dame Agnes. She couldn't believe Dame Agnes was speaking to her like this. Blaming her? It wasn't right. Surely she wasn't to blame for her new husband's actions, surely. Nay, he didn't hurt me, but that is not the point. I do not suppose that Alice admitted that Severin very nearly took her in his bedchamber, not 10 feet from me. Dame Agnes laughed. She laughed. Aye, she said, she thought you'd gone behind the screen to dress. She said she was removing Severin's boots, bent over, her bottom to him, and showing him that she would bed him willingly if he chose. What is wrong with that, Hastings? Alice is a fine, strapping girl. He is my husband. I want you to put away your herbs. I want you to come and sit on your bed and listen to me." There was a light knock on the door. "Enter," Hastings called. It was Alice, and she was looking as unhappy as Hastings had ever seen her in her life. She looked furtively toward Dame Agnes. Dame Agnes said, "Alice, would you like to help me give our mistress some instruction?" Alice perked up at that. "Hastings, are you all right? Did he hurt you? I don't see any bruises." This wasn't right. Hastings stared at 2 women she'd known all her life. He wasn't to blame unless he beat her? He humiliated me. What does that mean? Dame Agnes said, stepping close. Humiliation? Men do that well, as a rule. But what did Lord Severin do to you? He measured me with his hand to see if I could easily birth babes. Dame Agnes nodded. Aye, he would do that, to prevent worry about you.
You must needs have an heir quickly, Hastings, but he did this not to humiliate you, but to assure himself that you would be able to birth them without dying. This is the humiliation? This is all that he did? He was going to put his hands on Alice's bottom, then thought better of it. Of course he would. You were standing there, weren't you? He spared you humiliation. It seems to me, Hastings, that you have sorely mistreated your new husband. Hastings squawked, opened the rose drawer, took out some of the drying blossoms, and ate them. Alice said, lightly laying her fingers on Hastings' sleeve, "Men do not think clearly, as women do. They like to fight, to test their manhood, and to clear their blood, to eat and drink, and to have sex as often as they can. There is a little more to any of them." "That is an excellent description, Alice," Dame Agnes said, nodding in approval. "So, Hastings, you have really mucked things up here. You have taken a simple man, whom you could have led about by the nose if you'd just thought about it. Instead, you have treated him to fits of outrage and given him only quarrels. You have argued with him when there was no need. You have yelled and ranted and carried on at great length, when all you would have had to do was smile." Hastings grabbed another rose blossom and ate it, chewing viciously. "By St. Godolphin's shins, he has never kissed me, not once. He doesn't like me. He thinks I'm ordinary. Well, he did say that I was not an ordinary heiress." "An ordinary heiress?" Alice repeated, frowning. "What does that mean?" "It means that Severin always believed that an heiress would be ugly. I am not ugly, but I don't have anything else to please him. He doesn't like me, even after I saved his life. Betting me is a duty, nothing more. You are wrong about him, Agnes. He does not want sex with me." "Ah," Dame Agnes said. "What does that mean?" "It means, Hastings," Alice said with exaggerated slowness, "that you are angry because he did not show you proper gratitude. He is a man, a warrior. Such a man cannot tell a woman that she is brave and courageous and that he will revere her above all others for the rest of his life. Men are not like that. Dame Agnes said, to be felled by an assassin, it probably shriveled his soul as well as his manhood. Then to have you save him, well, it is as Alice says. A man of his stature would find that more than difficult to accept." "This is all very confusing," Hastings said, and took another bite rose blossom. Then she sighed and began to carefully wrap the foxglove blossoms in soft linen. "And then you cured him?" "Aye, Agnes," Hastings said, jerking up. "That was a mighty crime on my part. Mayhap I should have kissed his feet instead. Mayhap I should have just leaned down and let him put his heel upon my neck. Do not become impertinent with me, Hastings. Now sit down and eat the bread and stew Alice brought you. Rose blossoms are fine, but you need mac-deer stew." Her nurse pointed to the bed, saying no more, until Hastings, shrugging her shoulders, sat down and allowed Alice to place the tray on her legs. She picked up the crusty bread and took a nice bite. Her stomach growled. "You eat, and we will talk. If you wish, you may ask questions. I wonder, Alice," Dame Agnes said, turning away from Hastings, "do you believe we should fetch Belle from the Great Hall? Her knowledge of men is legendary." Belle, Hastings thought, her eyes widening. She was old, fat, and had scarce a tooth left in her mouth. Her hair was long and thick, however, very black with only a bit of gray showing. She had been wedded to 4 men, all of whom were dead now. However, old Morrick, the blacksmith, was casting his eyes in her direction, and everyone poked everyone else with their elbows and whispered behind their hands, laughing. It was very confusing. "If we discover that we need Belle, we will call her leader," Dame Agnes said. "Aye," Alice said. "I believe she was dallying with Morrick."
He looks besotted, his mouth hanging open, his eyes crossed. She will probably make him take wing tonight. I would not want him to shoe my horse on the morrow." Alice laughed. "He would likely put the shoe on the horse's rump. Aye, by the end of summer, he will be her 5th husband." Hastings chewed on her bread, took a bit of the wondrously flavored beef stew with a thick sauce and onions and peas. It was salted to perfection.
MacDear has used sage in the stew. It adds a biting flavor. I like it. Alice rolled her eyes. Dame Agnes said, "Now, Hastings, this is what you will do. No, keep chewing your stew. I do not wish to hear any arguments from you. And it is sage." Nearly an hour later, Hastings was finally left alone in the bedchamber, staring blankly at the two tapestries, one showing a banquet, the other a jousting tournament. At one corner of the tapestry, there was a cup that Hastings knew held an infusion of flowers and leaves from the borage plant. It was believed to give courage to a man before he went into the tournament. If she squinted, she could see the tiny letters BORAG in perfect stitches on the cup. What was she to do? Was she to become a limp, well-washed rug and let him tread upon her? Was she to smile when he casually tossed out his insults? Was she to ignore his looks at Alice's bottom? Was she to ask him if he enjoyed himself when he took another woman to his bed? Was she to smile when he mounted her, told her that she was only adequate, and rutted on her like an animal? No, she would kill him. He didn't come to her. She quickly changed into her night shift, a loose cotton gown that came nearly to her knees. She crawled into bed, thinking. Could it be possible that she was in the wrong? Alice had said slowly, as if instructing an idiot, "It is pleasant to have a man rut you if he goes slowly and easily and knows what he is doing." I asked Gwent about his master's habits. He told me that Severin was usually very careful with a woman, that he enjoyed her and caressed her until she enjoyed him as well. Gwent said he does not understand why the two of you are prepared to slit each other's throats. He said it made no sense to him unless you were overly prideful, and such a thing in a woman would surely displease Severin. Hastings couldn't believe that. Severin was careful with a woman? No, that couldn't be the truth. Nor could she believe that all the Oxborough people were discussing Severin and her. She wondered if Dame Agnes would demand to watch them mate to see how each of them behaved toward the other. St. Francis staff, they should probably mate on one of the trestle tables, with all their people looking on, offering advice, telling her how to arrange herself so that Severin would find the most enjoyment. She would never believe that a woman could possibly enjoy this mating. She wasn't overly prideful. She wasn't. 11. Hastings awoke early the following morning to shouts from the inner bailey below the window. She jumped from the bed and ran to look down. There were Severin and at least 25 men-at-arms from Oxborough and some Langthorne men. Where were they going? She realized then that he had not even slept in his bed last night. No, he had not come to her at all, nor had Trist. She watched them ride out, Severin, garbed all in gray, his chainmail glittering in the early morning sun, at their fore. He had not said a word to her. She dressed quickly and ran down the solar stairs. Gwent was in the great hall, speaking to the steward, giving instructions to the 30-some men-at-arms remaining at Oxborough. He looked up and smiled when he saw her. Severin is journeying to his other holdings. The castellans there must swear fealty to him. He will make certain there are no problems, no insurrections brewing. I should be with him. It is the way things are done. It is expected. He did not wish it. No one mentioned it except you. Why would you wish to be with him if you don't like him? It is the way of things. Liking has nothing to do with it. Severin wished to go alone. I am not overly prideful, Gwent. Mayhap, mayhap not. When will he return? A fortnight, mayhap longer. Does he also journey to Langthorne? Not as yet. This is more important. Gwent looked down at the cut on his forearm that did not seem to be healing. He'd been careless. During practice with the quintain, he had fallen and cut himself with his own sword. Let me see, Gwent. He looked puzzled, then realized she'd followed his vision to his arm. There was a dirty rag tied around his forearm. It is nothing, he said, and rose. I must work the men. It is what Severin wants. Without thinking, Hastings shoved him back onto the bench.
You will go nowhere until I have seen what is wrong. I do not wish you to die, and that happens many times when there is an open wound. It is something about the blood that turns bad and poisons the body. Hold still, Gwent." He suffered her. He didn't make a sound when she bathed the cut. It was deep and ugly. When she rubbed an infusion of chives and St. John's wort onto the sore, he didn't even flinch. She knew that it hurt. "Listen to me, Gwent. You will keep this bandage clean. I will change it every evening until the wound is healed. If you do not obey me, there is every chance that you could die." Gwent wanted to tell her that she was a woman, and thus she saw every little cut or bruise as something to fell a man. But he kept still. Men did die too easily from wounds. Also, she was the mistress of Oxborough, Severin's wife, and he rather liked her. He had never seen his master so utterly baffled in his life. She had right upended him, and he had said to Gwent that if he didn't learn to control her, he might thrash her, and then she would make his bowels turn to water. And what man wanted that? Gwent rose, smiled down at her, and said, "My thanks, Hastings. Worry not about Severin. If there is any trouble at the keeps, he will send a message to me." "Ah, Hastings, since you have cured my arm, I agree. I don't really believe you are overly prideful. Keep the bandage clean, Gwent." "Aye," he said, then turned to see Torek the steward standing there. "Ah, I believe it is the worm who has crawled into the hall to see if I have yet realized that he is a miserable cheat. By St. Andrew's teeth, I hate cheats." Torek was a cheat? He had been with her father for 5 years now. Her father had trusted him. They were rich, all their holdings prospering. Gwent believed he was cheating? That meant that Severin believed it too. She had never paid any attention to the steward's varied tasks about Oxborough. She only knew that Torek performed all his duties well, was usually fair with all their people, and smiled, perhaps not as much as a man should, but it wasn't all that important. Perhaps she should begin to pay a bit more attention. During the second week of Severin's absence, on a hot and dusty afternoon, Alart, the porter, yelled that a company of men were approaching. Since Oxborough rose above the surrounding countryside, they could see all who approached from great distances. These men were still some miles away. Hastings saw the king's standard. Surely King Edward was not arriving for a visit. But still, Hastings quickly changed her gown, combed her hair, and braided it neatly about her head, and grabbed Eloise's hand to stand in front of the keep. It was the Chancellor of England, Robert Burnell, King Edward's secretary and most trusted adviser. He looked as if his bones had been rattled into dust. He didn't ride well. His face looked drawn and tired, yet they were but a 3-day ride from London. Riding beside the Chancellor on a bay palfrey with white stockings was one of the most beautiful women Hastings had ever seen in her life. She was so fair, her hair shone nearly white in the sunlight. She was wearing a white wimple that fastened beneath her chin. She was young, not more than 5 years older than Hastings, and she rode her palfrey well. She was wearing a soft green gown with long, loose sleeves that fell nearly to the ground. Burnell slowly dismounted. Then he shook himself, looked up at her, and nodded. He handed the reins of his horse to one of the Oxborough stable lads. "My lady," Burnell said, giving Hastings a fat smile, for had known her since she was born, though he'd seen her only rarely during the past 10 years. "This is Lady Marjorie, widow of Sir Mark Outbraith. King Edward has sent her to you, to care for Eloise of Sedgwick. This is the child." The child pressed herself against Hastings' side. "Eloise," Hastings said, "my dear, this is a very nice man who serves our king. He isn't here to hurt you." "What is wrong with her?" Robert Burnell asked, one eye on Eloise, who refused to release Hastings' leg. "Her father beat her, and her mother set her on her knees most of the day to pray. She is much more at ease now, but it will take time." "Ah, the little girl," Lady Marjorie said, and without paying any attention to the dirt on the keep steps, she dropped to her knees and looked straight into Eloise's pale blue eyes. "You and I," she said, very slowly and quietly, "will become great friends. You may call me Marjorie."
She reached into the pocket of her beautiful cloak and withdrew a cloth. Slowly, knowing Eloise was staring down at that cloth, she unwrapped it. Inside were almonds covered with honey. Just one, Eloise, just one. That way they will last a long time, and you will have something to look forward to. Eloise very slowly reached out and took an almond. She studied it, then she eased it into her mouth. Almost immediately, she closed her eyes in ecstasy. Marjorie smiled and rose. "You are Hastings of Oxborough?" "Aye." "You have come quickly," Robert Burnell said. "We will remain until tomorrow, Hastings, then go to Sedgwick. Lady Marjorie will be the child's guardian until she comes of age." "Where is Lord Severin?" "He is away visiting his other holdings." The evening meal was an odd affair. Robert Burnell sat in Severin's chair. Lady Marjorie sat in Eloise's chair, with Eloise on her lap. "She is so very thin," Marjorie said. "You should have seen her when she first arrived at Oxborough. All of this is very strange. However, I fancy that at Sedgwick everything will soon be all right again." "What am I?" Hastings thought. "A witch to terrify and starve the child?" She realized she didn't want Eloise to return to Sedgwick. Beale was there. Both Hastings and Eloise were afraid of Beale, probably with good reason. When she spoke of this to Robert Burnell after the long dinner, he was silent for a long moment. Then he shrugged. "I will hang the woman, then there will be no problem. You did say that she threatened you, did you not, Hastings?" I did, but sir, surely hanging is a bit too severe, even for Beale. Cannot Eloise simply remain here? It is kind of Lady Marjorie to come to her, but I can be Eloise's guardian until she is of marriageable age. Severin will protect her and her holdings. I am sorry, but His Majesty is set on this course. Besides, you are newly wedded. You and Severin will have babes. What need do you have of a child not your own? I like Eloise. She has not had an easy life. I cannot believe she would be happy if she went with a stranger back to Sedgwick. Please, Sir Hastings, you don't understand. His Majesty is indebted to Sir Mark Outbraith. Some 4 years ago, he rallied to the king's side during an ambush near to Jerusalem. We heard that he was killed in a squabble with his neighbor some 6 months ago. Lady Marjorie is his widow. He left her with nothing. His Majesty thus decided that to repay his debt, he would make her the child's guardian. But she is so young. Robert Burnell laughed in that raw way of his that made him sound out of practice. You are but 18, Hastings. Lady Marjorie is 23. Leave be. See to your own affairs. Eloise is no longer your responsibility. He took a deep drink of wine and sighed deeply. If I mistake it not, this is from Lord Graelum. From his father-in-law's vineyard in Aquitaine? Aye, it is. Would you like another goblet, sir? Burnell drank deeply, then said slowly, I had hoped to see Severin, yet it is wise of him to see to his holdings immediately. I am surprised that you did not accompany him. He did not wish me to. Is he to your liking, Hastings? He appears to be a brave warrior, sir. If you would know the truth, he does not like me. But then again, I suppose many husbands don't like their wives. I know that I am not particularly fond of him. Robert Burnell waved an indifferent hand. You are both young. You will change. Once you begin having children, you will see him in a different light. I understand that Richard de Lucy poisoned his wife so he could take you and wed you. That he failed because the poor lady didn't die speedily enough. So I have been told. Lord Graelum said he slipped on a rabbit bone and hit his head. He is dead. Excellent. You have grown up well, Hastings. You are comely, and you fed me an excellent meal. The keep is sound and well managed. You and Severin should try to model yourselves upon our blessed king and queen. Aye, it is a pleasure to serve our king and queen. Their affection for each other is a constant in this chaos of men's affairs. Fret not, Hastings. You are young. You will bend, as you should, to your husband. Did everyone want her to become a sheep in women's clothing? And Severin? What will he do, sir? He is a lusty young man. He will teach you to enjoy lust and to laugh. She sipped at the wonderful Aquitaine wine. It warmed the belly. It also made her feel easy and smile a lot, despite the fact that Robert Burnell was again telling her it was she who had to change, not Severin.
She smiled now at Robert Burnell. "How long will you remain at Oxborough, sir?" "Ah, I must take Lady Marjorie and the child back to Sedgwick on the morrow, as I told you. As to this woman Beale, I will see the extent of her madness, for mad she must be to hold a knife to the child's throat and try to escape with her. You are not to worry about the child. Look at the lady. Already the child is smiling and holding her hand." It was true, Hastings thought. Eloise had gone to Marjorie with scarce a thought to Hastings. She felt betrayed and a bit jealous of the beautiful woman. She did not like that in herself, but it didn't seem to matter if she liked it or not. It was there, that jealousy. Why had Eloise gone so quickly over to her? Severin returned to Oxborough 3 days later, a fortnight to the very day. Hastings was standing on the top steps of the keep, watching him and his men ride into the inner bailey. Children and animals scattered out of the way. She watched him dismount and hand the reins to Mark, his squire, who was patting his war-horse's sweating neck, speaking to him, Hastings thought, telling him about the delicious carrots from her garden. She liked Mark. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to speak to her. All he did was open his mouth, stutter, then shut it again. Severin was bareheaded. His gray tunic and chainmail shone brightly beneath the noonday sun. He looked in her direction then, and she saw the weariness in him. Still, his dark blue eyes seemed to brighten. Dame Agnes's advice sounded a litany in her head, advice soundly agreed to by Alice. When your lord returns, you will smile at him, and you will see to his needs. You will show your interest in him, and you will applaud him in his recitals. You might consider kissing him, though, knowing you, you would probably purse your mouth and make him prefer a sour apple. Kiss him. She'd thought a lot about that. She could do it. She knew she could. But what if he flung her away from him? What if he just looked at her and laughed, or told her she bored him, or told her that her kiss was just ordinary? Severin! He looked around. She yelled his name again, and he slewed about to look at her. His jaw dropped in utter surprise.
She laughed aloud, picked up her skirts, and dashed down the deeply indented steps. "I am glad you are home," she shouted, but didn't stop running. She ran right at him, jumping up to fling her arms around his neck and hug him until she wondered if she were not choking him. She was hanging there, her feet off the cobbled stones of the inner bailey. Then, slowly, finally, his arms came around her. He pressed her tightly against him. "I am glad you are home," she said again, kissing his neck, his right ear. "I have missed you. It has been too many days without you. A fortnight. Too long. Welcome home, my lord." And she kissed his cheek, very close to his mouth. Then his arms fell away. He clasped her upper arms and gently pulled her off him, setting her feet on the cobblestones. He stared down at her, stared at those damned eyes of hers that were sparkling with delight, that held no secrets to bring a man to his knees, at least that he could see. Aye, it was delight he saw. He wasn't blind or particularly stupid, and she was lightly flushed, as if embarrassed by her show of affection for him. "What have you done?" he said finally, not releasing her upper arms. "Have you killed one of my men? Have you poisoned one of our people by mistake? Did Mac Deer cook Gilbert the goat, thinking him a chicken? Will the damned goat have a boot in his mouth when he is brought out on a platter?" She laughed and threw her arms around his chest, hugging him tightly. "Nay, I have just missed you. Did you not miss me? Just a bit? Aye, mayhap a bit. I left Oxborough with a sour feeling in my belly. It lasted many days. I am sorry for it. Come, my lord, I have some wine for you and some delicious capons smothered in almonds. You will tell by the tenderness that it is not Gilbert the goat." She gave him a side look, then turned quickly, went onto her tiptoes and kissed his mouth. She was a bit crooked, but it was his mouth. He tasted warm, his lips soft. She hadn't expected that, but then it was over, and she wondered if she remembered aright. She said, her breath warm against his chin, "Almonds, Severin. Do you not love almonds?" He was staring at her mouth. "You have killed someone, haven't you? You have hung our priest. You have burned down the armory. You have destroyed all our winter storage." She kissed him again. He was actually jesting with her, wasn't he? She kissed him again. She hadn't been wrong. His mouth was incredibly warm, as was his breath.
"Hastings," he said, then heard his men laughing behind him. He looked up to see Dame Agnes standing on the steps, smiling down at them. "You wish me to take you here in front of all our people?" She kissed him once more, a fleeting kiss, a girl's kiss, as all her other kisses had been, at least those that had landed on his mouth, for indeed she was not more than a girl when it came to kisses, and smiled up at him. "Nay, I just wished to greet you as you deserve. Won't you kiss me, Severin? The kisses I gave you were my first. I know nothing about how it is done, but I like the taste of you, and your mouth is so very warm and soft." He actually shuddered. He pulled her against him, grabbed the thick braid in his hand, and pulled her head back. He kissed her with all the hunger in him, and it was a lot. He felt surprise in her, and shock. Not revulsion, just shock. He was going too fast, too hard. She had never been kissed before. He eased, just caressing her mouth now, and slowly he ran his tongue along her lower lip. She made a strange noise. He lifted his head. "That was your tongue," she said. "Surely it is an odd thing to do. Not that it wasn't nice, but still, Severin, are you certain that is done? There are many things men and women do to each other that you would think odd right this moment, Hastings, but not tomorrow or the next day." There was now a good deal of jesting and laughter all around them. "I think we have provided my men an entertainment that will have them giving me advice throughout the rest of the day and night." He cupped her face in his palm. "I do not understand this change in you, but I will accept it. It is pleasant." She laughed, pulled away from him, and shouted to all his men, "Come into the great hall. MacDear has prepared bounty for all of you." She added low to Severin, "If you would come to our bedchamber, I will see to your bath." His eyes nearly crossed. He'd been so weary he had thought he would fall out of his saddle, but no more. He wanted to grab her up into his arms and run up the solar stairs with her, kissing her and fondling her all the way until he had her on her back in the center of that big bed. And then he would pull off all her clothes and come into her and, "My lord, welcome home." He shook his head. His men laughed harder. His voice came out rough and mean. "Aye, Gwent, it is excellent to be back. All went well, else you wouldn't be smiling like a buffoon. And Bemis, you have helped train all these louts?" There was more laughter, Bemis and Gwent poking each other, insulting each other, and he was pleased that the two men had become friends. He suddenly saw in his mind's eye the young girl who had come to his bed at Fonteville keep some 3 days' ride from Oxborough. She was younger than Hastings, and had known more than some of the women he had taken to his bed in the Holy Land. He swallowed, remembering how she'd been there in his bed, waiting for him, smiling, her arms ready to clasp him to her. She'd told him how magnificent he was, how she made her feel, and he remembered so clearly that this girl didn't think he was an animal. She'd made him feel strong and powerful. But then he'd seen Hastings, clear in his mind, in those moments when he'd come into Anne. He'd seen Hastings' face pale and set as he moved over her. He'd known that she hated this joining with him. He'd known it and hated her for her hatred of him. He'd taken Anne 3 times before he had fallen into an exhausted sleep. And then he had dreamed of Hastings, dreamed of that moment when she had saved him from death by the assassin's knife. How she had wiped him down when he had lain there roasting with the hellish fever. The coolness of her hands, the lightness of her touch. He had felt immense guilt the next morning. At first, he hadn't recognized it for what it was, but when he had, he'd hated himself for it. Guilt was the spawn of weakness. Guilt because he'd taken his pleasure with another woman? It was absurd. But he had left the next morning, a day earlier than he had planned, not seeing Anne again. What had happened to Hastings? Why had she changed toward him? Had she dreamed about him? Did she feel guilty that she had not treated him as she should have? He heard Gwent say quietly, "I do not yet know if Torek the steward is a thief. I do not calculate and figure as well as you do. You will have to see to it, Severin. I will see to it on the morrow. But today, I know. Today and tonight, it is your lady who will get all your attention." Gwent stared after her. "I wonder," he said slowly, "if your lady has experienced an epiphany?" "Something like that," Gwent said, still staring after that laughing girl he didn't know. "Don't muck up this miracle, Severin, but bend as she has bent. "Oh, but I'm too hard to bend, truth be told. She kissed me, Gwent. It was a girl's kiss, for she doesn't know yet what to do with her mouth, but I will teach her. And it wasn't bad, all soft and warm." And Gwent threw back his head and laughed deep and long. Other men joined in, not knowing why they laughed, but seduced by the laugh from a man who could pound most of them into the ground in the practice field within a matter of minutes. Bemis laughed, picked up his little boy, whirled him over his head, then tossed him to one of his waiting men. The child shrieked and shrieked with laughter. Severin punched Gwent hard and strode into the great hall.
Had Hastings really had an epiphany? Or had she let another man in her bed and felt guilty for it? Was that why she had run to him, hurled herself at him, and kissed him? No, not Hastings. Why had she changed toward him? Would it last, this change of hers, longer than a goblet of wine? 12. Hastings laughed as she leaned over his back, a sponge filled with her lavender soap in her hand. His muscles were deep and hard. She was startled to find that she liked the feel of him, the texture of his flesh. He wasn't very dirty, and she was surprised at that. Surely he had ridden hard many days he had been gone. Surely he had not been near too many bathtubs. "Ah, that is good," Severin said, leaning back against the edge of the tub, his eyes closed. Though at each of his keeps he had visited, the castellan's wife or one of the ladies had performed this ritual for him, this was different. The way she touched him was different. He didn't believe, at this moment, that he had enjoyed a scrubbing more. He wished it were her bare hand rather than the thick sponge. "You are very big," she said at last, and her voice was just a bit thin. But then she laughed again. Mayhap that laugh was a bit on the thin side as well, but Severin didn't care. He turned and grabbed her wrist. "Hastings," he said. He saw indeed that her laughter was now forced, that her smile looked painful, her eyes a bit wild. She was chewing on her lower lip. This laughing bride of his wasn't all that certain of herself or the new role she was playing with him. He thought of Gwen's odd words about an epiphany, released her wrist, and said, "Kiss me, and then leave me, else we won't enjoy MacDear's capon till tomorrow." Her eyes nearly crossed. Then she lightly touched her fingertips to his wet shoulders, leaned down, and kissed his closed mouth, her lips even more closed than his. Sewn together, he thought, but it didn't matter. He waved her away with the thick sponge. Hastings closed the door behind her and slumped against it. She drew a deep breath. This was all very strange. Because she had met him with kisses and hugs, he seemed a different man. Could Dame Agnes and Alice be right? All she had to do was laugh and feed him well and kiss him, and then he would not force her again. He would go gently with her. He would no longer yell at her or shake her until her head snapped on her neck. She pushed away from the wall and walked quickly down the solar stairs. She wondered where Trist was. She had missed the marten. She would oversee boiling an egg for him herself. Severin was wearing the new tunic she'd sewn for him. It was pale blue, soft as Trist's pelt, and beautifully made. It was too tight across his shoulders, but he had worn it, to please her. She had left it smoothed out atop the bed and kept her fingers crossed. He had worn it. When she met his eyes, she smiled. Then, before she could lose her courage, she skipped to him, stroked her palms over the wondrous soft wool, and said, "You are magnificent. I am sorry, Severin, but I did not think you were so wide. I will make the next tunic larger." She measured him with her fingers, making the calculations in her head. "It is a fine tunic," he said, and his voice was low and gruff. He looked as if he would say more, but both of them became aware that there was a growing silence in the great hall. Even Edgar the wolfhound, who had been barking his head off just a few moments before, chasing one of the little girls about as she waved a ball of wool in his face, was silent, sitting on his haunches, staring toward them. "I was wondering why you always wore gray. I believe it is because the women who did all the weaving and dyeing at Langthorne only knew how to dye gray. After I left, I suppose it was just a habit, and I sought nothing but gray. You believed, perhaps, it was a superstition for me? Some sort of ritual? Aye, perhaps.
I know how to dye beautiful colors, Severin. May I sew you more tunics, each a different color? You may do whatever you wish with my tunics. This one is very soft. I thank you. Everyone is wondering what has happened between us, Hastings said, and to prove to herself that she knew exactly what she was doing, she thrust her chin in the air and looked him right in his dark blue eyes. Shall I tell them that nothing has happened as yet? But it has, she said, just a bit of desperation seeping into her voice. I much enjoy hearing you laugh. I have never heard you laugh before today. It is not ordinary? Nay, he said, smiling down at her. Then he rubbed his knuckles lightly over her cheek. You are so soft, he said, then leaned down, kissed her lightly. Softer than my new tunic. He laughed at her stunned expression and strode to the lord's high-backed chair. Trist had wrapped himself around Severin's wine goblet. He stretched out his arm to pet Trist, feeling the tightness of the material under his arm. Too, he wished the new tunic were more full-cut. He was hard and hurting. He quickly sat down. Trist unwrapped himself and came to rub his whiskers against Severin's hand. He stroked the marten's soft fur until Hastings herself placed his pewter plate in front of him. There was a thick, rich slab of white bread, and atop it was a capon, perfectly roasted, with honeyed almonds, peas, cabbage, and onions around it. He had been well fed in his 3 new keeps, but none could compare to MacDear. He fell to his meal, wanting to eat quickly so he could grab Hastings and haul her to their bedchamber. She wouldn't fight him tonight. She would smile, she would hold out her arms to him, just as Anne had. No, he wouldn't think about Anne, that woman-child who had given him so much guilty pleasure that he'd almost swooned with it. No, he should not have felt guilt. Hastings was his wife, nothing more, nothing less. There was nothing to change here. Aye, she had changed, and he was pleased. He hoped the changes continue. He would not rub her nose in the dirt for bending to him. No, he would be magnanimous. He wondered what had happened to turn her from a bold-tongued shrew, who had helped him, he admitted that, into this lovely, smiling girl who looked at him as if she were actually enjoying looking at him. No, he would not muck up this miracle. His men talked at him, around him, through him, but it made no difference. He merely nodded at them and ate. He knew MacDear's capon was delicious, but he didn't care. He didn't care about anything except shoveling down MacDear's food and getting to the bottom of that well-shined pewter plate. The meal had just, in fact, well begun when he shoved back his chair and grabbed Hastings' hand. Every head in the great hall slewed around to look at them. He felt Hastings grow stiff as the beautiful silver laver that had dents in it. He said out of the side of his mouth, "Ignore them. They have no idea what we are about." That was more surely the biggest lie he'd told in many a month. Come, Hastings, I will please you. Please her? She couldn't begin to imagine this pleasing thing, but she smiled and nodded and clasped his hand more tightly. Trist jumped up onto her shoulder and crept carefully around her neck until he was half on her shoulder and the other half of him was leaning against Severin's chest. When the cheers started, Hastings thought she would sink into the rushes, not because she was embarrassed, but because she was excited and she was afraid everyone saw it on her face. Everyone knew about this pleasure thing but her. She saw riddled old Belle sitting at a trestle table, leaning heavily against old Morrick the blacksmith, who was feeding her bits of beef, one of his huge hands lightly caressing her breast. Why hadn't Hastings noticed this before? Belle winked at her. Hastings knew Dame Agnes and Alice were both grinning like fools, but she simply couldn't bring herself to look at them. Just before they reached the solar stairs, Severin gave a shout of laughter, picked her up, and tossed her over his shoulder.
Her long braids nearly brushed the floor. Then he lightly slapped her bottom, making his men yowl with laughter. This is what it should have been like the night of their marriage. He didn't let her down until he reached their bedchamber. Slowly, he eased her down his chest, feeling her breasts, her belly sliding against him, letting her feel the length of his body. And when her toes touched the floor, he pressed his hands against her bottom and brought her against him. "Oh," Hastings said. "Look at me, Hastings. That's right. Don't be frightened of me. Those other 2 nights, forget them. They were nothing, just bad dreams that will fade with time until they are no more. Will you try? I will try. They hadn't exactly been bad dreams for him, because a man's lust was easily assuaged, though he had wished she wouldn't have fought him, that she would have welcomed him, at least a bit. That was over now. Now he had a girl who had bowed completely to him. He wasn't about to let her unbow. Trist leapt from Hastings' shoulder to land on the bed. He stretched out his full length and stared at them, mewling loudly. Severin remembered Trist sitting beside him when Anne had been in his bed. The martin hadn't made a sound. "Will you come willingly with me, Hastings?" "Aye. You are breathing hard, Severin. Does Magdeir's capon not sit well in your belly?" He merely grinned down at her and gently pushed her back. She sat down on the bed, her hands folded in her lap, watching him intently, her lips slightly parted. So she wanted to see him, did she? If this was what it took not to muck up, then so be it. He fumbled with his clothes, but finally it was done, and he was naked, standing in front of her. He forced himself to keep his arms at his sides. He would not muck up. "You," she said, finally, her eyes on his belly, "are beautiful, Severin. I've thought so before, but it was just a simple thought, with nothing to go with it. I did not realize what your beauty would mean to me. Please, come closer. Mayhap even close enough so that I could touch you if I wished to." Never had he stood before a woman naked. His sex swelled because he had no say in that, and he knew his sex would swell more and she would be afraid. But he prayed she would not be overly afraid. Just a bit. Aye, he wanted just a bit of hesitance in her when she looked at him. He stood directly in front of her. He watched her white hands reach out to lie palms flat against his belly. He shuddered, and his sex hardened. He saw then that she had closed her eyes. She was feeling him, every bit of him, her fingers probing lightly into the muscles over his belly, moving slowly lower until her fingers tangled in the bush of hair at his groin. He wanted her to touch him so badly he thought he would howl if she didn't. Lightly, so very lightly, her fingers found him. His flesh was alien to her, he knew that. She circled him, coming ever closer. He wondered how much longer he could stand it. Then her fingers closed around him. Her eyes opened, and she stared at her hands, and at him held between her hands. "Don't be frightened, Hastings. Well, mayhap just a bit, so I will know that you admire my endowments." She licked her tongue over her lips. He nearly leapt on her. He threw his head back, his hands dug into his flanks, his throat worked convulsively, striving for control, but there was very little left. He pulled slowly away from her. To his shock, she didn't release him. She rose, still holding him, walking toward him even as he moved back. He laughed, an agonizing laugh, but still a laugh, because surely if one were to see this odd dance of theirs, it would bring laughter, and a bit of amazement. He clasped her arms in his hands. "Release me, Hastings, else I will spill my seed on this beautiful carpet." "It is from Flanders," she said, still holding him, her fingers stroking him slowly. "It is very old. Nay, not yet. Let me hold you longer. You're hot between my hands, Severin, hot and smooth. You cannot. Please let me go, Hastings. It will be a close thing." She sighed. "Very well." She released him. She sighed again, then said, "Will you help me, Severin?" He was breathing so hard now, his chest was heaving. "Hastings, I cannot. If I do, I will rip your gown." "Nay, sweeting, you do it, but be quick. I cannot wait." This was not the same man who had shamed her those 2 nights, not the same man who had insulted her, who had looked at her as if he didn't care if she were his wife or not. No, not the same man at all. She didn't understand this, but she realized that she hadn't wanted to release that male part of him that came inside her. She had liked to hold him. It made her feel incredibly strange, somehow urgent, mayhap even frantic. It also made her feel powerful. She wasn't aware that her own breathing had quickened, but Severin was. He sat on the bed, watching her as she had him. She was quicker, her gown and shift pulled over her head in but an instant of time. Then she was pulling free her garters and rolling down her stockings. "Come here," he said. She blinked at him, looked over her shoulder, looked back at him, and said, "All right. Is there someone behind you?"
Nay, but I'm naked, and I am not at all certain if I should be doing this. Do it. I did. When she was standing in front of him, between his legs, he reached out his hands and cupped her breasts. Her flesh was soft and smooth, and she was so very white. He wanted to weep. She looked down to see him close his eyes. He wasn't looking at her. That was better. She moved a bit closer, resting her hands on his bare shoulders. The wound had healed nicely, the scar long and nearly flat. His hands closed about her waist. He squeezed inward, his thumbs angling downward to touch her navel. His hands were large and dark against her white skin. Just looking at his hands on her made those odd, urgent feelings grow stronger. She wanted him to touch her lower. It was that simple. She had held him, and he had wanted her to hold him. She had realized that quickly enough. And now she wanted his fingers on her. Where exactly, she didn't know. But the feelings were beginning to pound into her now, and there was so much heat, liquid heat, and she could feel it in and on herself, but she didn't care. "Severin," she said. He didn't raise his head. He opened his eyes and stared at her belly, stared at his hands that were parting her woman's flesh now, staring at her, and she thought she would die from the incredible feelings that were roiling through her. Then his calloused fingertips were touching her, and she cried out, a low, hoarse cry that filled the bedchamber, and her back arched, and she was pressing herself against those fingers of his, and her belly was nearly pressed against her face. Then, to her utter shock, he held her parted with his fingers and touched her with his mouth. She screamed, hard and loud, not caring if someone were passing outside the bedchamber to hear that scream, and to wonder, not with shock or embarrassment, but at the bolt of pressure that tore through her, very low, yet it seemed to be throughout her entire body. And somehow she knew there was more. But what he was doing to her, where his mouth nuzzled, she had never known, never imagined such a thing. "Severin, I don't know." She felt his finger ease upward inside her, even as he caressed her with his mouth, and it was all over for her. She crumbled over him as the pleasure took her, and he caught her and gently laid her on her back, his fingers on her now, stroking her, keeping the feelings churning and erupting in her, and she wondered how a woman could survive such a cataclysm. She closed her eyes, arched her back, and whispered, "Severin, this is like nothing in the world." "No," he said, "it isn't. Hold still. I would come into you now." And he did, but slowly, easily, and he was hard and slick, and she found herself lifting her hips to bring him more deeply into her.
He felt wonderful, filling her, making her want to hold him so close he would meld into her, even as his sex was deep and deeper still inside her belly. He shuddered and tensed and reared back, and she watched him take his release, and it was a very different feeling she had watching him now than when she'd lain cold and angry beneath him before. He was sweating, breathing heavily, his chest heaving, but he kept up on his elbows, looking down at her, and his eyes were vague, the dark blue warm and blurred, not cold as she had first believed when she saw him stride into Oxborough that day to marry her. "You are not ordinary," he said, leaned down and kissed her mouth. "Part your lips for me." She did. He kissed her again, and she felt his tongue glide over her lips, then ease inside her mouth. She made a tiny sound, and he drew back to look down at her. "This is all very strange," she said. "Is that Trist?" "Aye, he is mewling so loudly it pains my ears." She laughed, a sweet sound that made him kiss her again. Then he sighed and pulled away from her and rolled onto his back. He brought her with him, resting her face against his shoulder. Her palm lay over his heart. "That is pleasure, Hastings." He felt her lashes against his chest. He felt the warmth of her breath as she said, "It is something I could not have imagined. Few can until it overtakes them. You responded well to me, as you did to me, Severin." She pictured holding him as he backed away from her. She giggled. She felt his hand stroking down her back, stroking over her hips. She pressed herself closer against him. "You are filled with my seed."
There was such satisfaction in his voice that she bit him, then licked him. "I," she said against his warm flesh, "and I brought you into me, and held you deep and close, and filled you with myself." He shuddered, then moaned. He said nothing more. She listened as his breathing slowed and evened into sleep. Thank God for Dame Agnes and Alice. Trist stretched out on Severin's chest, his paws over Hastings' hand. How would one possibly have the strength to do this 5 times in the space of 1 day? 13. Something was lightly scratching her stomach. It felt good. She sighed, stretched just a bit, then remembered the night before and opened her eyes. She lifted the covers to see Trist curled next to her, his claws going up and down her belly. She petted him. "Where is your master?" Trist opened his eyes, looked at her for a very long time, then stretched and slid out from beneath the covers. He sniffed the air. Hastings sniffed the air too. The air smelled of them, of sex. She had smelled that before, but she hadn't known, hadn't really thought about it. She'd been a dunce. She'd been a blockhead. She pushed back the covers and rose. She was sticky. His seed, she thought, as she bathed herself in the pewter basin of cool water. Why had he left her? Why had he not awakened her so she could see to his morning meal? Perhaps this was the way men were supposed to behave after being with their wives for the night. She saw the blue tunic she had made for him, laid out neatly on the end of the bed. There was a huge rent beneath the right arm. She remembered now that he'd ripped the tunic when he'd pulled it over his head the previous evening. She didn't mind at all that it was ripped. She believed she could add some more material to make it large enough for him. Aye, she could do that. She was humming when she came into the great hall a short time later. There was Severin, seated between Gwent and Bemis, the 2 men listening intently to what he was saying. It was still very early. She felt wonderful. She could not believe what had happened. At that moment, Severin looked up and saw her. His face went very still. Then, slowly, he smiled. He raised his hand and called out, "Come here, Hastings. This almond bun is difficult to eat. I wish you to feed it to me." She laughed and skipped toward him. She was filled with energy, filled with a lightness she hadn't felt in a very long time. She realized suddenly that she was happy. He pulled her down onto his lap. "Now, this fool Gwent here has been instructing me on how to eat the bun, but he does not do it well. My brain is weak from all your demands last night. Feed me, Hastings." She pulled off part of the bun and eased it into his mouth. She was staring at his mouth as he chewed. She was staring at his throat as he swallowed. "Now, kiss me." In front of Bemis and Gwent? In front of everyone. Everyone is watching us. I know it. Kiss me. She did, a shy kiss, her lips closed, but he didn't care. It was a symbol. Nay, more than a symbol. It was a vow, a promise, and all saw it. She was now his wife. There would be no more strife. She had bent to him. He let her feed him the rest of the bun. Then he lifted her off his lap, saying as he did so, "If you remain there, I will have to send my hand up your leg and pleasure you, and that would shock our people, for they believe you to be modest and bashful." He patted her buttocks. "Now, I understand from Gwent that Eloise has returned to Sedgwick in the company of her new guardian and Sir Robert Burnell. I trust you treated the king's messenger properly." "Nay," Hastings said. "I kicked him in the shin, wept on his shirt when he said he was taking Eloise, and fed him a potion to make him fall in love with Edgar the wolfhound." He laughed. Perhaps before he would not have laughed. Perhaps before he would have drawn up tight as a bow. But not now. "I am sorry if you will miss the child." "What did you think of her guardian?" Gwent said she was the widow of a Sir Mark Outbraith, a man to whom the king owed a favor. "Her name is Lady Marjorie?" "Aye, that's the long and short of it. I was jealous, Severin. Eloise went to her immediately, left me as if I were naught but a slug to crawl along the ground." Hastings sighed. I can see that. But you will have your own babe soon, Hastings. In 9 months. She thought of his seed, deep within her. She turned red. He laughed. She cleared her throat and said, "That is what Sir Robert Burnell said, but I do miss her, Severin." She was still thin. Lady Marjorie acted as though I had starved her. He rose from the trestle table, reached down so that Trist could easily climb up his arm, then said close to her ear, "I must practice with my men now. Then Gwent wants me to go over the steward's records. That is why I left you this morning. If I had stayed, naught of anything would have been accomplished. Ah, but Hastings, after our meal, I can teach you something more about pleasure. There are many ways to reach the goal. Would you like that?" She lowered her head. "Perhaps, but I might be too tired, Severin. Perhaps my legs are so sore that I cannot move them. Perhaps—" He touched his fingers to her mouth, even as he lightly stroked his other hand down her back. "So soft," he said, leaned down and kissed her. Not so very ordinary, after all. She felt his tongue slide over her bottom lip. That feels very nice, but my tongue still wants to stay in my own mouth. A shy tongue, but that will change, you will see. Be about your duties, Hastings. Think of me and what I will do to you. Ah, be quiet, Trist, else I'll believe you some sort of magician." The marten was mewling so loudly that even Edgar the wolfhound heard him and was walking slowly toward them. He hugged her to him. Then, whistling, he strode out of the great hall, Gwent and Bemis on either side. He looked splendid. Hastings found that she didn't look away until he was gone from her. "Well, I had believed you too stubborn, but you have proved me wrong, Hastings. I am pleased." Hastings turned, grinning, to say to Dame Agnes, "You are pleased. You don't know what being pleased is." Then she too turned away, whistling as loudly as her husband, and made her way to her herb garden.
The tone should be world-weary and professional. Stress should be conveyed through a tightening of the voice or a slightly flat affect, rather than shouting or exaggerated anger. Dialogue. Her voice should be lighter and more engaged, but still within a realistic, natural conversational range. Climax execution. The transition to action must be quick and urgent, but the emotion of alarm should be understated. For example, a sharp intake of breath or a sudden increase in volume or pace for only a few words, reflecting a professional reacting immediately without losing control. Goal. The delivery should sound authentic, as if the character is recounting a stressful event the day after, making the thrill organic and believable, not imposed. Alice said to Dame Agnes, "If there were no pleasure possible between men and women, can you begin to imagine the strife in the world? War isn't enough for you, Alice? Men slaughtering men endlessly?" That is a good point. If women never received any pleasure, then they would likely slaughter the men. Soon there would be no one left except women. It would doubtless be a better life for us, but the boredom, I am just not certain. Dame Agnes smiled and patted Alice's shoulder. "It is a mystery. However, for us here at Oxborough, we will pray that both the Lord and the Lady continue to see each other through lustful eyes, at least until they discover that they quite like each other." Hastings watched as Torek slowly walked toward Severin, who sat in his high-backed chair, the chair from which he judged local matters, the chair from which he faced a man he knew was cheating him. Gwent stood at his side. Severin had asked her to come to the Great Hall to witness what he did. She was pleased that he had asked her. She was gravely disappointed that Torek had proved to be a thief, but she had seen the entries with her own eyes. Years upon years, and he hadn't even made any attempt to hide it. The money was simply removed, no explanation, no reason given. "Come closer, steward," Severin called. "I want to show you proof of your thievery." Torek, his shoulders back, his head up, walked more quickly to Severin. "I am not a thief," he said in a loud voice that carried to every corner of the great hall. "What I am is a fool to have remained after Lord Falk died." "Well, you didn't flee. Now, steward, you will explain these entries you made. They go back many years." "I do not understand why you did not even try to hide your thievery. Is your arrogance so great? You never believed that Lord Falk would question you as I am now?" Torek looked at the pages of parchment that showed his neatly entered numbers. He swallowed. "I have no arrogance, my lord, nor am I a thief. It does not look good for me, does it, my lord?"
I would say that Gwent is itching to hang you by your skinny neck. Torik's hand went to his throat. What did you do with all that money, Torik? Is it buried beneath Hastings' herbal garden? My lord, I swear to you, to our God above, that I did not take any money from Lord Falk. Oh dear, I suppose that I must speak now, or suffer my own death. It is your best chance to survive this, steward. Make your tale plausible and interesting. The steward appeared to be arguing silently with himself. Finally, he looked Severin straight in the eye and said, "Those figures are just as Lord Falk ordered me to write in the records of Oxborough. I did nothing but what he bade me to do." Her father cheated himself? That makes no sense, Torik said. There is a small ransom gone from Oxborough. Because this is a wealthy holding, Oxborough has not suffered from the missing funds, but it will not continue. You steal what is mine now. Cease your lies, and it will go easier for you. But Torik held firm. Nay, I am not lying. I have never spoken of this before because I gave my sacred oath to Lord Falk. I entered the figures he told me to. I did nothing more than what he bade me to do. Gwent, unable to keep quiet, shouted at the steward, "Stop your lying, you wretched bastard! The devil's teeth! I hate cheats and thieves! You will confess your crimes, or I will gullet you right here, right now." Torik took a quick step back, only to feel the large hand of one of the men-at-arms at his back. "Please, my lord, I'm not lying. The money went south. Every 3 or 4 months, Lord Falk and 3 or 4 men took it there. Did you not notice that all those entries appear very regularly? I do not know who lived there or lives there now. Only Lord Falk knew. His men, if they knew, were sworn to secrecy, as was I. All had Lord Falk's trust. None ever betrayed him. None until me, until now. But now he is dead, and thus your silence matters no more, Hastings said. Why do I know nothing of this holding you speak of, Torik? You knew nothing of the man your father wedded you to, Lady Hastings. Why should you know of this? I swear it to you, I am not lying. I only did what your father ordered me to do. I prayed that you wouldn't realize that there were funds missing, Lord Severin. But I did realize that. Only a fool would not readily realize that something was wrong. I know you will kill me, but at least now you know the truth. All the money went to a holding in the south. What is this holding called? Rosehaven. Who lives at this place called Rosehaven? Who would Lord Falk send money to? I do not know, I swear it. Let me gullet him now, Severin. The little puking bastard will just continue to lie until I do. Nay, Gwent, hold. This is proving interesting. Do we have a mystery here, I wonder? Hastings, have you ever heard the name Rosehaven? She shook her head. She said to Torik, I remember that my father left every few months. He always told me he was visiting one of his holdings. Once or twice I asked to accompany him, but he refused. Did he always carry the money to this Rosehaven? Always. He told the men that if they failed to guard the pouch, there would be retribution. He was always gone for 16 days, which meant he spent 9 days at Rosehaven each time he journeyed there. The last time, he sent Bemis with a great deal of money, because he realized that he was dying, a final payment, I suppose. I did not question him. He would have risen from his deathbed and killed me. Gwent turned to Severin. That is what alerted me immediately, Severin, that huge amount that was missing recently. How long have you been at Oxborough, Torik? Severin asked, sitting forward in his great chair. Trist climbed out of Severin's tunic and slithered down his arm to stretch out his full length. He stared at the steward, his paws stretched out to cover Severin's fingers. For 11 years, my lord, I have toiled for Lord Falk. I never cheated him. He paid me well. He trusted me. I prayed you would not discover the missing funds, but you have. Kill me, but it will not gain you any justice. Justice is down south at Rosehaven Keep. Where? Hastings asked. On the coast, near Folkestone. It is nearly 4 days' hard riding from Oxborough. Severin was silent. He stroked Trist's back. Finally, he said, rising, we won't know the truth of the matter unless we go to this Rosehaven. Hastings, you will accompany me, as will you, Gwent.
We will take 15 men. We will leave in the morning. Bemis knows the truth, Severin. He knows. But I like mysteries. I want to visit this Rosehaven and juggle all the pieces of this mystery until I am able, by myself, to fit them all together. Torek, you will remain here. You will continue with your duties. I will have Bemis keep an eye on you, with the instruction, if you attempt to flee Oxborough, he will kill you. Do you understand me? Aye, my lord, I understand you perfectly. Bemis has known me since I was born, Hastings said as she walked into the bedchamber just ahead of Severin. He has never hinted anything, nor has my father. What is going on here, Severin? He stopped her, his hands light on her upper arms. He turned her slowly. I care not at this moment if he is keeping a bastard prince prisoner at this place called Rosehaven. Kiss me, Hastings. She did, her mouth closed until he felt his tongue gliding along her bottom lip. She wrapped her arms around his neck, came up onto her tiptoes, and pressed herself against him. She said against his mouth, I like that, Severin. Tell me what to do. Open your mouth, just a bit. That's it. Now, this is something men and women do, don't be startled. She felt his tongue slowly slide into her mouth. She jumped and closed her mouth, holding his tongue inside. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't.
He stroked her tongue with his until she opened her mouth to show him her approval and her growing enthusiasm. This is something I had not considered, she said, speaking, then kissing him. Something that should not be as exciting as it is. Be quiet, Hastings. He locked his hands beneath her bottom and picked her up. He didn't stop kissing her, even as he fell on top of her on the bed. Then she was laughing into his mouth. No woman had ever before laughed whilst he was kissing her. Severin drew up, balancing himself on his elbows. He stared down at her. This is fun, she said, and chopped her hands against his arms. He fell on top of her. Soon he was laughing with her. They kissed and laughed, even as they struggled out of their clothing. When they were naked, he let her come down to her knees beside him. She immediately leaned down and kissed him, licked her tongue across his lips, then straightened again. She didn't wait this time, just clasped him between her hands, leaned down again, and took him in her mouth. He nearly bowled off the bed. St. Andrew's toes! Who told you to do that? She didn't release him, just said, her warm breath on him, Dame Agnes and Alice both recommended this to me. I thought it sounded repellent, but they assured me that it was what a man wished above all things. Is that true, Severin? I don't know. I am going to die. When he finally had the resolve to shove her away, he prayed that she would release him. If she didn't, it would be all over for him. She did, finally, but it was slow and excruciatingly wonderful. He was moaning, his back arching, nearly beside himself. You're not dead yet, Severin, but you sound very close. Then she laughed, kissed his belly, and went back up on her knees to look down at what she had wrought. He sucked in air. He tried to slow his breathing. He felt her hand on his thigh moving upward and managed to whisper, Nay, Hastings, I must recover for a moment. Don't push me any more. She laughed again, only to suck in her breath in surprise when he flipped her onto her back and came over her. You bring a man to the brink of madness and laugh while you watch him teeter? You laugh to see what you have done with that mouth of yours? Well, Hastings, let's see how long your laughter lasts. Her laughter didn't last 5 seconds. She was panting, heaving about, whimpering, her hands digging into his shoulders, when he raised his head, kissed her belly, and said, Well, are you teetering yet? She yanked his hair. He laughed and returned to her warm flesh. But he didn't give her release for a very long time. She finally shouted, Severin, I cannot bear this. Get it done. And he did. When she lay there, sucking in great breaths of air, quivering with pleasure, he was over her and coming into her. She heard him laugh, then moan deeply. There were no more words between them, just passion that built and built until finally Severin shouted to the beamed ceiling.
He collapsed over her, kissing her until she had the strength to turn her face up to gain some kisses on her mouth. "This is very tiring work, Severin." "Aye," he said, nipping her bottom lip between his teeth. "Would you believe me if I told you that most men would prefer battle to this wearisome job?" Her laughter rang out. Trist raced up his bare master's back to peer down at her over Severin's shoulder. "Aye, my lord, and most women would doubtless prefer shoveling ashes out of the ovens to this demanding task." Trist mewed loudly. And Severin thought it was strange to be lying on top of a woman, laughing and speaking nonsense, and enjoying it quite a lot. 14. They didn't leave for Rosehaven the following morning. A messenger arrived just as Hastings finished drinking a goblet of Gilbert the goat's milk. She rose quickly when she heard shouts from outside. It was a messenger from Langthorne. Lord Severin's mother had disappeared. He asked very softly, "How is this possible? My mother was guarded constantly. I selected the women myself before I came here to Oxborough. What happened?" The messenger didn't like the Lord's voice. He swallowed, got a grip on himself, and said, "It appears that one of the women became ill. Your mother asked to tend her, and the other woman agreed. When she returned to the sick chamber, your mother was gone. I'm sorry, my lord. Sir Roger has mounted a search. His master-at-arms, your man Thurston, told me I should come to you. He is worried. Sir Roger did not wish to tell you yet, but Thurston said it was your right to know. By the time I left Langthorne, they had still not found her." Severin stared at the man a moment, then waved him away. "Get him ale," he called to Alice. His voice cracked from thirst even as he spoke to me. Hastings knew, however, that the messenger's voice had cracked because he'd been terrified that Severin would kill him. "I fear I must go to Langthorne, Hastings. There is no time for this Rosehaven, no time for anything else. We will leave within the hour." Severin arched a dark eyebrow. "I would make better time were I to have just men with me. You will see that I shan't slow you. Besides, when we find your mother, perhaps I could give her some herbs that would make her better. What is her illness, Severin?" "She is mad." Madness? Hastings wondered if her father had known about this. Surely he hadn't, else he would never have picked Severin to continue his line, not if there was madness in it. "Tell me more specifically what she does or says or how she acts." "She can act very normally, converse with you like she is still the lady of the keep. Then suddenly her eyes will go blank. She will say strange things. She will not know who she is or who you are. Several times I saw her throw herself to her knees and try to hit her head against the stones. Then she will sleep for many hours. When she wakes, she is usually normal again. But nothing is ever certain. That is why I had 2 women to keep close to her." Ah, it sounded like no madness Hastings had ever heard of. It sounded very strange indeed. What does that mean? "It means I must consult the healer before we leave. Do you wish me to try to help her? Very well, but Gwent and some of my men will accompany you. I don't want to take a chance on losing you." She said nothing to that. She'd gone into the forest more times than she could count over the years, to meet with the healer. But now she was married, and her husband wished to guard her, protect her. Was he afraid that she would fall and hurt her toe? No, certainly not. She decided that protection from a man who made her feel as he did perhaps wasn't such a bad thing at all. "Give me leave to worry about you now, Hastings." She blinked up at him. "Do you now so easily read my mind, my lord? Your thoughts are sometimes as clear to me as Edgar the Wolfhound's." That made her laugh. Without thought, she kissed him, in front of the messenger, in front of all the people who were in the great hall. "Aye, those thoughts of yours are simple and straightforward, but I mind not, Hastings. Take care and come back to me quickly." She frowned, saying, "Why wouldn't this Sir Roger want you to know immediately that your mother had disappeared?" A very good question. I will look forward to his explanation. Hastings imagined that Sir Roger had kept quiet because he had a healthy desire to keep his hide intact. He was doubtless praying that he would find his overlord's mother alive and thus escape Severin's anger. It was not to be. Hastings had always believed that the healer was older than the sessile oaks that grew thick and strong by her cottage, that indeed she had magically appeared on the earth at the same time those trees had burst through the soil. But her face was unlined, her skin soft, her hair was black with but a few strands of gray weaving through it. She always wore a dark brown wool gown with a rope tied around her waist. For as long as Hastings could remember, the healer had always looked the same.
The healer wasn't smiling at the group of men who rode to her cottage. She didn't smile either when she saw Hastings, just waited patiently, her hands very still at her sides. "Healer," Hastings said, as she dismounted her palfrey, Morella, "you look well. Ah, and here is Alfred." The huge brindle cat leapt into her arms, making her stagger back. Hastings heard the men's hoarse whispers. They were probably crossing themselves, for the cat surely had to be the largest in all of England. Hastings hugged Alfred, petted his big head, then set him down. The healer said, as she rubbed her bare toes against Alfred's fat side, "He eats all my food. I am now the skinny one. He will bury me when the time comes. Now, Hastings, come inside and tell me what it is you wish." The smell within the small cottage nearly swamped the senses. There was basil, rosemary, foxglove, allium, hyssop, so many smells that collided with one another, blending and softening, forming new scents that dazzled the nose and made Hastings' eyes water. Hastings sat on a small stool and waited for the healer to give her a cup of her own private potion, a sweet yet tart brew that she much enjoyed. But the healer would never give her the recipe, or ever send her away with more than that one single cup. She watched the healer give a large wooden bowl of the potion to Alfred. The cat's slurping was loud in the room. "It is my lord's mother," Hastings said. Then she told the healer what Severin had told her. He said she then would sleep. It seems to me that this sleeping is her mind's way of renewing her, perhaps. Have you something that could help such a strange malady? The healer looked through the narrow open door at the men who were milling about. She winced as one of them, paying no attention, let his horse back into the woodpile and knock logs to the ground. "I have always disliked men," she said, in that soft sing-song voice of hers. "They tread upon my herbs because they never pay attention to anything that is beyond their noses. They belch and snore, and their minds are lewd. Nay, I would rid the world of the animals if I could. My husband isn't like that. It is too soon for you to know that. I imagine you believed he was Satan's own spawn before you enjoyed pleasure with him. Aye, turn red, Hastings, but don't lie to yourself. Your father was like that, as was Sir Richard de Lucy. Aye, that one was a pig who killed his wife to have you. I am glad he failed, Hastings, nor am I displeased that he managed to kill off that miserable wife of his before he failed. I have heard talk that all is not well at Sedgwick. There are forces at work there that will bring tragedy. You speak of Eloise? Aye, poor child. What chance could she have? You heard that Lady Marjorie abuses Eloise? The healer shrugged. It would be nothing new, would it? But you will have a care, Hastings. Nothing is ever what it seems. Nothing. Don't ever forget that. Now, let me give you some herbs that might help your husband's mother. Ah, yes, there are so many smiles and sighs now that you enjoy Lord Severin. Why did you bend, Hastings? I do not like strife. I know nothing of men, and thus I did not deal well with him. Dame Agnes and my serving girl, Alice, told me what to do. I decided to treat him well, nothing more, healer. He probably brags to his men that he has brought you to heal. Perhaps I am the one who controls the healing." The healer shook her head. She smiled. It was a small thing, stingy even, but it was a smile. "You are guileless, Hastings. That is why you must have a care. Go now. I have business with my plants. Alfred, you may have no more potion now. Go terrorize the men outside. Meow at them and stretch up on your hind paws. It will scare them witless.
Mayhap they will flee screaming into the forest and lose themselves and get eaten by boars. They are all worthless loutheads. Hastings touched her fingertips to the healer's arm and took her leave. Gwent said, as he helped her mount Morella, "A strange woman. As for that cat, the beast is large enough to have a seat at a trestle table. He eats enough for 2 men, Hastings said. Give him 2 seats." It rained all during the day, endless, ceaseless rain, turning the world gray, making them all miserable. There were 12 of them, all pressed against their horses' necks. Hastings was relieved that she'd brought most of her herbs. Someone would surely sicken from this miserable weather. By 6 o'clock that first afternoon, Severin called a halt. In their path was Wigham Abbey, a stark gray stone building built in the last century. It looked menacing in the dying afternoon light. Hastings shivered, not from the cold or the rain, but from the apprehensive feeling that pile of stones gave her. The abbot, Father Michael, greeted Severin politely and welcomed them all into the cold great hall of the abbey. He was affable until he saw Hastings. He cleared his throat, saying, "My lord, your lady, of course, will not remain here. One of the brothers will escort her to another building, where she will remain until you are ready to resume your journey." "I don't think so," Severin said, nothing more. Hastings didn't understand what was happening, but she knew he was angry. So women weren't allowed with the monks. Why did this seem to anger Severin? "It is the way of our order, my lord. She will be fed, but she is not allowed to remain here with the men. It is considered a sacrilege. It is not done. Our Lord would not look kindly upon us for breaking one of his sacred orders." Hastings was on the point of telling her husband that she didn't care, she just wanted to change from her wet clothes, when Severin drew his dagger from the wide leather belt at his waist. In a quick, graceful movement, he put the point to the abbot's throat. "I know how you treat ladies, father. I will not have my wife lying on a damp mattress with only a stingy thin blanket to cover her, shivering until her teeth chatter. I won't have her drinking cold, thin soup that some monk slips into her cell whilst she isn't looking. She will remain here, with me, with my men, and your holy brothers." Father Michael opened his mouth, both astonished and infuriated. Severin simply pressed the tip of his knife into his throat. A drop of blood appeared. "It will be as I say, father. I will ensure that she doesn't send your monks into agonies of unfulfilled lust. She will remain at my side. Think of her as another man. Think of her as a budding brother whose hair is but overlong." Above all, the abbot wasn't stupid. This man, all garbed in gray, didn't seem to care that he, Father Michael, abbot to this long-lived order of Benedictines, was God's emissary, that he would go to hell if he stuck that knife in the abbot's throat. Father Michael would have to give in, but it galled him. All the Lord's men were wet to the bone, huddled together, but the woman, that one, standing there, all proud, her long hair in damp masses down her back, as wet as the men were, he could still see how she was looking at him, at his helpless brothers. He knew she had put her husband up to this. She was a snare of the devil. All females were. Seducers of honorable men, whores. She should be off by herself, away from men of goodwill and morality. We are all wet, tired, and hungry. See to it, father." The abbot nodded, his mouth a tight, thin line, and turned to his cowled brothers. His thin face was red, the pulse pounding in his neck, just beside that speck of blood. Hastings saw him cuff one of the brothers. She said, staring at the holy man who had so carelessly struck another, "Is that true, Severin? Women are kept separate? They are not treated well? I did not know this." Severin only shrugged. It would not matter if the weather were warm and the sun bright in the sky. But in this dampness you would surely become ill. I want you out of those wet clothes. Come along.
Why is this a rule, Severin? I have been told that the church still debates whether or not a woman even has a soul. Think on that, Hastings. If you don't have a soul, then you should be forbidden the company of God's perfect male creatures. You are not worthy. You are not worthy than an animal, at least in God's eyes. That is very strange. Father Carrig never said any of this to me. Father Carrig isn't stupid. He probably believed you would make his bowels watery if he preached such a thing at Oxborough. But this is usually the way of things. It was my mother who told me of this. Travelers are welcome at religious houses, but women are to be set aside because the priests believe they will taint the very sacred air with their wickedness. She looked perplexed until she smiled, a dimple appearing in her cheek. I've tried to be wicked, only with you. He laughed, took her hand, and followed the silent brother, who led them to his own cell. Severin left her to change. I will change with the other men. Dress warmly, Hastings. The cell was dry and warm and smelled of sweet rosemary. When she returned to the main dining area, where there were 6 trestle tables set close together, she inhaled the odor of warm ale, fresh-baked bread, and roasted chicken. "This is not the normal fare for travelers," said to her. "I have paid dearly for this meal. It had better taste as good as it smells. I told the abbot that the food had to find favor with my wife, else I would be displeased." I then touched my fingers to my knife. I enjoyed watching him pale. He touched his palm to her cheek, then to her forehead. "You are warm to the touch. You feel all right?" "Aye," she said, and touched him back. "And you, my lord?" "I believe," he said, slowly, looking down at her, "that if you continue as you are, all the brothers will gnaw their knuckles in the throes of lust. I promised the abbot that he was to think of you as just another man, a castrato, perhaps." She giggled and raised her voice to a high, squeaky wail. "Very well, then. I can even sing for my dinner. I will not kiss you, but I want to, Severin. Your mouth pleases me. Stop it, Hastings." "Ah, our meal is ready," Hastings said, after she bit into a chicken wing. "Don't stick your dagger through the abbot's neck. 'Tis well enough prepared." After dinner, Hastings checked all of the men. Tabar, one of the Oxborough men-at-arms, was overly warm, his chest heavy. Hastings mixed him a potion of warm milk and gentian and watched him drink it down. "Now chew these columbine leaves if your throat becomes sore. Keep yourself warm, Tabar. Sleep close to the other men. Their body warmth will help." One of the brothers, a small, wiry man with great purity of expression, came to her after she gave Tabar the herbs. His look was furtive. "I have a toothache, my lady. The tooth looks healthy, but it must be rotting from the inside. Have you perhaps anything that would help me?" "Aye, father. Mix these ground delphinium seeds into a mug of wine or ale. It will relieve you. But the tooth must be pulled, father. If it pains you, it cannot be long until it will cause you such agony that you must pull it." "Aye, I know it, but I am a coward. I would wait until the pain drives me into delirium. Then one of the other brothers could draw it for me." Suddenly, the abbot was there. "You come to this woman, you speak to her, you take the devil's evil potions from her." He knocked the packet of delphinium seeds to the floor. The brother looked ready to cry out his misery. He stared down at the scattered delphinium seeds beside his sandaled feet. "Father Michael," he whispered, "it is just a small thing for the pain in my tooth. The lady does nothing evil. What she gave you would produce evil visions in your sleep, brother. You would dream of the flesh of women, and this dream would corrupt you." Hastings didn't say anything, but it was difficult. She wanted to kick the abbot. She wished he had the toothache. She wondered if he would suffer silently, or chance dreaming of her. "Come," Severin said quietly, walking to her. "You can do nothing for the brother. No, don't argue. The brother is a member of this order. He must follow the rules." He took her hand when she lagged, looking back at the poor brother who was holding his palm to his cheek. He pulled, and she had to skip to keep up with his long strides. "I do not wish to fluster the poor brothers. We will lie together as would a brother and his sister." No sooner had they settled themselves in blankets on the narrow cot in the brother's cell, there came a yell from the great hall. Severin, whose hand had been on Hastings' breast, cursed, leapt to his feet, and pulled on his clothes. Sword in hand, he was gone within moments.
When Hastings came into the great hall, a blanket wrapped around her, there was the poor brother whose tooth had been paining him, on his knees on the stone floor. He was moaning and pressing his hands against his jaw. Blood was dripping through his fingers. The abbot stood over him, holding the tooth in his hand, looking grim and pleased. "It is done. Whine no more." "I could give him something to slow the bleeding," she said quietly to Severin. "Nay, you cannot. The abbot would go into a frenzy of religious fervor were you to do anything." He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. "Let us sleep, Hastings. Morning will come early. Let us pray that the rain stops. I want to leave this place." The rain did stop near dawn the next morning. Severin awakened her with a kiss to her temple. She opened her eyes and looked up at him. She lifted her hand and lightly caressed her fingertips over his mouth, his nose, his cheeks. She smoothed his eyebrows. "I am glad you kept me with you." "Aye, but there is no time to ask for more of a show of gratitude." He pulled off the blankets and rose. Within the hour, they were riding from Wingham Abbey. Hastings turned in Morella's saddle and stared back at the grim stone buildings. Even in the morning sunlight, it looked inhospitable. "I wonder if convents are as depressing as that place." "Benedictines relish the torture of their flesh," Gwent said. "Let them all rot. I do not imagine that it much pleases God, but who knows? Tabar was better. He was even whistling. He was effusive in his thanks to Hastings. He is young," Severin said. "He will glow and squeal his infatuation for you, but then it will disappear. I will suffer him until he cures himself of you. If it is not soon, I will cuff him hard, and that will clear out his wets." Hastings laughed. She poked her husband's arm. He smiled at her and stretched out his hand, gripping hers. Gwent grunted and said under his breath, "He has not mucked up the miracle, praise be to God." He had never seen his master so at ease with a woman. Even with most men he was silent, his speech terse. He heard Severin laugh. It was indeed a miracle. All the men looked quite pleased. 15. They reached Yorkshire on the afternoon of the 5th day. The weather remained warm and dry. They passed to the east of Leeds, on toward the coast, to the town of Hawksmere. Langthorne village lay just behind at the head of the estuary. Hastings was both excited to see Langthorne and anxious that her mother-in-law had been found by now. Poor woman. She prayed the healer's herbs would help her. But sickness in the head was frightening, simply because there were no sores, no fever, no broken bones. It was hidden. It was unknown. Thus it was to be feared and reviled. Langthorne Keep stood on a slight rise at the head of the estuary. It looked as old as the black rocks that poked up randomly in the fields. There were gouges in the outer walls, stones spilling out like waterfalls of rock. The fields surrounding the outer walls looked devastated, the people ragged and poor. She'd known that Severin had wedded her to gain money to renew his home, but she hadn't expected it to be quite so bad. His expression was set. He said nothing.
He would have come here soon enough, but she was glad that it was sooner. There was much to be done to bring Langthorne back to its former glory, whatever that had been. It would be passed down to her sons and daughters. She didn't want it to be a ruin. His mother was at Langthorne. Sir Roger's men had found her, sitting on a branch in a tree, her bare legs dangling. She laughed as she waved to them. "I regret, my lord, that it took us 3 days," Sir Roger said, all pleased with himself. There had been no surprise when their party had ridden into the Inner Bailey. It was obvious he had discovered that Severin was coming. He was a tall man, thinner than the legs of the trestle tables in the great hall of Langthorne. His hands moved constantly. She didn't know if he was naturally nervous or whether this nervousness was brought upon by Severin's presence and how Severin would deal with Sir Roger's lapse. "Is she normal?" "Aye, she appears so. She is quiet, so the women tell me. As I said, she was laughing and waving. That is the only way we found her. Who would think to search up in the trees? May I see her, Severin?" "Aye. Sir Roger, this is my lady wife, Lady Hastings." "My lady? 'Tis an odd name you carry. But 'tis solid, Sir Roger. When you say my name, you have no doubt that you have said it. I will believe what you have said, though my wit must have more time to glean your meaning." "She is like that," Severin said, and cuffed his wife's shoulder. "I do not see Trist, my lord," Sir Roger said. "He is well? My damned Martin wasn't to be found when we left.
I believe he is spending more time in the forest, perhaps mating. We will see." Hastings followed Severin up the narrow stairs to the small chamber where Sir Roger had moved his mother a short time before when he had taken a mistress, thus needing the larger chamber. The new chamber, Sir Roger said, all affability, was quite adequate. Adequate, huh? Hastings thought, when Severin unlocked and pushed open the door. The room was dark and narrow. It smelled of stale reeds and urine. There was one narrow window that had a square of bearskin over it. The reeds on the cold stone floor were filthy with rotted food and excrement. Hastings simply stood in the doorway, so dismayed that at first she didn't see the woman who was standing still as a pillar, her back pressed against the stone wall. "Mother," Severin said, but made no move toward her. The woman shook her head, but didn't move. "Who is she?" She raised her arm and pointed at Hastings. "Why are you with this girl? She is my wife. Her name is Hastings. I am not stupid. I remember now. She is the heiress, the one you had to marry to save us. I'm pleased you remember. How do you feel, Mother?" "Feel? Are you blind? Just look at my feet. They hurt. Sir Roger's bitch made me flee the keep, and I had to hide in the forest for nearly a week before I managed to gain the attention of the men-at-arms who were riding below. I had to hide in the tree so the wild animals wouldn't kill me. They said they were looking for me. The bitch must have gotten frightened that I would die and Sir Roger would be angry. Just look at my feet. No one cares about my feet." "I do, madam," Hastings said. She turned to her husband. "Please have one of the men bring my trunk of herbs. May I speak to your mother, Severin?" He was staring at his mother, clearly uncertain. "I am larger than she is. If she becomes violent, I will be able to deal with her." She turned to the fat woman who was hovering behind them. "Bring me warm water, a bathing tub, and many bathing towels." The woman's 3 chins wobbled. "Aye, my lady. This is one of the women you selected to see to your mother?" "Aye, it is. She has gained more flesh than seems possible in such a short time. You will call me if you need anything. I will go into the hall and speak with Sir Roger. I would know more about this situation." He paused a moment and looked around him. "I do not like this chamber. It would depress the spirit of a healthy man." "Aye, it would. We will speak of it later, my lord." He was still throning when he left her. "My feet," he heard his mother screech. Hastings managed to get her mother-in-law to sit on the narrow, musty bed. The coverlets were thin and smelled dirty. When she saw her feet, she wanted to cry. They were torn and filthy, some sores crusted, others still oozing blood. She looked up at the now silent woman, whose dirty hair hung in strings to her meager breasts, and said quietly, "Madam, allow me to take care of you." The woman stretched out a dirty hand and lightly touched it to Hastings' cheek. "I was once pretty like you are." "You still are," Hastings said, her voice grim as she held Moraine's filthy, bleeding foot in her hands. "Sir Roger says that my mother escaped when one of her women became ill, nothing more. He was very sorry for it. But he found her, and she is safe. He apologized sincerely for not sending a messenger, but he did not wish to unduly alarm me. He did find her unharmed, so my trip is wasted. He promised to punish the man who rode to Oxborough. I told him that the man wasn't to be punished, that I had planned to come soon in any case. Then he said his mistress, Glenda, was always kind to my mother. Indeed, that she would weep when my mother forgot who she was and where she was. He said my mother was very fond of Glenda when she wasn't succumbing to her madness. He seems very pleased with himself that he found her and that she's alive. As to her small chamber, as you know, he sees nothing at all wrong with having moved her into it. After all, my mother is mad. Most of the time she isn't aware of where she is. Thus, why waste the large bedchamber on her? Did you kill Sir Roger, Severin? Slowly, very slowly, the ferocious frown disappeared. He smiled down at her. My blood was hot enough to do it, but I held back. Perhaps he deserves it. I'm not yet certain. But it amazed me, Hastings. He truly saw nothing at all wrong with what he has done. I believe he even expects me to reward him for finding her. When I would have questioned him more, he left the hall when my attention was elsewhere. By St. Olaf's elbows, even the ale he served me tasted of piss. Let me kill him instead. I'll wager you will find out he does deserve it. That brought him to a stop. He arched a black eyebrow. "You are but a girl, yet you speak like this?" Aye, a dagger through his black heart. As for this mistress of his, you heard what your mother said, something about the bitch making her flee Langthorne. So Sir Roger denied that. I would like to know the truth of it as well. If the mistress had something to do with it, then I would like to tie her to a stake in the village and keep her there for all to see for at least a se'nnight. It would rain at least 3 times in that period. Why do we not simply tie both of them to the stake, naked, back to back? Her eyes glittered. I like the way your mind snaps to the perfect punishment.
You said that Sir Roger sees nothing wrong with what he has done to your mother. I would imagine that, because he treated her with indifference, the 2 women you picked to care for her became quickly hardened. I don't know where the second woman is. Your mother is very thin, Severin. Her feet are very bad. She was barefooted the entire time she was hiding in the forest, but I have treated them as best I can and bandaged them with clean linen. I have given her some of the potion the healer prepared. She is sleeping now in one of my night shifts. Her clothes were filthy. This fat woman probably ate all your mother's food. Where have you put her?" Hastings smiled slowly. "In the chamber Sir Roger moved her out of, in the Lord's chamber. I had 2 of the servants move in a small cot for her. She is now sleeping on clean covers, and she herself is now clean. Do you mind sharing with your mother?" He shook his head. I had all of Sir Roger's clothing and possessions and those of his mistress moved to the small chamber where they had put your mother. I like the way your brain works as well, Hastings. Excellent. I wish to question Sir Roger more closely. His mistress is visiting in the village, he told me, but she should return soon. Then, very briefly, before he escaped me, he complained that the money I have sent has not been enough to accomplish anything. It has bought only enough food to keep the people from starving. That isn't right. He stopped, cursed, then fell again to pacing. Hastings looked about the hall. "This is very strange, Severin. Sir Roger is still gone. We are very nearly alone here. What is happening?" "I don't know. Gwent and our men are looking about to see what needs to be done to the barracks, to the keep itself, and to the peasants' cottages. It doesn't look very hopeful, Hastings. No matter. You will fix it. I wish the man would return so that you may question him. We will see once he returns. I believe he was so surprised at my anger that he wanted to take himself off, perhaps speak to his mistress and decide how best to deal with me. I shall tie them both to a stake in the village." She laughed. It was the first sound Sir Roger heard when he came into the dim hall, his mistress, Glenda, behind him. All would be well. His heart slowed. He realized the moment the words had escaped his mouth that Lord Severin wasn't pleased to hear him complain about the money he had sent to Langthorne. Then he had seen Gwent just outside the hall, and the look the lout had given him had shriveled him to his toes. Thurston had looked grim. That mangy bastard betrayed him, had sent the messenger to Lord Severin. He could give him orders, but he could not have him whipped. He was Lord Severin's man. Damnation! It was true that he had panicked when Lord Severin had come from seeing his mother. He had seemed angry. But why? She was alive, wasn't she? He, Sir Roger, had found her. The mad old woman wasn't worth more than a man's spit. No, Lord Severin would have to reward him for finding that mad old crone. He would give him another bag of coins. Aye, everything would be all right. Still, he thought to pray as he moved forward. "My lord, my lady," he called, his voice complacent now, with more than enough deference to please the master. "I am pleased that you are here, though your visit is a surprise. Your dear mother is fine, just as I told you. The women you selected have cared well for her, except that the second one died, so now there is just one." "The fat woman," Hastings said. "She must have meat on her to deal with a mad woman." Hastings wanted to choke his neck with her own hands. His neck was skinny. She could choke him. She knew it. She felt Severin close his hand over hers. It stilled her. She realized she was breathing fast and forced herself to ease.
She saw the girl standing to Sir Roger's left side. She was very young, plump, pretty, her hair light and thick, in fat curls down her back, held with a gold net. There was such a look of self-satisfaction on her face that Hastings' breathing speeded up again. Sir Roger had just proven himself a fool. "Glenda," Sir Roger said, "fetch our lord and lady some of the special wine and bread and cheese." The girl gave him a sullen nod and left the hall. Perhaps, Hastings thought, Glenda had eaten her mother-in-law's food. Her bottom was good-sized. She would be as fat as that serving woman when she was 20. Sir Roger rubbed his hands together as he motioned Severin to the Lord's chair, its beautiful carved armposts dull and dirty. He looked at Hastings and shrugged. "You may remain standing by your lord," he said to her. "There is no lady's chair?" Severin asked. "It is in the Lord's bedchamber," Sir Roger said. Severin patted his leg. "She will sit here until you have the lady's chair fetched for her, Sir Roger." "Oh, aye, my lord." Sir Roger called to a ragged serving boy and spoke quietly to him. Then he straightened, his eyes going to Glenda, who was directing 2 servants who carried trays with wine, goblets, bread, and cheese. The food was set upon a trestle table. Hastings rose and waited. Severin rose slowly, saying, "Sir Roger, bring my chair to the trestle table." The man gaped at him, then managed to pull the large chair to the nearest end of the table. "My lord," he said. Severin knew exactly what he was thinking. He was a knight. What right did Lord Severin have ordering him to do a servant's task? Hastings sat on the bench at her husband's right. They drank the wine and ate the bread. No one said anything. Glenda sat herself at the other end of the trestle table beside Sir Roger. "You told me that the money I have sent isn't enough," Severin said matter-of-factly. He tore a piece of bread off with his teeth. "Aye, my lord. Mayhap I should not have mentioned it to you so soon after you arrived, but it is a concern. I have used the money wisely, but there is so much that needs to be done before Langthorne regains its previous grandeur." Hastings kicked up some of the dirty reeds with the toe of her boot. "Aye, you are right, Sir Roger. I have always found that one must have money to keep a great hall clean. Sweeping up old reeds and replacing them must be more costly, though, than even I imagined." Sir Roger paid her little heed, merely shrugged and said, "There are few enough servants, and they are a surly lot. Some even escaped Langthorne after the marauders, devastated the area, and killed your brother. I didn't have enough men to catch them. My Glenda does her best with them, but it is difficult." "Aye, my lord," Glenda called out. "The lot we have are pigs." She had a lovely musical voice. Her teeth were white and straight. She was rubbing herself against Sir Roger's arm. The man's eyes blazed. Sir Roger was an even bigger fool than Hastings imagined. "There has been no work done on repairing the outer walls," Severin said, as he pushed the pewter plate out of the way and leaned forward on the trestle table. "Why?" "There aren't enough men, my lord." "Gwent told me that you have 19 men. What do they do all day?" "They patrol the area and improve their skills on the practice field. As of tomorrow, you will divide the men into 3 groups. Whilst one group practices, another will patrol, and the third group will begin repairs." Sir Roger gulped. "The money I sent was enough to hire workers from the villages around here to assist in the repairs. What have you done with the money, Sir Roger?" "As I told you, my lord, the funds were only sufficient to keep us clothed and fed. I have remarked upon all the servants here. They are ragged and dirty. My own mother was wearing a rag. If the money went for clothing, then who is wearing it? There was no reason for your dear mother to have new gowns, my lord. She is mad. She would not know it if she were wearing a new gown or an old sack." Hastings said very quietly, "What happened to Lady Moraine's clothes? I could find only rags in that small trunk in the chamber."
"Who is Lady Moraine?" Hastings heard Glenda ask Sir Roger. "That is the woman of whom you are so very fond," Hastings said. "That is the poor, mad woman with whom you are so very tender and loving. Glenda simply did not know your mother's name, my lord. It is nothing more than that." "Where are Lady Moraine's clothes?" Severin asked. It was in that instant that Hastings knew. "Ah," she said in the mildest of voices, "I venture to say that perhaps her clothing is in one of the large trunks in the Lord's bedchamber." "Aye, that's it," Glenda said. "There was no reason for the poor dear mad creature to wear the gowns, so I removed them so she wouldn't shred them." "I see that you are wearing one of them," Hastings said. "Oh no," Glenda said. "I do not wear her gowns. The lady's clothing was old and ugly. I wish to see an accounting of the money I sent you, Sir Roger, now." "There is no steward, my lord." "Then you will show me what records you have kept." Sir Roger rose slowly. He was sweating. "Indeed, my lord, I have not yet spent all the money. I have held it close. I have not spent it on needless things. I want to use it wisely. I am a cautious man." Severin rose slowly to his feet. He pushed back the lord's chair. He stood there, tall, fierce, all in gray, his whip coiled about his hand, his expression unreadable even to Hastings. She fancied she could feel the fear rolling in waves off Sir Roger. She said not a word, just waited, watching her husband. He strode to Sir Roger, leaned down, grabbed him about his tunic, and pulled his feet off the floor. He didn't release him. He said very quietly, "You will fetch the money right now. You will bring what records you have here to me." He shook him, then released him. He turned to Glenda, who wasn't looking quite so complacent now. "You will bring me all the gowns you own, now." He didn't touch her, just watched her scramble from the bench and run toward the stairs. To Hastings' surprise, Severin turned back to her and winked. "Soon," he said, "soon we will have this mess cleared up." Hastings suddenly remembered when she had first seen him standing in the great hall of Oxborough. He had terrified her with his stillness, his utter control. Ah, but now he was her husband, her lover. He had just scared two villains spitless, and he had winked at her. Her heart swelled. 16, Glenda wasn't stupid. She had not left her gowns in the Lord's bedchamber. She knew the other servants hated her, and thus would steal her precious clothes if they found them. She had kept them well hidden. When she returned to the great hall with 3 gowns, 3 tunics, 3 shifts, and stockings, Severin merely turned to Hastings, who said, "I suggest, Glenda, that you bring the remainder of your clothes purchased with my lord's money. If you do not, it will not go well with you." It was then that Glenda looked up at Severin, her blue eyes wet and bright with as yet unshed tears. "My lord," she whispered, "there are not but 2 more gowns. Please, my lord, I cannot go naked." Her voice fell even lower. "I could please you, my lord, more than your lady does. She is a shrew with a loud voice. You wed her only to gain her father's land and money. All know of the sacrifice you have made. I could ease your trials, my lord." Severin didn't have time to answer. In the next instant, Hastings was on the girl. She grabbed a handful of hair, pulled her head back, and put her face right into Glenda's. "Don't you ever speak to my husband like that again, do you hear me, girl? You believe me some dumb cow who will just stand about and be insulted by you? I am an heiress, but I am not at all ordinary. My lord will attest to that. You don't know that I am a healer, do you? That means I can also take my revenge upon someone who angers me. I can make your monthly flux never stop. You would bleed and bleed until you were white and drained. You want that, Glenda?" That was a threat Severin would never have considered. Glenda's face was already leached of color. She looked terrified. "I, my girl, never forget that I am a shrew with a loud voice, and you will be the first to hear it if you displease me again." She shoved Glenda away from her. "Go fetch the remainder of the gowns. Get them all, or I will see to it that your bleeding begins today." Severin watched the girl scurry toward the stairs like the devil himself was after her. He turned to his wife, who was looking very strange. He expected her to be pleased with herself, but she didn't appear to be.
She was pale, not as pale as Glenda, but still without color. Her eyes had darkened from that pure, soft green to nearly black. He took a step toward her. "What is wrong, Hastings?" She waved her hands at him. She didn't want his questions. She just wanted to go bury herself. "It is nothing." He drew her up against him. She felt his large hands stroking down her back. "Come, tell me the truth, or I will not be pleased with you." She threw back her head. Her face was still pale, her expression pained. "I made a vow to the healer. I was never to make a threat that I would mean." He stared down at her, feeling like a fool. He said very slowly, "And this is the first time you have done it? That means that you would not have given me watery bowels?" She shook her head. "I don't know how to. Nay, I wouldn't have done that to you, even had I known what herbs to mix together." He cursed. "I don't even remember now why you made that threat, but you deserved what I wanted to do to you. But then I thought of my bowels and hunkering down next to the pig buyer. I let you be. St. Elred's knees, why can I not remember why I wanted to strangle you? Mayhap it is no longer important." He frowned down at her, those dark blue eyes of his looking directly into hers. She believed he would no longer chastise her? Did she not understand that she had bent so completely to him, he had not even thought about it, that there had been no need? Very simply, she had not displeased him, since she'd run into his arms upon his return from visiting his new properties. Suddenly, she whispered, "I shall have to confess to the healer when we return to Oxborough. She will probably make my bowels watery as a punishment." That made him laugh, but he sobered quickly enough. "Then you really meant what you said to Glenda?" She lowered her head and nodded. "Not now, but I meant it when I threatened her. She is a sly girl. Sir Roger is besotted with her. He's a fool. I only hope that he has not betrayed you because of Glenda." Severin just shook his head, touched his fingers beneath her chin, and forced her face up. "This was some sort of vow you took to have the healer teach you?" She nodded, leaning her cheek against his palm. "The healer has told me since I was just a little girl that I could not harm another person with my knowledge of herbs. She said that if I did, then all my potions would lose their efficacy. Then you will forget that you were serious in your threat. All is still well. You are right, Hastings. Sir Roger is a fool. Ah, here he comes. This should prove interesting." Severin knew in his gut that there were coins missing from the thick leather pouch. He could see it in Sir Roger's eyes, see it in the nervous movements of his hand when he handed Severin the pouch, see his guilt in the sheen of sweat on his forehead. And, he supposed, that is what made up his mind. He counted out the coins on the trestle table and frowned down at them. "What did you plan to do with the money?" Severin asked, not moving, just standing there tall and strong and dark-browed as the devil himself. "I was waiting, my lord, waiting to see what was really needed. Was I not very clear in my instructions? Have you not viewed the holes in the outer walls? Have you not seen the devastated fields? Have you not remarked the sullen faces all about you? By St. Andrew's eyeballs, you have done nothing but clothe yourself and your mistress. You have not even limed the jakes. The stench is overwhelming."
Damnation, man. You'd best pray that the meal you will feed us reflects your buying of decent food. "I have held your money close, my lord," Sir Roger said, and he looked scared now, very scared. "I have waited, but what is wrong with that? I have been here but a month and a half. Surely that is a very short time to expect anything. Surely. Besides, you should not have come here for another half-year, at least." Glenda crept into the great hall. There were more clothes in her arms. She was not shaking like Sir Roger, but she looked as if she were on her way to judgment and knew herself guilty. She was. "Hastings," Severin said, "I would that you examine all the clothing she has brought us and select those things you think would suit my mother.
Glenda squawked, "My lord, nay, your esteemed mother is much thinner than I am. Your esteemed mother does not even know what her name is usually. There is no reason to give her lovely clothes. She would not know the difference. She would spit her food upon the gowns. She would piss on the shifts." Severin said very quietly, "It matters not what you believe. You are speaking of my mother. If you ever speak about her like that again, I will ensure that Hastings makes you bleed your life away. See to the clothes, Hastings," he added to Glenda. "You will oversee the meal now. I assume that it is one of your tasks to oversee the servants?" She nodded, head down. "Take Sir Roger with you. Sir Roger, make certain there are no stones in the flour. I like my bread to be soft on the inside. Ah, Gwent, I am glad you are come. We have much to discuss." Gwent spat on the reeds as he watched Sir Roger and his mistress walk quickly from the great hall. "Will you skewer the mangy whoreson? I am thinking about that." He pointed down to the piles of coins. At least the fool did not spend it all on his mistress, but he did spend a goodly portion. I wonder why many men lose their wits over simple females. Gwent would not have gone near an answer to that inquiry. He merely looked grim, which is what he felt, and waited. "What say you, Gwent, if Thurston takes over here? Hell, whip the arse of every healthy peasant in the area to rebuild Langthorne and plant the fields and repair their cottages. Aye, and they'll give him loyalty once their bellies are filled again and they have decent garments to wear on their backs. I think so as well." That night, Severin looked down at his sleeping mother. He was surprised at how young she looked in her sleep, young and very clean. Hastings had combed her hair until it was dry, then braided it loosely. It looked soft and thick, a lovely pale brown. He said quietly as he backed away from the small cot, "I remember it was always thus. She would sleep, and when she awoke, she would remember who she was, and her mind would flow smoothly for a week, or perhaps longer. We will see." The healer did not know if her potion would help her. "I have the girl Glenda sewing the gowns for your mother. She is skilled. It surprised me. Your mother will have a new gown to wear on the morrow. I am willing to wager that it will fit her nicely." Severin walked to the bed, sat on the edge, and sighed. "Thurston is a good man. He will do his best, but it isn't enough, Hastings. What he needs is a good wife. Perhaps soon he can gain a knighthood. Can you see that he is knighted? Aye, I can. If you knight him, then I will find him a wife who will see that the reeds are sweet-smelling, the meals are prepared well, the jakes are limed, and everyone goes about their duties without sullen faces. Ah, and where will you find this paragon?" She examined her fingernails. She was humming softly. "Hastings, I am thinking," she said. "Perhaps your mother will have a proper lady in mind when she awakens. Think you she sleeps too heavily? Aye, the potion is strong." He nodded, rose, and began to remove his clothes. "Can you keep your screams in your throat?" She gave him a slow smile. "And you, my lord, you bellow like a bull." He grinned at her. "We will do our best, but I must have you. It has been a very long time." Since the previous night, she thought, very pleased. The evening had been warm, the stars had filled the heavens, slanting light down through the oak branches. He'd led her into that ancient oak forest after they'd eaten roasted rabbit by the campfire. There they'd caressed each other until Hastings had gasped, "Please, Severin, come to me, else I'll expire." But he hadn't. When finally she had cried out, he gently reached his hand up and closed it over her mouth. When she had eased a bit, he'd come into her and found his own pleasure. "Aye," she said now, still studying her fingernails. "A very long time. I have felt neglected. I have felt like a cow left overlong in the pasture. Now you want me to milk you? Your jest went a bit awry, Hastings." She grinned at him. He patted her cheek with his hand, leaned down, and kissed her. He was whistling when he began to unweave his cross-garters. He was jesting with a woman. Nay, not just a woman. He was jesting with his wife. He had wanted to strangle her not that long ago. He had been strongly tempted to beat her. When he'd left Oxborough to visit his other holdings, he hadn't ever wanted to see the witch again.
Then the miracle, the epiphany. He remembered when he had forced her. Nay, not really forced her, for he had used the cream, but still she hadn't wanted him. She hated him. She no longer hated him. Why, he wondered. Now she smiled at him, welcomed him, and many times treated him as though he was the king. It made him feel very good. He knew he should keep his mouth shut, should not question what God had wrought, but he didn't. He waited until she was on her back, and he was balanced on one elbow over her. He was looking down at her breasts. Not ordinary breasts at all. They were full and white and so very soft. He was lightly rubbing his finger over that soft flesh of hers. Why did you change toward me? You hated me. You said I was an animal. You wished I would disappear from your life. She became utterly still. Hastings, will you push and push until you batter me down? Nay, I am your husband. There should never be any need near for me to push you. It will be your joy to always tell me what it is I wish to know. Very well. I can see that you will be Edgar the Wolfhound with a beef bone. Dame Agnes and Alice told me to. Dame Agnes said that I had not enough experience in a woman's ways to deal well with you. They told how this dealing worked with men, and since you are a man, they decided it would work with you as well. A smile and a kiss, and a show of interest in you, Severin, that is what they told me to do. I don't think Dame Agnes believed I would succeed, though. I believe she thought I would bite you rather than kiss you. But I did kiss you, and it was very nice. I believe I tasted your surprise, he said in the most satisfied voice she had ever heard. You bent utterly to me. You accepted me as your lord and your master. I do not think it wise of you to draw such a drastic conclusion. Why? It is what resulted. They told you to give over to me, to stop setting yourself up against me. They told you to enjoy my man's body. Aye, they did say that. Alice told me that all the men knew you were not a pig with women, that you were gentle and kind and enjoyed a woman's pleasure. I did not believe that, for at that time I knew nothing of this pleasure they spoke about. But Alice was very certain. She said that if I wished it, she would bed you and discover for certain that it was true. I thanked her for offering herself as a sacrifice, but that I would try it myself. She said that she just might learn some very interesting things if I just allowed you to come to me without anger, if I just relaxed and didn't tighten myself when you came near.
Dame Agnes and Alice told you all this? Which of my men did they speak to? Alice never draws a conclusion without copious evidence, particularly, I think, if it concerns something men do or don't do. I would imagine it was a good many of your men. I do know she asked Gwent after your return. She said he would never lie, at least to her. Severin fell over onto his back. He didn't know whether to feel like an ass or a man blessed. He had gained, not lost. He was satisfied with his wife, not in misery. She no longer lay beneath him like a dead log. She enjoyed him thoroughly. He knew it, if he knew anything at all. This is all very interesting. But heed me, Hastings. I treat you now the way I would have always treated you if you hadn't been such a... He paused, which was fortunate, because Hastings was above him now, and she was breathing fast and hard. I, Severin? You wish to say more? He stilled. It was dark in the bedchamber. She couldn't see the wickedness on his face. Aye, perhaps. Does shrew fit your mouth? Or prefer you fishwife or harridan? You are saying that it was all my fault, this rift between us? Naturally, it was all your fault. You're proud, Hastings, and stubborn as a stoat. I am a man of peace. I am reasonable in all my dealings, with both men and women. I wanted no battle with you, but you fought me for no reason that I can remember. It was too much. She slammed her fist into his belly. He wasn't prepared for it, and thus she did make him start at the jab of pain. He moaned, grabbed her, and pulled her down onto her stomach. He swung his legs over her and kept his hand on her neck to keep her down. He realized in an instant of time that his belly didn't hurt all that much at all. He realized in the instant just beyond that one that he was astride her white buttocks, and both of them were naked.
He eased his hand from her neck, down her back, until he held her in place with his hand pressing at her waist. He looked at her squirming beneath him and wanted to be inside her. Then, no more words, no more fists to his belly. He was breathing hard. He jerked her onto her knees, ready to thrust into her. Then he stopped. No, he couldn't. She wasn't ready for him. He would hurt her. She would call him an animal again. He would muck up the miracle. He touched her soft flesh with his finger and was so grateful he nearly wept. She was ready for him. He slid his finger into her, and to his utter, besotted surprise, she moaned. He was trembling with this response from her. So unexpected was it. "Hastings, what is this? How can you want me when I have not kissed you or fondled you?" Her head was buried in her arms. She was embarrassed, but not so embarrassed that she wanted him to stop. "Come into me, Severin. Now, please." It took no more than that, just those few simple words, and he was above her, pushing into her, feeling her pull him deeper, feeling her delight in him and what he was doing. It was too much. He did try. He thought he'd die. He only yelled once, surely not such a loud yell, but it was a yell, and his lady mother jerked upright on her narrow cot and said, "By the devil's cloven foot, are we under attack? Where is my husband? Where are my sons?" Severin was throbbing deep inside her, his seed still spilling into her. He tried desperately to get a hold on himself, but he could barely breathe, much less talk. Hastings said, her voice surprisingly even, "My lady, we are not under attack. It was simply your son, held for a brief moment in a dream. He will be all right shortly. He usually is." Ah, that is a relief. Lady Moraine fell back again, and in but a moment she was breathing low and even in sleep. Severin pushed into her again. He couldn't help himself. He stayed within her, looking at himself joined into her. He leaned over to fondle her breasts, to knead her belly. He had given her no pleasure, but he would. He was regaining his manly vigor. He pushed again, slowly, and was pleased that he was hard again. He withdrew, pulled her onto her back, and came over her again. He lay flat on top of her, his hands cupping her face, gently smoothing her hair from her forehead and eyes. "I wish I could see you clearly. Do you want to hollow out my guts again with your fist? Do you believe me selfish? Do you believe Alice would find me unworthy?" "Nay," she said, and brought his mouth down to hers. She felt his fingers smoothing over her belly, felt those fingers of his become damp with her as they stroked her. When she would have cried out in her pleasure, no thought of her mother-in-law 12 feet away from her, Severin covered her mouth with his and took her cries deep into him. He said on the edge of sleep, "I will fix Langthorne on the outside, if you will fix it on the inside." "Aye, I will do that," she said, bit his shoulder, kissed the salty flesh she had bitten, and curled tightly against him. She said against his chest, "Haven't I brought you to heel very well, my lord?" But Severin was asleep. At least she thought he was, at first. But was not that snore a bit too loud, perhaps a bit contrived? Was his hand squeezing her buttock a bit hard? He was a man she could get very used to having close by, she thought, and settled even closer. Her palm was splayed wide on his belly. The following morning when Severin awoke, Hastings was gone. He saw that his mother still slept. It worried him until he lightly touched his fingertips to her throat. The beat was strong. When he entered the great hall, his chair was seated at the trestle table, there was white linen covering the wood, and a pewter plate set in front of the chair. The hall was filled with men. There were at least 4 women serving dozens of loaves of bread, the smell rich and yeasty. There was butter and flagons of ale. There was even cold capon for him. He had told her to fix the inside of Langthorne. Evidently she had. But this quickly? Was she a witch? Where was she? He ate, Gwent and Thurston on each side of him. Sir Roger sat beside Thurston, his look determined. Severin said nothing. He saw Glenda serving the men. She did not look happy, but she was moving quickly, her movements graceful and efficient. Where was Hastings?
He was nearly finished breaking his fast when there was a sudden silence in the great hall. He looked up to see Hastings standing beside his mother. Aye, it was his mother, but he would not have believed it, except Hastings was there as well. She was clean, her hair was combed and braided loosely about her head. She was wearing a gown fitted at the waist, the arms fitting tightly to the elbows, then flaring out so that they touched the ground when her arms were lowered. There was a set of keys on the gold chain about her waist. She was smiling. Then she looked up at Hastings and laughed at something she said. It wasn't a mad laugh, but a sweet, bright laugh. She didn't look at all mad. He felt a spurt of optimism, then shook his head. No, he remembered that she could be like this following those deep, long sleeps of hers. It was just a matter of time before her mind faded again, and she would look at him as she would look at a stranger. He noticed she was limping slightly. His mother smiled at everyone until she saw Glenda. She shrank against Hastings. Severin rose and strode to them. "Mother? Aye, my Severin, is it really you?" She raised a thin white hand and lightly stroked his face. "All the others are dead, your father, your brother, but you are not. Thank the gracious Lord. You are very handsome, my son. I am glad you are home." He hugged her, saying in her ear, "Don't be afraid of that plump wench over there. I will see to it that she never comes near you again." "She is not a nice girl," Lady Moraine said, and hugged her son. "I am very hungry. Have you eaten everything, or is there a heel of bread left for your poor mother?" She was jesting with him. He looked over at Hastings, whose expression was unreadable.
Why wasn't she smiling like a loon? What was wrong? He escorted his mother to the high trestle table and sat her in the lady's chair beside him, a chair she had sat in her entire married life. He himself served her. He looked down and saw that Sir Roger was staring at her as if she were a ghost come to plague him. Clearly, his mother had not done well here under his care. Had he never allowed her to eat in the great hall? As for Glenda, that wench didn't seem to be paying any attention at all to the high table, her eyes on her wooden plate, her knife stabbing at the thick slice of bread. He would ask Hastings to get to the bottom of this. What had Glenda really done to his mother? He himself found out the answer to that question that same afternoon when he chanced to leave the men who were working on the western outer wall to have Hastings bathe and bandage a cut he had on his thumb. Actually, it was Gwent who had told him to seek out his wife. "Aye, my lord," he had said, looking at that bleeding thumb, "your wife would have my toes for mulch were I not to send you to her." And so here he was, standing in front of the open door to the Lord's bedchamber. He heard voices from within. He started to open the door and stride in when he recognized his mother's voice, but not her voice from the previous evening. No, this voice was low and thin, a thread of fear in it, and it raised the hair on the back of his neck. "I knew Sir Roger as a boy. He was sweet and slow, and his father forced him to learn to be a knight. He had no chance against you. You have made a fool of him. You shan't have him. My son will not allow it. You thought I would die, didn't you, when you forced me into the forest with no cloak and no slippers?" "Aye," Glenda said, and she didn't sound a bit scared. Indeed, there was venom and resolution in her voice. "I'll be rid of you again, you mad old woman. You don't belong here. As soon as Lord Severin and that bitch wife of his leave, I will take over again, and you will see who is the real mistress of Langthorne. Until then, I will bide my time. I will continue to sew more of my gowns for you, since I have no choice. But when we are alone again, you old crone, then you will wear what you deserve to wear, rags and naught else. To waste clean water on the likes of you, it turns my belly. Aye, you'll see. It won't be long until your son leaves. You believe anyone will heed you? No. I'll wait for you to sink into your stupor of madness again. No one will believe you if you say anything against me." Then he heard the sound of a hand slapping flesh. He opened the door to see Glenda over his mother.
His mother sitting in a narrow chair, Glenda holding both her arms, leaning close to her mother until she was pressed against the back. "Come on, you miserable hag. Why do you not start screaming now, you mad old woman?" When Severin was at his most furious, he looked as calm as King Edward's Chancellor, Robert Burnell. He walked into the chamber, saw Glenda jerk about to see him, saw her face freeze. She slowly moved away from his mother. He said nothing, just smiled at his mother, walking straight to her. "You are lovely, madam," he said, leaned down and kissed her. She looked terrified. He continued to smile at her and lightly stroke his fingertips over her pale cheek. He called over his shoulder, "Glenda, come here." His mother paled even more. "I don't want her here," Moraine whispered. "Please, Severin, do not let her come close to me again." "Ah, but I do want her to come here, mother. Please do not worry. I want you to trust me." He turned to the young girl who was standing there beside him, her arms folded beneath her breasts, shoving them up and forward, for his pleasure, he supposed. "I was standing outside the door. It was cracked open. I heard what you said to my mother." The girl didn't move. She merely smiled up at him, clearly disbelieving him. "I just told her how very lovely she looked. I told her that it would give me great pleasure to sew more gowns for her. Surely this is what you heard, my lord. My man Gwent hates cheats. I hate liars." He calmly grabbed Glenda's hand and dragged her to him. He stripped off the clothes she was wearing, new clothes, clothes she had not given over to Hastings the day before. He stripped her to her plump hide. He even pulled her out of her stockings and shoes. "Now," he said, "I believe there is something for you to wear in my mother's old trunk. If you don't wish to wear the rags you made her wear, then you may travel from Langthorne naked. It matters not to me." "My lord, you cannot mean this. Surely I cannot go out of here naked. The men would ravish me. They would—" "That is likely," Severin said, sounding bored. "Do what you want, Glenda. I just want you gone by the midday bells." He watched Glenda scurry from the bedchamber. He turned to his mother and smiled. "No one will ever torment you again. No one. I give you my oath on it." Lady Moraine was wringing her hands. "She is cunning, Severin. Sir Roger had no chance. He did not know that she dragged me from Langthorne and left me to die in the forest. He should have known. He is a man. He is responsible for Langthorne and all its people. A man must be responsible for his actions. I will send Hastings to you. I wish to see color in your cheeks." Not only was Glenda gone by midday, but Sir Roger was also, the pouch of coins gone as well. "Shall I find them, my lord?" Gwent asked, and rubbed his gnarled hands together. "Aye, Gwent, find them, take the pouch, then let them go. I fear Sir Roger will not be long pleased with his actions. I rather believe he deserves what will happen to him. I think it more a punishment than simply killing the fool." "It is an idea that had not occurred to me, my lord," Gwent said. "There is the feel of a never-ending pain for Sir Roger in it. Aye, it's good." He strode from the great hall. Severin turned to see Hastings walking slowly, her head down, toward him. She frowned as she kicked dirty rushes out of her path, and he saw her clearly thinking that she had forgotten the rushes. Then, when she saw him, she stopped and turned red in the face. He raised a thick black eyebrow at her. "What have you done, Hastings? Worry not about the rushes. You will change them quickly enough. It matters not." She stared at him, and suddenly she was again as clear to him as Edgar the Wolfhound. He laughed. It was too much. She ran at him, pounding her fists against his chest, which gave him no pause at all. He continued to laugh until his men were looking at him, utterly bewildered. He brought her fists down in his large hands and held them at her sides. "What is wrong, sweeting? Has someone offended you? Why did your face turn red when you saw me?" Then he said, very close to her ear, "Ah, I plan to take you in a very different way tonight. I want you to think about it, Hastings. All the ways a man and a woman can come together. We will do all of them, and I vow you will like them, each and every one." She whispered against his chest, "But my bottom was in the air." I just wish there had been some more light. All I could do was feel you. A lot of soft, extraordinary flesh, Hastings. Your bottom pleases me. I told you that it did. Do you not remember?" She groaned, then pulled back in the circle of his arms. "You will mock me until I will want to kill you, Severin. Now, I heard what Gwent said. I think you are wise. As for what you did to Glenda, I trust you did not enjoy it as you stripped her." "Not at all," he said. "I have scarce ever been so angry before in my life, except those times with you, of course." And she knew it was true, because he was looking toward Thurston, thoroughly distracted. "Go, my lady. I have much to do before our meal." It was 1 week later that Lady Moraine, not quite so pale and thin now, said in a clear, crisp voice, "I know who Thurston must marry." Knives and spoons clattered to plates. There was utter silence in the Grey Hall. Severin wasn't yet used to his mother being with him in her mind, but she had been, with no relapses since Hastings had begun giving her the healer's potion. She drank a bit of it every morning. "Who is it, mother?" "He must have sons, thus I cannot wed him, but I know of a proper girl, daughter of Sir William Dorset. He has a small keep near Hawksmere. She should be of marriageable age now. What say you, Thurston?" Thurston was trembling. He was now Sir Thurston of Hornsby, his father's small keep near Kentleby. He was going to be Lord Severin's Castleton at Langthorne, and now he was going to have a wife. A wife! He wasn't ready for this. He said, "I do not know, my lady. A wife would be a lady, and she would expect me to know how to act and speak, and I could not belch or make other noises that would offend." And his eyes rolled back in his head. Lady Moraine said, in that same crisp, clear voice, "Hastings, perhaps Thurston needs some of the healer's potion to steady him. Have I enough to share with him?" Thurston persevered. He wedded Blanche, the 19-year-old daughter of Sir William Dorset, exactly 1 week after Lady Moraine had made her announcement. Hastings was pleased. Blanche had, as had Hastings, run her father's keep since the age of 12. She would see that everything stayed aright. Lady Moraine remained clear-headed. She put on flesh. She smiled and jested. Severin had stopped shaking his head whenever he happened to look at her. He was getting used to a mother who was as she once was. Still, he worried. "You believe the healer's potion has really worked, Hastings? You believe this miracle will remain?" "I don't know, Severin. I want my mother to return with us to Oxborough." She gave him a big smile and hugged him. "I was praying you would want that," she said, and came up on her tiptoes and kissed his mouth. He went silent, still surprised when she showed him affection anywhere outside their bedchamber. Gwent had remarked one day that it appeared to him that Severin was a happy man, a man more than content with his beautiful wife. Beautiful? Hastings? Nay, Gwent, she is but ordinary, in her looks and in her intelligence. Her nature is even ordinary. And Hastings had yelled, flying at him. But he was ready. He caught her, lifted her beneath her arms, and held her high, laughing up at her. "That will teach you for listening to others' conversations, madam." Gwent had stared at the two of them. He slowly shook his head. He turned and walked away, for surely Severin would kiss his wife in but a moment. He prayed that nothing would happen to ruin the contentment. The next morning they left Langthorne to return to Oxborough. Gwent lifted Lady Moraine onto her palfrey. He told Severin that he would watch out for his mother. He would tell Severin if anything untoward occurred, because he knew Severin was worried. His mother had been very quiet since the day before. Severin turned his head one last time to see the place of his birth. Langthorne would regain its power in the region. He would see to it. Thurston was rubbing his hands together, for now he was married, and evidently he had enjoyed the pleasures of the marriage bed. Hastings had spoken privately to Blanche, and been pleased. "Everything will go well. You spoke to Thurston, Severin? You told him to be gentle and kind with his bride?" Severin was frowning. I did tell him that. He told me just before we left that I had been wrong in my advice. Then he gave me this huge smile and said that his bride was a tigress and she wanted no gentleness from him." Hastings stared at her husband. "I don't understand." There are some ladies, Hastings, who enjoy a man who's fierce with them, a man who enjoys rough play, a man who holds them down and pretends to conquer them. Your sweet-faced, gentle Blanche is one of these women. He said she was beyond wild, even before he tore through her maidenhead. He said after he did that, she mounted him, pummeling him, nearly killing him by dawn. I had not thought of this. Mayhap you will explain this wildness to me, Severin. I think not, sweeting. All you are to remember is that when we are alone, you are free to do whatever you wish to, save gullet me with a knife if you happen to be angry with me. She said nothing to that, merely stared through Morella's ears, deep in thought. Severin dug his heels into his horse's sides and rode to the head of his men. Oxborough Castle, 5 days later. We found Sir Roger and Glenda within 2 hours of their escape from Langthorne. Gwent was telling everyone in the great hall, clearly enjoying himself. Only Severin was already privy to the details, and he had told Gwent to keep all those delicious details to himself until he could entertain all their people. Hastings could see why he had wished to wait. He had an excellent audience. He cleared his throat again. Sir Roger had tried to cover their trail, but he is inept, the poor whoreson. Gwent spat into the clean rushes, looked up in horror at Hastings, then quickly said, "The girl Glenda had wrapped all the clothes she could steal in an old blanket. She tried to tell me that it was just the rags you had allowed her, Severin. Sir Roger believed we would kill him. I will say this, he didn't whine like I expected him to. Nay, he sat straight on his horse and appeared to accept his death. When I asked him to give me the pouch of money, he stared at me. He shook his head. He swore he hadn't taken it. Then he turned pale. He looked to the girl and merely held out his hand." Gwent paused a moment to drink from his wine goblet. Everyone was attending him. There wasn't a sound in the great hall of Oxborough. He cleared his throat again, this time speaking directly to Lady Moraine. The girl Glenda said she didn't have any pouch. She didn't know what he was talking about. I merely took that stuffed dirty blanket from her and threw it to the ground. I opened it and kicked all the clothes away. And there was the pouch, wrapped in a shift. He paused and speared a piece of pork onto his knife. Lady Moraine placed her hand lightly on his forearm. "What happened, Gwent? Come, you have held it all in for far too long. My beloved son would not tell me anything. Tell us now." Gwent almost belched, but he managed to hold it in. Not in Lady Moraine's face, at least he knew not to do that. He cleared his throat yet again. "I dally not, my lady. It's just that what followed is best not told in your hearing." Lady Moraine lifted her eating knife and gently pressed the point against Gwent's neck, a clean neck, since he had bathed just that afternoon, bless St. Sebastian's arrow-pierced body. Gwent said quickly, "I stripped her naked, just as Lord Severin had done. I took all the clothes and the pouch and brought them back to Langthorne. My men and I left her there, with Sir Roger just staring down at her. The men would have taken her, but I did not allow it. No, we just left her there in the middle of the road. There was no love or lust in Sir Roger's eyes, my lady, when he looked down at her. None at all. I know not what happened, but I imagine that Sir Roger left her there." "You stripped off her shoes, Gwent?" Lady Moraine asked, leaning close. "Aye, my lady, every stitch of covering. That is good. You remember that Glenda took my shoes and forced me into the forest." Gwent laughed and rubbed his hands together. "A fitting punishment for her then, my lady." And even as Hastings listened, laughed, and nodded with approval, she wasn't paying them much attention now. She was thinking instead of Lady Blanche. She was wondering how Lady Blanche knew about this wildness, how she, a lady, had known that she wanted to attack her husband and be attacked by him. It was confusing. When she was at her bath a good hour later, she was still thinking of Lady Blanche. She turned to Dame Agnes. "We mayhap need Alice and Belle." "Ah," said Dame Agnes with a goodly deal of satisfaction. "Aye, but that is not what I wish to ask about."
You see, Sir Thurston's bride wanted rough play. She was fierce and was wild, even when she was still a virgin. Afterward, she was wilder still. I have